Very good morning to everyone. I welcome you all for the second day's session on National Seminar on Biochar. So we are having the third theme. So we have a presentations on third theme, carbon credits and market mechanism. So in this we have 6 presentations. For this theme, we have with us chairman as a chairman Dr. V.S. Korikantimat, and co-chairman as Dr. R. Basavarajappa, and 2 rapporteurs, Dr. P.S. Pattar and Dr. B.S. Engi. So first I would like to introduce our chairman to the August gathering, followed by co-chairman, and I request Giru and co-chairman.
For today's session, that is theme 3, Chairman Dr. V.S. Korikantimat sir, former Research Complex, Goa. Dr. Korikantimat, born on 25th August 1947 at Tegur village of Dharwad district, did undergraduation at UAS Bangalore, post-graduation at TNAU Coimbatore, and PhD at UAS Dharwad. He was awarded with junior and senior fellowships for post-graduation studies. His service started at UAS Dharwad. Dr. joined first batch ARS service in 1976 under ICR. He worked on cardamom and cardamom-based cropping systems at Cardamom Research Center, Appanagala, Madikeri for 23 years from 1977 to 2001. He worked on cardamom and cardamom-based cropping systems. His PhD work got awarded with Jawaharlal Nehru Award during 1998. He has many awards at his credit. He published around 433 papers in various national, international journals. He organized several national and international seminars and symposia. He has been the life member of over a dozen professional societies dealing with crop production and post-harvest technologies. He has been awarded from 4 professional scientists and societies. He was conferred the prestigious Vasantrao Nayak National Award for Outstanding Research on DLA by ICAR New Delhi. For his leadership and guidance of work on transfer of technology in diverse fields of agriculture, ICAR awarded ICAR Best National KVK Award for 2008 to North Goa KVK attached to ICAR Research Complex, Goa. He was conferred Sugandha Bharati Award 2010 of the Indian Society for Spices on 2018.
I welcome you all for the second day's session on National.
Dr. Basavarajappa sir started his career as a millet agronomist at ARS Hanumanmatti and instrumental in developing technologies related to minor millets. During his illustrious career of 38 years, served as chief scientist, professor of agronomy, university HOD, dean PGS, director of education, and director of extension. He also acted as vice chancellor UAS Dharwad from 1st of July 2022 to 28th of October 2022. He has developed 68 technologies and contributed in release of 14 varieties, published nearly 100 research papers, guided 10 students for masters and doctoral degree programs. He has been honored with several awards and fellowships.
Now I request Dr. Halekeri to welcome Dr. R. Basavarajappa sir by offering a bouquet. Now I hand over the proceedings to the chairman of the session, Dr. V.S. Korikantimat sir. Please, sir.
Very important session on carbon credits and market mechanism. There are 6 speakers in this session. I request each speaker to take at least 15 minutes per presentation, followed by about 5 to 6 minutes of discussion. So may I call upon Dr. Ramaswarup Meena. He is from the Department of Agronomy, Institute of Agriculture Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, UP. Dr. Ramaswarup Meena, born in a farmer's family and working as an assistant professor in the Department of Agronomy, Institute of Agriculture Sciences, BHU, Varanasi. And he had several contributions to his credit. Dr. Meena is a fellow of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the National Academy of Biological Sciences, fellow of Society for Rapeseed Mustard Research. He was a visiting scientist in Erie and etc. Dr. Meena has been awarded a Raman Research Fellowship by Ministry of Education and he is a renowned agronomist. Now I request Dr. Meena to make his presentation. Dr. Meena, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice introduction. And first of all, I would like to say thank UAS Dharwad and organizing secretary Professor Arvindji and Dr. Ashokji is helping me out a lot during my stage here, as well as with the permission of the chairman, sir. I will start my, because sir my slot is I think 25 minutes, so I will take 25 minutes. It's already clear. So I will try to club it early, but according to the slots, it's okay. Thank you, sir. So, I'll take this one. Slide is comfortable to see here. So, I am just a learner in the field, and because in the science nobody is perfect, and without team nothing is possible. And we all are doing for the farmers, but with the team and every day new invention is going on in the science. So there is no perfect technology to meet out the farmer requirement, as well as we must be go to the integrated with the team management. So I am presenting the whole scenario, whatever the going on about the carbon, because my work is focused on the carbon. So I will cover these points. Green revolution impact. So most of the things are we all are knowing, but just I am trying to club it up together and whatever my message on behalf of these one. Like that we know very well the fastly we can say growing population as well as 6 multi-fold we are producing the food, but again we government of India targeted so high to produce the more food grain about 340 million ton in this year. But things is there, continuously we are increasing fertilizer doses, but response of the yield is continuously decline. So another one big crisis right now with the farmer, especially I saw it because I belong from the Rajasthan, Haryana, Rajasthan, Punjab, and with the crisis of the DAP and another facing challenges to the farmer, the fake DAP and fake fertilizers, lot of fake fertilizers in the market. And that is the reason farmers were on the road, or government is under the pressure. Due to the under pressure, government putting lot of amount to the subsidy and many type of agrochemicals. So that is the reason subsidy amount is going up and up and up. So we have need to think about it. Other than this, on the putting of the subsidy, so many things is happening in the biodiversity. That is the reason right now we are not crying for the food security, because lot of food is spoiling in the FCI go downs, and sometimes it is we are not able to store it. Sometimes we purchase it but not able to store it. And other than this, due to the chemical, continuously soil biodiversity going to down, and soil diversity, and right now we are crying to natural farming, organic farming, regenerative farming. But what is the key component behind that? Everything is moving behind the soil organic carbon. So that is the reason we must be focused. The one of the component is biochar. Biochar is we are try to putting up to, it is not a matter just sink the CO2 from the atmosphere. Just we are trying to do something else with the soil. So it will go to the more productivity. That is the reason we must be focused to what is the negative correlation of the agrochemicals. And I was in PhD, I saw that one cancer trend. So name of that trend, if you will go to the window, persons will say when cancer trend will become. So inquiry man immediately say that is the time, because I saw that because I was earlier working in the CSIR, and I used to use that trend, and every fifth person is related to cancer, maybe family member or maybe sufferer. So the name of this trend is cancer trend. It is because of the during the green revolution continuously agrochemical consumption is very high in that rice wheat cropping system area, especially in Punjab. Behind that, we are suffering from the many issues. Even central government put the statement behind the Apex committee and court, and 69% death rate of the children below 5 years due to the malnutrition. It is not a food sector. Other perspective is there. the fertilizer market is rising up. Parallelly, drug market is also there. So it means we are putting lot of amount to the subsidy, lot of amount to the agrochemical market, lot of amount to the to manage the that issues. So if you will go to the doctor, sometime doctor will give the one tablet to particular disease, and then many thing will be many multivitamins and other these things, because our food is not good. And so it is just a projection ki it will continuously go to up and up. And other than this, we are wasting lot of food. So even from the India, we can feed the any one country from the European country to requirements, whatever we are wasting the food. So it can fulfill the requirement of any European big country. So that is the reason. And behind the 1 kg of the rice, many resources is there, because I am the man of the natural resource. So it is very important, and carbon credit is also coming from the natural resources. It, according to the IPCC, many parameters there, we already analyzed that one. So my point is, here we are wasting the food, and with the resource per kg, many type of emission is there, carbon equivalent emission is there. So that is the reason we also think about the waste. Other than this, so many other parameters to generate the protein and other these things. And UP is the, we can say right now moving is first position state to generate the crop reduce and burning it. So because I am working in the UP area, so my work is focused on that area, and right now the continuously, that is the reason all society of the scientific and business and other these things trying to manage the CO2 and CO2. So, and from the in agriculture side, lot of emissions. So we can also check that type of emissions from the agriculture system to generate the carbon credit, because many parameters, because there is no single parameter. I will show you the next slide, many parameters to generate the carbon credit. That is the one of the example. Right now it is a crisis of the new business has been started in the Delhi. It's an oxygen bar. So everybody is going to the bar and taking the oxygen. So how can we tackle that situation? It is with the regenerative agriculture. It means all these things are happening around the carbon. So we must be manage the carbon not with the single window. Many window we have required to manage the carbon and other. Yeah. So right now, sometimes we say sustainability, whatever the resource is, use it and put it in the future. If system is already spoiled by the scientific and farmer society, so who will be the responsible to regenerate it? So it is not just a sustainability. We are, whatever the damaged system, we use it and produce the food and put it for the future generation. So there is the, right now we need to regenerate it. So new things is coming to regenerate. So that is the term is regenerative agriculture. In the regenerative agriculture, organic farming, natural farming, whatever the farming, every farming is roaming without new buzzword with the to manage the carbon of the soil system. Definitely, because it is not a matter about the single health. Many health we can manage. Health of the human, health of the plant, health of the vegetarian and non-vegetarian. It means whatever you are putting to the soil, it is coming to your plate. So definitely, what is the key component? We must be focused the key component, and how can we handle the situation? So that is the reason we move up to the regenerative, because regenerative agriculture gives something to the soil. Not whatever there you use it and put it to. So, and it will be managed with the upper top layer of the soil, about 13 to 15 to 30 centimeters. All game is with the, according to many soil scientists here, soil profile, we always say the O profile for the top layer. So that is the reason we must be manage the top layer, because 95% food is coming from the top layer. So if we are not managing the top layer, something is happening, or top layer direct have relation with the CO2. Or that is the another term is carbon sequestration. So just in regenerative agriculture, we put something else. So that is the reason it is happen with the manage the carbon, because soil carbon play the very important role in many directions. Whatever you are, will search the sustainable development goals, many sustainable development goals, as well as what type of practices you want to healthy. It is will become with the key component of soil organic carbon. And right now Indian soil is suffering because threshold, like that I am giving the example of the forest. always you feel forest plants are always healthy. They never we need to any fertilizer other these things. So it is because they have lot of carbon, organic carbon. Organic matter is there. Right now we are crying to the organic farming. It is also matter about the organic matter. And if we reason, so whatever you want to do, we have to manage. And right now Indian soil have only 0.2 to maximum 5, and some cases only there up to the like that hilly region and other these, they have more carbon, organic carbon. So we must be, and everybody is exploiting resources. Everybody is holding the cars and whatever facility you want to. So everybody is responsible to emit the CO2. Even if we are wearing one shirt, lot of eating the 1 kg of the rice, lot of emission is there beyond. Only agriculture is the one of the solution. So I salute that the man of the carbon, because I am the student and I worked under him, and according to the stadium, because he was the pillar of COP21, or at that time I visited, so he is the biggest, he is holding the biggest lab of the, to manage the soil carbon. So I am lucky guys to work, because I am also say he is a God for me. So according to the whatever I explored, over there the 40-year-old fields were there, and situation was temperate, or we are tropical country. So it means definitely different situation is there. So what I want to say, it is I want to say ki how can we manage the carbon in the cropping system. So because the different practices and CO2, lot of CO2 emission, especially sometimes other countries are so blaming to us. You are responsible because we are holding the more than 10 million hectare of the rice cropping system. So because it is the reason we are the responsible for because being a tropical country, or most of the carbon is going to oxidize. So everybody is talking about the carbon, this and that, but who is the responsible? How can we manage the carbon? It is very challenging issue. So we must be discuss this type of issues ki how can we stay. According to my personal experience, the land was 20-year-old continuously 50%, sorry 20 centimeter soil, 10 to 20 centimeter soil was removed. And we found that if you are continuously putting carbon every year under the zero tillage, only 2 to 7% is carbon is staying in the soil. It means the rest of the carbon, organic matter, is going to the, in the form of CO2 to the atmosphere. So that indication is there. We must be think about the carbon stability, just not a matter to adding the carbon. So that is the reason we are searching the biochar option, because biochar is stable in the soil for a long, depend on the what is the pyrolysis process is there, and it is also increase the aggregate stability and other these things. As per my personal experience, I worked in the UAS and continuously holding the DST projects. According to my personal experience, the matter is the we can stay the carbon as per the carbon dating of the different aspect. Whatever we are putting and whatever project is running in the common way, carbon is staying in the soil only 1 to 5 years. It means rest of these oxidizing it again. So we need to put it again and again it is oxidizing. So that is the matter. Right now we think for the long duration stability and different type of, just not a matter to the carbon, is different fractions of the carbon, water soluble, active, passive, SMBC, whatever is there. So we think to analyze critically. And according to my experience, we are compiling 2 books, because through net zero mission, we get lot of benefit. And biochar, of course, biochar is the, we can say, one of the important component, because as per the conservation index, India is holding very less position. So it means we need to think to manage the resource. Otherwise, crisis not a matter about the CO2. It is many more crises is there. And to manage the CO2, we can manage the many type of resources from the sea. That is the reason we are moving to the go to the carbon credit. But nobody is talking about the green carbon credit. Recently, Ministry of Forest and Climate Change is also received. I will show in the next slide, as well as Ministry of Power. So they are focused on the carbon credit. But from the agriculture, we can take it in green carbon credit. So it is the way to, so 170 type of way to generate the carbon credit. It is not a single way. That is the reason, because I was in ERI, there is another opportunity to generate the carbon credit from the DSR. of course, some challenges is there. So we must be manage that type challenges. So it is we must be focused to carbon stability and regenerate. Otherwise, things will be not in perfect way. I'm another collaboration with the because right now all these things are under the analysis. Even I have earlier experience with the DST project regarding to biochar. Right now I am working in the rice wheat cropping system on the carbon, biochar, and how can we enrich the biochar, make the fertilizer efficiency, make the water efficiency, all these things. And these are the project I covered from the Ministry of DST. And in that project we explore 300, I think it's many district is there, we collect 300, 200, 300, 2040 samples, and we analyze it. Carbon have very good relation with the other nutrients. Like that, I am giving one example. Everybody is crying for the DAP, and as per the estimate, shortly DAP will be, because raw material is not available. If raw material is not available, how will manufacture the DAP? It is the another challenge coming in the very short time, because it has been started. Farmers were in the queue because of the DAP. And organic matter, if more organic matter we are putting to the soil, many fractions of the organic matter or organic carbon, they are helping out to fix the fixed soil phosphorus, because phosphorus is highly fixable in the soil. So that is the reason, if we will increase the more concentration of the organic matter, it will mineralize and go to the different fractions, and microbial activity will be increased. Definitely through the microbial activity, that phosphorus mobility will be increased.
Please
So
take
as
another 5 minutes and try to complete.
okay, sir. So it is the another way to we must be use the industrial waste, because many type of waste is there. They are creating lot of problem. These are the also creating problem to emit the CO2 and other these things. We can also generate the carbon credit from the different to manage the all these issues with the IPCC parameters, because many parameters to analyze the carbon. And UP government have another. I think UP is the first state to provide the policy for the agroforestry. Many more states is taking the initiative. So it is the one of the important way to go to the green carbon credit with the agroforestry system. So that is the way to generate the carbon credit and manage the system with the involvement of the agroforestry. We also analyze the different type of component and land, or even degraded land have good opportunity to generate the carbon credit. We reform and restore that degraded land, make it produce form, and it will be give the good opportunity to and increase the land holding of the cultivated land holding. So that is the way. And we also analyze the some models from the different models, which model is perfect to generate the carbon credit, and from the different diversity cropping system. So this is the way to and it is, of course, carbon credit will come from the CO2. And so I will skip some slide because so that type of practices we must be adopted to overall, and it means just not a matter to generate, it is a matter to manage the resources. If you are managing the resources, reduce the emission, definitely it will come to the carbon credit. So some examples is there. Sorry sir, I don't know how much you got it, because you already yesterday you said you are also got the carbon credit. So but I have some other, because Haryana, Punjab and many states already started that initiative. So whatever reference I took, I am putting here as a case study. You are one of the case study for that one. You are also getting the carbon credit, but through biochar. I am saying about the NRM, Natural Resource Management. And these are the companies, those are working to the carbon credit, give the farmer. One aviation sector industry from the UK, he is arguing with me, and they want to work with the 10,000 farmer. Still things are in the pipeline, and these are the some steps to generate the, but everybody is giving the tax. Nobody is thinking about the carbon tax. If we divert that subsidy and carbon tax to develop the organic matter to the soil, so like that Sikkim, there is no fertilizer source. It means we can produce without fertilizer. So we take the initiative, divert that subsidy policy to the manage the carbon. If we will divert that subsidy, it will be manage the water, it will be manage the atmosphere perspective, it will be manage the food health, it will be managed and reduce the amount your pharmaceutical industry, because we are paying for that with the different diseases are coming to the food plate. So that is the reason we put the some tax and divert it to the, that is the reason there is no policy. We reframe the policy to the carbon. So if you will not reform the policy, because these are the, as you know, Rao sir is also lead worker in the carbon, and myself is there and Arvind is there. So we plan how can we reform the soil organic carbon and whatever the possible management practices. But soil have also right. We must be put the some policy framework. Everybody is talking about the health, but whatever the policy about the health, whatever the soil quality parameter to produce the quality food. So it is, if you will increase the soil quality, it is with the one good window is soil organic carbon. So that is the way many parameter to, we can say, restore the soil carbon in India. That is the ministry notification that released to generate the carbon credit. Ministry of Power or Ministry of Climate, Forest and Climate Change. So that is the matter to generate the green carbon credit. But nobody is talking the green carbon credit. Through the agriculture, we have lot of opportunity. Like that, I am giving simple example. In the Western countries, they are producing only one crop, while we are able to produce 3 or 4 crops in a year. It will depend on your resources and management system. So we have good opportunity to generate the carbon credit. And this is the way how the, Glasgow summit and between the 2021 summit, whatever the we have need to reform and whatever the target we fixed and how can we change it, if any. And this is the another way. We must be link the resources, whatever your production cropping system, food, energy, carbon, water, economic nexus, then it is possible to go to the more carbon credit. So these are the some policy, because right now we are moving to the different type of trainings, but nobody is giving the perfect training about the carbon. Like that, I am very happy here the Biochar is also taking, and we are also going to the see the demonstrate. So these are the way. And this is the, because just it has been published into, and DG sir is also appreciated a lot. That is, it's how can we in India, it is 117-page documents, and how can we generate the carbon credit and whatever the policy to restore the soil and other these things, including private sector, whatever sector is there, it is linking with the carbon credit related to agriculture. I compile that documents. So this is the some technological invention to increase the carbon credit. Because I am lucky, because I was also one of the member to discuss on how can we implement the carbon credit policy in India. It is still under the process. There is no perfect documents is available with the government. Government ministry is asking with the experts. Just, it's my last slide. So we are still thinking the traditional practices. We must be thinking in advance about the how can we manage the NRM, must be focused on the soil health with the organic management. Many type of health, not one health mission is also there. Food health, animal health, plant health, atmosphere health, and human health. Need to divert the subsidy to manage the ecosystem. Right now, we are crying for the carbon credit. Shortly, things will be come to pay for the ecosystem services. So that is the thing. So we need to think in advance way. Then the things will be, we can say, come to the society and improve the farmer. Like, so of course, with the additional amount is getting with the incentive, farmer living standard will be increased. Eco-intensification through integrated team management and researcher management. Nobody, single person is say, yes, I am the man of this one, because it is jointly work. That is the reason government is also focusing to go to the multidisciplinary, we can say disciplinary, multidisciplinary research team and whatever is this. So understand the carbon in the food, nutrient, economic and environmental security. Soil carbon and incentive involved in the national policy. Still it is under the pipeline, but shortly maybe, because we are working, but many phases is there. So still to refine, before come to the ground level, many things need to reform. Soil organic carbon credit, and need to focus on soil carbon stability and stabilization. Not just you are adding the carbon. It is not a perfect solution. This is my team is working. Thanks to that team, and this is my work in the Honorable Prime Minister adopted village, because I am the one of the leading expert in that village to working with the farmer. And you are most welcome in the city of Kashi.
Thank you, Dr. Ram Swarup, for the excellent presentation. And you could have seen him. He has got all international publications with evidence. And now we can invite some questions.
With the permission of Chair, I'm Dr. Chandrasekhar, Professor of Agronomy. Dr. Meena, of course, what I expect from your end, you have studied in large or different cropping systems in UP. We would like to know which cropping system is giving positive carbon sequestration, or which is because nowadays we say modern agriculture practices is um, energy consuming and it is releasing more carbon to the atmosphere. So, yeah.
Projects and because just at the initial, whatever I'm sharing here is my personal experience. Whatever.
No, okay, because you have analyzed.
If we will manage the any cropping system with the agroforestry, there is a good chance.
No, as you mentioned, the green carbon sequestration, can our agriculture practices say in UP rice wheat is the major cropping system? Can it claim carbon credit or carbon?
Because I have some public.
Because if it is,
I use the parameter of IPCC.
if it is having negative or it is releasing more carbon, it may not be having scope to claim. So only agroforestry is having one scope, and we found that even integrated farming system in IFSR Modipuram, we came to know that several systems are in positive lines, some are neutral, and some are still under negative. So,
The integrated farming system is a different aspect. Yeah. Because in the integrated farming system, because yesterday we also got, because I am also engaged in the integrated farming system, we also got the technology approval. So it is new reform of the integrated farming system. So they are going to the net zero. But to neutralize the, because livestock is the one of the component over there. So livestock is the big also contributing for the greenhouse gas emission.
no, just to sum up, which system?
Here, if you go to the more plantation, the boundaries and other these things, so you can also.
No doubt that agroforestry plays an important role in carbon credit, but in the existing annual cropping systems, whatever is there, take the
Single crop and other these things, it is different aspect. Because integrated farming is different aspect. Because many.
So annual crop
is there.
means, to conclude, annual crops don't have scope in carbon credit.
It's a rice wheat cropping system have scope to generate the carbon. So according to the IPCC norm, if you want to take any more detail, I'm sharing.
Yeah.
So we analyze the based on the IPCC parameters.
Ultimately,
Acceptable.
carbon budgeting should be worked out, and
Budgeting is different thing and credit is different. On the basis of the budgeting, we will move to the, but it is possible with the reduce the whatever emission is. So that's just I quoted one example. I was in ED, they are also working on the to generate the carbon credit from the rice system.
Thank you, Doctor. And those of
I
you
have
like
only one question about, do we have any public carbon trading platform in India? If not, are there any carbon trading platforms in the public sector? Because most of the companies that are in carbon credit trading are private companies, and farmers may get a raw deal with them. So unless we have a public platform, probably we will not be able to give justice to farmers. And it's a loud thinking. We at the Karnataka level, maybe UAS Raichur or Dharwad or jointly, we are planning to develop a carbon trading platform with Pure Earth or any international agencies who are, who are bigger players. Or maybe Indian government can come out, since you are in policy, framework area, you can suggest, or maybe it may be there on the cards. Sooner we do it, better it is for the farmers. And to answer Dr. Chandrasekhar's question on carbon credits and all, Dr. Chandrasekhar, carbon credits, we must understand what is a carbon credit first. See, carbon credit is given to farmers for increasing the carbon content of the soil. Biochar application you apply, but how much of carbon, fixed carbon or stable carbon you are putting back. And it is possible, and Rakshita was asking me about how can we help organic farmers to generate carbon credits. It is still possible, provided we monitor the carbon content over a period of time through carbon stock mapping, which is quite easy to do. I think remote sensing people, I think Biradar can guide us on that, we can still do it. But it has to be monitored over a period of time, as Meena has nicely put it out. It's not easy to maintain high carbon contents in tropical soils, and we will not aim at it unless we move on to an agroforestry system or a tree-based or orchard-based cropping systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
To enlighten with regarding additional
Others
information.
can discuss during the lunch time and all that because of the time scarcity. Then the next presentation will pass on with the Dr. Srikanth Vishwanath and Dr. Priyanka Sathe, Marks, produce owner, biochar and carbon removal.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning, guys. Good morning, all of you. Sorry.
You are Dr. Priyanka.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Priyanka.
Okay.
I will introduce myself. Srikanth is my colleague. He looks into the CDR. Sorry. I'm Dr. Priyanka Sathe from MASH Mix. I actually head. Just a minute. Sorry. Yeah, but the problem is that I am not able to. Yeah. Hello. So I'm Dr. Priyanka Sathe. I head Biochar Fertilizer department, where actually we do the research of biochar into the agriculture field, into the mash mix. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me here and also organizing this event, because what I understand, since yesterday I'm here, we are all sailing in the same boat. We do have a same destination of producing biochar or applying biochar or creating the or making the carbon credit. Maybe the path we have chosen different, but at the end of the day our journey ends at the same note. So it is a great opportunity to be here with you, every one of you who are actually expert in their field, to share the knowledge, to gain the knowledge, to understand more about others research, and also to get more ideas with, because even though we are doing so much about the biochar, it's still we cannot see biochar into the market yet. So there are certainly many challenges does exist, and how to tackle those challenges, these are the platform where we keep on discussing various aspects of biochar. Some of them will be about carbon credit, some of them will be about the production of it, and some of them will be also the adoption of biochar. So this is the platform where we get the brainstorming session, understand the knowledge about the biochar, and also again come up with new ideas which actually can be implemented. Some of them will be implemented, some of them will still stay in the paper, but it's more important that how much we take it to the farmers, that will then that will help to adopt the biochar into the market of India as well. Basically, I assume everyone knows about the biochar. So I would not talk about the basics of biochar, talking like the benefit biochar holds, how to produce the biochar. Instead, I would like to share the learnings that I have generated over past few years, and also which actually includes the potential that biochar is holding right now. Then the like how the effectiveness that we have seen about the biochar, but even the biochar is so effective, we are still facing certain challenges into the biochar market, and we are coming with certain ideas, and I would also like to know your feedback on that ideas, and also if you do have certain ideas which can help us to make this biochar market better. I will start with introducing the mash mix to you guys. The slides are not moving in this laptop. I cannot see, I cannot read the slide. Okay, I have to. This will only work with this. Okay, we'll stand there and leave it. Can you move the mic for me? Yeah. Yeah. So actually, Mashmix is a Indo-Danish company. The headquarter of Mash is in Copenhagen. The regional headquarter is in Mumbai, and we do have a production site in Udupi, Karnataka. Yeah. So then what we are actually doing into the mash, so we have very high throughput pyrolysis technology, which you all know what does the pyrolysis means. Through that pyrolysis technology, what we are doing is that we are processing the pyrolyzing the second generation cashew residue to produce biochar, biofuel, and syngas that is also acting as a energy for the that is also giving the energy for our production unit. And what potential does we hold, that we hold the potential of generating sequestering 1 gigaton of carbon by 2040. When I say that, because we are having a this is our operational plant currently in Udupi. This is we called as SPV, that is special purpose vehicle, and we do call it is for purpose. So this production unit holds the capacity of producing 7,000 ton of biochar per year. And besides this, the same unit, we are setting up another unit, SPV2, which will have the similar capacity, and the target is to make that unit operational by the month of April next year. In same way, we are planning to operate 10 SPV site at various parts of India, and total 50 SPV site in currently at some identified sites in Vietnam and South Africa. With that 50 SPV site, we holds the potential of sequestering 1 megaton of CO2. Yeah. So so as I mentioned, we call it as a SPV because if you see, this is the containerized unit into which we do have our pyrolysis setup, that is one machine, and this can be completely dismantled, and we can move this machine anywhere across the globe, because we actually have to identify the feedstock sites, and there we can set up our machines. That's we call it as a special purpose vehicle. So this machine has a capacity to process any kind of agriculture waste, but currently we are moreover focusing on the cashew shell residue. And the reason we are focusing on the cashew shell residue, because this pyrolysis unit gives us co-product, that is biochar, biofuel, biohydrogen and biopower I have mentioned here because we are also developing the gasification technology. So this biofuel has a capacity, like it does have a calorific value of 37 megajoule, which is actually somewhere close to the calorific value of the diesel, and that's why it has a potential to be used as a marine fuel. And currently what we are doing is that we are processing and we are upgrading this biofuel, because you cannot use the biofuel, crude biofuel, it does have another issues, and because of which we are processing this biofuel and using that biofuel into the blend of marine fuel. And as I mentioned yesterday itself, the first ship will be leaving soon as a test, that will be a test ship, and we have signed a contract with a shipping company, because if this success, they will be off taking this biofuel from us. And the second co-product that we do have a biochar, and we have explored the application of biochar in various fields, but our major focus of applying biochar into the agriculture. And I'm here saying that we do have a carbon neutral technology and not the negative. We do have we do hold the potential to be carbon negative, but currently we are not using all the syngas that we are generating for powering our plant. We are just partially using it, and rest of the syngas is currently we are burning. So but in future we will be using the whole syngas, so then in that way we will be carbon negative. So what is special about our biochar? So the biochar, because as I mentioned about you, the technology that we are having, it is high throughput and also does have a production capacity of so large. So we do have a capacity of producing a very high scale biochar production, which is highly efficient, and because this is coming from only one agriculture residue, and the source of agriculture residue is also constant, and hence the biochar quality that we are generating is highly consistent quality, and because of which, as I mentioned here as well, we are the only EBC certified biochar into the India, and getting this EBC certification is really actually a tough job. So we had to go for some quality check, we had to do our biochar testing, and also the audit happens. So for that, throughout the year we have to go for the sampling of the biochar so that we can send the sample for the testing according to the EBC norms, and thus we have EBC certified biochar, which is actually certified for the agro certification, agro organic certification. That means we can use our biochar in domestic and European market as well, because in India people just use the biochar without even testing for its pH level or heavy metal content, but in European countries the biochar with higher pH level will not be allowed to add into the soil if that is coming from the machine. So the reason we have a highly efficient biochar and the certified biochar, because it does have a low PAH, because PAH is harmful to the soil and also PAH is a carcinogenic to the humans as well. So our biochar should not have that PAH into it when we are using it, and that's why you need this. You should do all that quality test for biochar. Another thing is that we also test the biochar for its HC ratio, which is very low, which is 0.4, which tells you the permeability of the biochar. One more insight, just 2 days back we gained about the biochar that we are producing, that the carbon credit that we all talk about, if you are generating biochar through the machines, like very high throughput machines, then you will generate the carbon credit. But then when you can generate the carbon credit, provided that the biochar has a permanence factor. So this permanence factor is identified by the inertinite content into the biochar, and for this identification of inertinite you have to go and test the reflectance of a biochar. And there is a very renowned scientist named Hamid Sanai who has recently published his paper, and it is making buzz into the European market. The reason being, it is talking about the permanence of biochar, and as we will move ahead, the more, because yesterday Reddy sir was mentioning that when it comes to the carbon credit, the most of the policy makers and the methodologies are coming from the European market. Sadly, it is true. So if we have to thrive into this market, we will have to know our permanence of the biochar, and that is defined by the inertinite. And the biochar that we are producing consists of 99% of inertinite. That means this biochar is stable for almost 1000 years, and that's where we could generate high quality credits. Uh, uh, Besides that, because as I mentioned, we do have a very high consistent quality biochar, we are also doing very high throughput analysis of biochar. First, because we need to do the quality testing for the EBC. Second, we also want to understand its benefit and its potential into the agriculture system. So we have done the same analysis where actually it shows us that biochar is highly porous in nature. The FTIR analysis is done to identify the functional group of biochar. Even the XRD is done to understand the crystalline nature of biochar. The BET surface area, the biochar has a optimal biochar surface area. It does have, it is almost 150 meter square per gram. The carbon content is high again, it is 84%, and it is constant throughout all the batches. And again, as I mentioned, HC ratio is low, which tells us that the biochar has polycyclic aromatic ring structure, and that's why it is resistant to the degradation. And there you get, that is actually beneficial for the carbon credit more than the agriculture. The water holding capacity of this biochar is 170%. Nutrient, it does have a NPK content which is actually comparable to compost, but I I won't be saying that the biochar is the one which is giving nitrogen and phosphorus to the plant, because that still it is some thing that I have to validate, because when we do the available nitrogen testing into the biochar is hardly, it cannot be digested, so it becomes difficult. The total nitrogen is comparable to the compost and vermicompost, but the potash, because our biochar is also highly alkaline in nature, so potash is getting absorbed by the plant. That is what we actually tested into the plant tissue, and the bulk density is low, that gives the advantage of having aeration into the soil. So understanding the biochar potential for the agriculture, now what we are also doing is that trying to understand its effect into the benefit into the agriculture, and why it is essential. Because when we talk about the pyrolysis, carbon sequestration and carbon credit, so pyrolysis is the technology which can help us to sequester the carbon, but the carbon capture is actually happening at the farm level, at the agriculture level, so it is actually essential. And also the most benefit of a biochar is also in the agriculture industry, so it is really essential to understand the thorough effect of biochar into the agriculture and how it can be beneficial for the farmer, because we can't just keep on generating credit and not helping the farmer, because actually those are the one actually doing the carbon capture part for us, because they are the one who are producing the food crops and hence the biomass. So over 30 field trials we have conducted at various locations. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So we have done various testing on the biochar, and I would like to highlight some of the result of EA, our test results. So we have tested biochar in organic and inorganic both the setup. So this is the organic setup with real world farmer. This is the actually our demo field trial with the farmer, and we have conducted almost 4 season of this biochar trial has been conducted with only one time application. And what we have seen is that every season after season biochar is giving the benefit. So there are 2 seasons, where season 2 and season 3, and this is chickpea soybean cycle. So we have encountered a very severe drought. So in case of season 3, the drought was so severe that there was no groundwater available at all. We believe that plant won't be able to survive, and the farmer won't be able to recover even the cost of cultivation. But even that severe drought situation, it has yielded 14% of yield benefit, whereas season 2 was the first when the drought has started, because it was a rainy season, kharif season, but still there was low rain showers. In that season, the biochar has yielded 110% increase in the yield. Then we are trying to test the biochar at this is our test site of the MASH. We have rented 2.5 acre of land to conduct the scientific trial for multiple seasons. There we are testing various crop. This land is actually very much degraded land, which has been applied with a lot amount of fertilizer, and which was cultivated for the grape farming, and that was a barren land by the farmer, and which was not productive at all. So we took that site as a test site, and there we are conducting the scientific field trial. We were also not hoping much about this site, but what we have seen at various crops, which the crops are chickpea, wheat and onion, so they almost gave us the 30% yield increase with early flowering, more pods, higher bulb size. So actually this is the histogram, which shows the dark green color, the peak is toward the higher weight of the seeds, and the lighter green color is the control. The peak here is at the lower side seed weight, so which help us to understand that biochar is helping to generate the higher seed yield with the higher seed weight as well. So the same site has been cultivated for the second season. Currently we are in the third season of that site. So in wheat green gram cycle, the season 1 yielded 33% yield increase, and season 2 yielded 32% of yield increase. Yesterday everyone was talking about the how much biochar should be applied. So in case of organic setup, we are getting really great result with 4 ton. So in case of inorganic setup, we have seen this T2 is actually 2 ton per acre, T3 is 4 ton per acre, and T6 is T4 is 6 ton per acre. So biochar sometimes shows you the biphasic curve. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. In our case, it started giving good yield by 2 ton at 2 ton per acre, and then there was slight decline into yield. And why we suppose to that is happening, because this biochar is alkaline in nature, and the soil is also having a lot amount of calcareous. The soil is also calcareous because of a lot of fertilizer has been used. We were not hoping that biochar will have any kind of effect into that calcareous soil. Still we yielded at least on an average 33% in yield increase. But then we understood that going up after 2 ton is declining the yield in this case. And I am not commenting that 2 ton will be the optimum yield everywhere, because in organic it worked for 4 ton, in inorganic it worked for 2 ton, and we are also trying to reduce down the doses further. So besides all of this, even though we understood that with the biochar quality is high, there was longevity of biochar has been observed, that a long-term effect, that whole seasons where only one time of application has been done in that case. Even though that is the case, no one is ready, no one is happily taking the biochar. And why is it that so? So the region I am working in currently is majorly part of Maharashtra, Marathwada and Vidarbha. So most of the farmers are marginal landholders. They hardly hold 2 to 2.5 acres of land, and they have very low disposable income. So because of which they cannot they cannot bear the cost of cultivation that biochar adds. And actually I will tell you, biochar adds 100% cost of cultivation, because when we have done the math of it, and what we understood, biochar adds 100% cost of cultivation. Like, and that is the additional burden to the farmers. Also the adverse condition, the recurrent drought in Marathwada region, in every 10 years we observe at least 4 drought. So the frequency of drought is after every 2 years. So this adverse weather condition make it more difficult to farmer because of low income again. Then lack of awareness. So most of the meetings about the biochar happens into the conferences where most of the educated crowd comes. There is and actually the knowledge about the biochar should reach to the farmers, and which is not done so far. Only Reddy sir, as per my knowledge, he is actually going to the ground level and making the farmers aware about the biochar and its benefit. So that lack of awareness is also one of the hurdle. Another is the bulk application rate of biochar. Bulk application rate comes with its own disadvantage. One, to price. Second, the logistic, because the biochar has to move from the factory to the site. And third, the labor cost as well. Because of all of this, bulk application is not welcome by the farmer. And then also biochar will give you the yield increase from first season as well, but because cost of cultivation is there, in the season 1 you will not see the great rate of return. So that is another problem that we have faced with the biochar. So we understood these market challenges. So after understanding this market challenges, we are coming with different model, trying to understand how we can make biochar more accepted into the markets. So we are actually proposing an idea. This idea we are currently talking with one of the NGO, that pay as you go model, into which we are considering that biochar effect will last. So far we are in the season 5, and we are considering that it will last at least for 6 season, or maybe probably 10 season. If it lasts in that way, so then farmer will get the biochar at no cost in the first season. They will validate the effect of biochar in their farm, having a small control plot, just to understand the additional effect is because of biochar. And then they can pay with the EMI, with a little bit of a interest rate on that EMI, for over the period of maybe 6 season or 10 season. That could be one of the model that can be considered. Second model is that repaying the cost of biochar in EMI again, but then sharing slight profit by the revenue that they have generated because of the additional benefit biochar has been given. And one additional benefit they will be getting is that no cure, no pay. If they don't get any yield increase, they will not have to pay EMI for that season in case of any drought kind of a situation. Yeah, sure, fine. And another thing that we are also talking to for the some brands who actually are looking for the decarbonization of their value chain. So if they can sponsor the biochar to the farmers, then they will also get benefited. We are trying to upgrade the biochar, but still this economically does not make great sense, because the cost of biochar will increase again, because you cannot get the urea for an industry in a subsidized rate. We are also trying to create the awareness among the farmers by taking them to the demo site, going to the exhibition, and making them aware about the biochar, and also distributing the free sample to the biochar. So at the I would like to conclude my presentation with this note that even like we are certainly producing highly consistent biochar which has a great effect into the agriculture, and we have proven the long-term impact of the biochar, but still we are facing the problem into our market adoption of biochar, even though when I say that we have taken almost 2000 tons of biochar with as high price as of 12 rupees per kg and as low price of as 3 rupees per kg as well, and with that we have also generated 3000 credits so far, and hence more ideas and more brainstorming has to be needed for the market adoption of biochar, because we know that if we are the forerunner, we are the leader in the biochar production in the South Asia, we will also shoulder this responsibility to make biochar marketable and like introduce biochar to most of the people, and that we are actually very actively doing. This is our field trial mapping site. These many trials that we are conducting at various places. We have also created our own wiki page with the research. Yeah, on this note, I conclude my presentation. If there is any, yeah.
Just take one or two quick questions, please. Is it activated charcoal or activated biochar or pure biochar you applied?
It is plain pure biochar. We do not activate the biochar. The mostly if we are suggesting anyone to use the biochar, we suggest them either to blend with the organic fertilizer like the compost, or incubate it for a while with the compost with some microbial consortia. But we do not charge the biochar by it at our facility.
Because generally biochar is not recommended for direct application without activating or charging, because it is biochar is basically an inert material. It's like cocoa peat. We are not adding anything there because it is already burned. So it just acts as a medium for nutrient cycling and space for microbes to live in, right?
Yeah.
So unless you add value through activation or charging, pure biochar has no value.
Yeah.
In the short term.
Yeah.
In the long term, by virtue of its carbon content, even if you consider 80% carbon content in biochar, if you look at the volume of application of 2 to 4 tons, I don't think it is ever possible to increase the carbon content like most people think. We always think whether biochar addition will add to the carbon content or can we increase. So it doesn't happen that way.
Yeah.
So biochar should be used as a medium
Yeah.
for enriching the soil biota so that the microbes will play their role and increase the yield of supply nutrients as and when the plants need. So without charging, I think biochar per se has no value.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, sir. So that's why we are recommending farmer to add the biochar with the compost, and if they have a facility, they will charge. But we cannot do it. The reason being, then we have to buy the compost as well, and then we don't want to add up to our cost, because then again a lot amount of and then also we need the facility to mix the biochar along with other organic manure. So that's why we are recommending them to do on their field rather than we doing it by ourselves. Yeah. 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 Yeah, sure. Thank you.
One quick question. We are associated with this FPOs, many FPOs,
Yeah.
farmer producer companies, where your container attracted my attention. We are also putting this Biopod, Biopod, which is self-contained total production for vegetables, fruits, and leafy vegetables to all the, and it is self-contained, solar operated. It's from a Netherlands company. The same lines, we want to push this container, biochar production container for each FPC or each farmer. What would be the cost of the container, such unit, approximately?
Yeah. Sir, actually, in reality, we do not sell the machine. But
Okay, you don't sell, madam,
Yeah,
you get
yeah.
associated. Marry us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I also, one more thing I have, see, you have to have this sort of course, all our biochar crusaders will agree. You have to get associated with the universities, our research stations. We have a vast network.
Yeah.
Okay, the cheapest advertisement on the earth is Krishi Melas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please get associate with us, all universities.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
KVKs associate, And they are the one which is next to the farmer is not the biochar company.
Yeah.
It is the farmer, KVK, local, this
Yeah.
one. So please fix a proposal with us.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So sure, sir. Actually,
Correct,
that
sir?
is also one of the agenda for me. Is that because, as I mentioned, that we want to work with a group of farmer rather than individual farmer, because that much amount of biochar has to be off-taken. That is one, and
Our
also the logistics.
FPCs, farmer producer companies, which are very well here, right here, they are even visited by our Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Okay. And they are doing a business of more than 100 crores within the last 2-3 years. Huh? Please get in touch with so that we can take this biochar at a faster rate than we have slept all these decades. Now we have to wake up and move at a meteoric speed.
Yeah.
I think you agree.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
You are
anyone does
forcing her
have
to
a
agree.
collaboration
Sir?
project,
You are
we will be
forcing her to
welcome
agree
do
to your
that. Yeah, so we are welcome to do any kind of a collaboration.
Sure.
Actually, we want to extend, because I know the reason being we are collaborating with the NGO, because farmer will listen to NGO and not to a Danish company. So we are very well aware of that, and that's why we are doing as much as possible. And so any kind of a collaboration to
No
go
problem.
and reach out to the farmer will be welcome.
They are
Dr.
NGOs, we
Chidanand.
are GOs.
Dr. Chidanand,
Sir.
Sure.
they are private people. They are industry. They know us better than we know of ourselves.
But that's what,
so
but,
if they see value
associating-
in us, they will come to us.
Yeah, associating is another.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
How much quantity has to be,
Hmm.
put the organic manures or compost like that?
Yeah. Absolutely, sir. Yeah, absolutely, sir. So currently, so what we are doing, that we are introducing in their own conventional practice, because this NGO does have their own package of practices, into which only we are adding the biochar. But that is a good suggestion, that one has to understand how much organic and how much biochar should be added. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Right, right. Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir.
Now we'll pass on to the next and very important presentation by Dr. V.C.Patil. Dr. V.C.Patil is a friend of mine, very close friend for last 56 years. And he is a graduate, postgraduate and PhD in agronomy from this. He is a graduate, postgraduate and PhD in agronomy from this very College of Agriculture, Dharwad. And he is a professor par excellence. I use the word par excellence. Professor par excellence of agronomy. I'm proud of him. And he has occupied various places, right from as a professor of agronomy, then the Dean of Postgraduate Studies, UAS, Dharwad, and was the Dean. He has been a director of the important this one, that is he is a MD founder Sugandha Nadu Satvik Foods Limited, and in the meanwhile he served this sugarcane industry also as a director, and he has got several attainments to his credit. Now I request Dr. V.C. Patil to make his presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Friends, I don't have any, no, Chandrasekhar, who asked me? Somebody asked me, do you have PPT? So I am a farmer, I still make PPTs. So, yes, this is a photograph of a cotton farmer in Yadgiri district. This is the normal scene on farmers' fields everywhere around the country. These are some of the activities on my farm. It's a case study I am presenting. There is no data. It's just the experience and the lessons I have learned and the problems that I have faced in biochar production. See, biomass collection at farm level is a huge task. It's not like Mashmakes has a ready stock in one place. They can put that material and use it and produce biochar at low cost. Here the cost of biomass collection itself is around 2 to 2.5 rupees per kg. And a ton of biochar production would cost us at farm level at least 10 rupees a kg. So that is the bottom line, and selling price should be at least 12 to 13 rupees if a farmer has to earn a modest return of 10 to 15%, and whatever carbon credits that accrue out of this activity would be a bonus income. A lot of human labor is involved in the collection of biomass. So the major challenge is biomass collection, and there is farm machinery available for these, but they are not at the affordable level to an individual farmer. For example, we are seriously looking at procuring a cotton baling machine which costs around 45 lakhs with a suitable tractor to run it about 25 lakhs. So about 70 to 80 lakhs of investment is required in order to collect biomass. Unless we mechanize biomass collection, it will be very, very difficult and physically impossible to collect the large amount of biomass that is needed to produce biochar. This was the photo taken when Mr. Kul visited our farm, and the kind of, we need at least 8 to 10 women labor and 3 to 4 men labor to load a tractor of cotton stalk, and depending on the distance between the point of collection and the point of storage, the number of trips that we collect every day varies, and each trip of cotton stalk is around 0.75 to 1 ton. So we may collect around 4 tons of cotton stalks with this kind of labor and the cost of the tractor. So you have to consider all these costs when we figure out the benefits out of this activity. We initially started producing with Kontiki, and I think Dr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy came to us to train us as to how to use Kontikis and soil pit methods for producing biochar. We had a 2 days training session in our village. We invited the villagers, local villagers, for the training program. And the quenching, Kul is very active guy. He actually does things when he's on site. Although we asked him not to do it, so he is passionate. I mean, he does it many times. He does it maybe, I do not know why he does it, but still, quenching is an important issue that I was talking about yesterday. Unless if you delay the quenching of the burning biomass by even half a minute or 1 minute, you will convert everything into ash. That's a very crucial thing, and maybe Dr. Sai will demonstrate that a little later today. And so the quenching requires a lot of water as well. It's not just biomass collection, it's water, source of water. For quenching a Kontiki, we need at least around 2,000 liters of water. And if you don't quench it properly, the fire remains at the bottom. So I had an experience. We had quenched a soil pit with a little less quantity of water, and next day morning when I go to the farm, I see smoke coming out of that pit. So you need to quench it thoroughly. In Kontiki, it is possible to quench it thoroughly because it floats. In soil pit, it is a bit difficult to quench it thoroughly because it's a large volume of biochar that is produced. And if you look at the volume of biochar produced in quantities and soil pit methods, in soil pit method we have that liberty of increasing the size so that we can increase the volume of biochar production. But in quantity it is not possible because it's a metal structure and it will be very heavy, and unless we have a portability of that quantity, it will not be worthwhile operating it. In case we need to move it from place to place, like Sabarwal was saying, then for Prosopis juliflora, you need to take it, carry on. You should be able to hitch it to a tractor and pull it. See, if you look at the fire part, yesterday Kul was saying about the rejection of the biochar for carbon credit. He rejected our one lot, last lot, because there was smoke. The smoke was emerging from the fire. If you look at the fire in the Kontiki, it's pure fire. During the whole process of biochar making, when we put the feedstock, we should ensure that there is no smoke coming. So the moment these carbon credit guys see that smoke, they just take it out from their this thing. So they don't certify that. So this is earlier we didn't have any, first lot we were unable to quench it properly because we didn't have enough water to quench it. So we need to have a tanker. So that's how the process is so cumbersome, so tedious, so difficult. But I found soil pit method a bit easy to produce biochar, but the conditions put by the the Sarconomy, the DMRV system is a bit difficult and tricky to operate, because they want photographs at the start of the process, during the process, and at the end of the process. Not just photographs, they want videographs and the temperatures recorded, temperature of the fire. And it is very, very difficult to record the temperature with an infrared gun, which I used personally. I did it, and it was really frustrating experience. So it's a tough job, and ultimately at the end of the day, I was happy that I could do it, and I could also train one of my field guys who can do it for me now. So it's a learning process where we need to understand each and every step properly, so that we produce a good quality biochar, and at the same time we meet the requirements of the carbon credit buyers. This is quenching in the pit is a bit easy. And I also have a small pyrolysis unit which we bought from Dhule. One Mr. Shashank Joshi sells a machine. He doesn't sell it to others, but he came to our village to train farmers on biochar, and he was good enough. He also runs a farmers producers company. He's a lawyer by profession. He's not keeping good health, otherwise he could have been here. So we use the wood prunings. It's a new business that is emerging in villages. One guy was selling this kind of wood to Sirguppa. Then I asked him, why are you selling it? Then he said, okay, I get good money. He gets around 2,300 rupees per ton of wood. Then I said, will you sell it to me? Then he said, okay. Then I negotiated with him for 2,000 rupees a ton. So that means 2 rupees a kg of, it is a wet biomass. It has to be dried completely before we put it into the pyrolyzer unit. Dr. Nemi Chandrappa and Dr. Kuchanur from Bhimrangudu, we together traveled to Dhule to see the machinery and see his operations. He is currently selling biochar and biochar blended products and bio oil blended products in Maharashtra. He is having good business. So because he has developed his own proprietary products which are useful to farmers, and there are repeat customers for him. This was the day when we got that small pyrolyzer unit, and this is how we put the biomass into the pyrolyzer unit and we run it. Another problem that I faced in producing biochar using pyrolyzer unit was the power supply. We know that power supply in our villages is very, very bad, and we need a continuous power supply of at least 6 to 8 hours to run one cycle per batch. This is a batch method, and we still have some issues with regard to the electrical operations of this machine, and since he is sick, he is not able to fix it up, and we have not produced a lot of biochar from this unit. It is a bit idle for quite some time, and he has promised me to help out by mid-December. And my idea of making biochar was, basically to convert paddy straw, which is available in plenty in Upper Krishna project area and Tungabhadra project area, which is generally burnt in situ. Then later on, people were not really comfortable. Biochar guys, people were not really comfortable because it produces a lot of ash because of low lignin content. It is not a very high dense material, but still, in order to solve the problem of in situ burning of paddy straw, I still consider making biochar from paddy straw makes good sense to the farmer. Although from the point of view of industry, they say ash is more. If ash is more, it's good for us, it's potassium. So I consider it that way. It's a value addition to the biochar. And the only thing is it's the economics of application. Like Priyanka was saying, how do we make it financially viable to the industry as well as to the end user? Unless we strike a balance, unless it's a win-win situation for both the parties, this industry cannot grow. So both the parties, farmers as well as the industry people, need to work together to find out a way of economizing the whole process of production and usage so that we get the ultimate benefit of this wonderful product. So this is the biochar that I produced, and the carbon credit people, they also want us to measure how much of biochar we have produced, and they have strict norms, and this is part of this process. Even if you put them half barrel, they say you have to measure how much is filled, how much is not filled, so that they get through DMRV the actual quantity of biochar produced by any farmer. This is, I'm holding it on hand, that's a paddy straw biochar. It was something interesting for me to know what kind of biochar is produced from paddy straw. This was the first effort. And it was more ashy, not like a crystalline structure. Although biochar is a very amorphous material, if you look at the quality of biochar made, those of you who have handled biochar would appreciate that it is very amorphous. And the moment you crush it, you can know the quality. By just looking at it, you can know the quality of biochar that is produced. Charging, Dr. Priyanka, this is what is required. Unless we do it, nobody will buy it. Pure biochar, people won't buy because it has no value. So we tried, we are trying to develop some proprietary products in collaboration with UAS Raichur. We would like to do the same thing with UAS Dharwad if they are willing. And these proprietary products could be branded and sold because people have trust and faith in the university brands. So, so that is the way to move forward to promote these things, produce at nominal cost and sell it at nominal cost to the farmers. Something like UAS Raichur is selling Pulse Magic and Chickpea Magic for the in the Pulse area. Similarly, Dharwad University has a lot of sugarcane belt and soybean area. So in sugarcane, we can easily sell good products because in the market, those of you who are coming from sugarcane area are aware that there are lots of organic products which are not worth the name they have it like. So the activation we did with, I'm trying out my own way, whatever little agronomy knowledge I have, because we need to reduce the pH of this material first. In order to do that, for our soils, I think I use gypsum. And if you want to go to the acidic soils, you need to put lime, or no need to put lime because it's already having a high pH of 8 to 9. And so the focus on use of biochar should be more on acidic soils, and it has got great potential in arecanut plantations, coconut plantations in southern Karnataka where pH values are less than 7. So we charge with, there are several ways of charging it, not necessarily organic unless people want to do organic, like Rakshita was saying, organic farmers, okay. For organic farmers, you can use organic resources for charging. I am not a fan of organic farming basically. So we can also charge it with fertilizers, urea, DAP, potash, anything. It's just a carrier material. Biochar is just a carrier material, and once you charge it and incubate it, it's not just mixing. Someone was saying that you mix it, and Priyanka was saying mix it, and no, that doesn't work. Mixing and applying at that time, it doesn't help. It has to be incubated. The material has to get into the pores micropores of the biochar material, only then it will be useful, and it will be held and it will be released to the plants as and when they are required due to osmosis, whatever process that goes on in soils. We can also use microbial consortia. I used microbial consortia also for charging. And another thing that we need to add value to this kind of biochar based manure is granulation. As a farmer, I face problem in applying any powdery form of inputs, including potassium chloride. If I have to put KCl in the seed drill when we sow, it gets stuck. So we need a material that flows freely in the coulters of the seed drill. So it's always good to granulate any material. So we're planning to granulate, activate it, then granulate it. It adds to the cost, but the pricing has to be there. And unless we have a good quality product, I don't think any farmer would buy it. They may buy it once, and next he will not come to you next time. So if you want a farmer to trust your brand, trust your product, you should come out with the best quality product. That's what we are aiming at to produce. It may take time, but still we need to work in that direction. I was charging it with farm potash. This is coming up from the sugarcane industry. One of the byproducts is being converted into potash and being sold, but it has got a low potassium content of 14.5%. Okay. KVK staff, they are frequent visitors to our place, Dr. Jayaprakash and a pathologist. And after that, they see the carbon credits are issued only after it is applied to soils. We need to provide proof to them that the biochar that I have produced is applied to soils and not sold to steel industry. So that carbon sequestration part has to be recorded on the DMRV. More than 50% of my biochar that I produced is still lying on my farm because I am not able to apply it, and so they said, no, but unless you apply it, we will not give you carbon credit. So I only got 50% carbon credit. Someone was asking me how much carbon credits I got. I got around 16 carbon credits, which is equivalent to 11 carbon, like 11 tons of carbon. This I'm sure all of you are aware how carbon credits are. 1 ton of biochar is equivalent to 1.9 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. That means 1.9 carbon credits. We got our feedstock, different feedstocks that I use, paddy straw. Look at this data. Ash is 42% in paddy straw biochar, as against 10% in pigeon pea and 14% in cotton. What is important is HC ratio. HC ratio is 0.54. That means paddy straw biochar is not acceptable by carbon credit people. They want a HC value of less than 0.4. So it doesn't get into that market. Pigeon pea is a good feedstock, 0.27 HC ratio, and cotton. And I also use chili stalks. Chili stalks are not generally used, but since a lot of area was under chili in my village, I thought, why not I use it as an experiment. I just made biochar and sent it for analysis to UAS Raichur lab, and the product was good. So that's even chili stalk biochar is also accepted by the carbon trading platforms. The other photos. Morning I sent some photos. No. Okay. Okay. I think any discussions, any doubts? I think that I'm through.
Any points for discussion, please? Okay, please.
How to decide?
Quenching time.
Quenching time, okay. I think it's better to see that if I tell it, okay, I'll explain. When you put biomass for burning, it has to be put layer by layer in either soil pit or in Kontiki. You first lit the fire with a flammable material and put the first layer of biomass for burning. And when it burns, initially little smoke will come. When the fire starts coming, only fire, you see only fire. And you should look at the biomass that is burning. And when it starts turning into ash, you see those white patches. Once you see some ash, then you have to put another layer. So don't allow the burning biomass to get converted into ash. Before that, that is the quenching time. This is how we put layer by layer. And the last layer also same logic. If you see ash, you have to quench it immediately. If you allow it to more, then the lower material is already fully burnt. So if you, even if you allow for 10-15 seconds, half a minute, then everything gets burnt into ash. So quenching is very, very crucial.
Sir, what was your economics, sir? How much you spent for biochar production and how much you earned?
Who is asking that question?
Sir, this here, this side.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not just pertaining to biochar. If you ask this question to a farmer, he will say, it doesn't make any sense to do farming. That's why everybody wants to quit farming, including me. So farming is not a revenue generating activity. Farming has all along been a way of living for us since centuries. Our grandfathers didn't transact in money. When we were children, we never had any cash with us. Like we used to give cotton. I remember I used to give some cotton to a shop owner and buy jalebis and bhajis. You know, that was the time. It's not long before. I mean, 60s, late 60s. So money was never part of cultures that depended on land. Money it has come from the West. We had only gold, no money. So if you are talking of economics, we should not be doing farming, but that does not mean that farmer ends up in a loss. Farmer does make good money, and I for one am sure that if there is good investment on farming, I think 15% to 20% return I am generating for my farm activities. Maybe Dr. Korikantimat gets more because he grows mangoes. I grow red gram and chana, so that's it depends. Coming to the economics of biochar production, I started producing biochar not for selling, basically. I want all my 100 acres of land to be applied with as much biochar as I can add during my lifetime. There is no cap, 10, 20, 30 tons, which I can afford as long as I can afford that. So I am producing biochar for self-use, and the cost of economics, I have told you, it costs at least 10 rupees to produce a kg of biochar. I have not sold any, and with value addition, with branding, we can sell it for 15 rupees. And when you, Priyanka, when you charge it, we are reducing the quantity of biochar, 20%. 20% I consider should be optimum, 20 to 30%. So since it's a medium, carrier medium, that's good enough to help a farmer to get immediate returns, and that is good enough for an average farmer to add to the value of his land in terms of whatever little carbon that it adds. Biochar, we should never consider it as a carbon enriching activity. It doesn't. Neither in the short term nor in the long term, unless you go in for a huge quantity, 40, 50, 100 tons. Soil scientists would be, I think Meena would answer that question better, because 1 million LB of soil, I think Dr. S.V.Patil would appreciate that. There's no way that you can increase carbon content of soils. We simply talk about it. I think I disagree with what Dr. Biradar says on his farm increases that percent. I don't agree, because carbon content we cannot increase in tropical situations because of simple fact of oxidation. Yes. Storing? If you want to store it, pure biochar could be stored as long as you wish, because it doesn't get affected by anything. It's crystalline, it is 80% carbon. How? Farm? Huh? Only last season I produced. I applied for my red gram crop for about half an acre, and the difference was quite evident. Since it was incubated, charged and incubated, I think Dr. Balu Atani visited my farm, Dr. Kuchnur visited my farm, when we could see the visual differences in the growth of red gram crop. But I have not made first season itself. Because the charging, it goes with charging. If you charge with, I have charged with fertilizer. I charged with fertilizer. Please remember, Dr. Mantoor. That's why if you want immediate benefit, see, we should, as agronomists and soil scientists, we should think how we can benefit a farmer. We should not be bogged down with our knowledge and what we read in books, publications, but we should look from the angle of a farmer. Put yourself into the shoes of a farmer. Say, if I want to sell this biochar to X person, would I buy it? If you are buying it, yes. I remember one interesting incident. Once we went to Mr. Gurraj Deshpande. You all know him. He's a relative of Narayan Murthy, Hubli guy, and sycamore industry guy from US. IT guys know him better than us. And we had gone to him for investments. One of my brother-in-law had developed a product, and he said, Harel Desai's elder brother was with me, Professor B.L. Desai. He asked a question to B.L. Professor B.L. Professor Desai, would you invest your money into this venture? So if you would invest, you can say, okay, you also invest. That way, if you, as a seller, if you are doing it on your farm, then every farmer would do it. So that's the philosophy.
Sir, one concern, while producing biochar, will it not release CO2 to the atmosphere?
Yeah, that's what I said yesterday. It would, to some extent. So the volume of gas is released. It would release all other gases. Nobody has analyzed what gases come out of fire in open burning. Ultimately, it's carbon dioxide. It would release carbon dioxide. That's why this is not considered as the gold standard. Gold standard is what Matchmakes is making. That's the one. Everything is under control. Nothing is emitted. So we are emitting, we are polluting to some extent. That is considered as around 25%. Pollution still happens in this process.
What about the nutrient losses?
Of?
Actually,
See, okay. There is no nutrient content in biochar. There is no nutrient content in biochar. Unless I think Dr. Leena is here. 1 second.
Biomass will be having some nutrients that's
But
going to be
burnt.
lost.
It's all burnt. I don't know. Priyanka has some data, some nitrogen content and phosphorus content. It's not that great.
So it is as good as
now
inert
we
material.
use the crop residues
Huh.
as an nutrient source.
Yes.
But if you convert it to
Yes.
biochar,
That part
to
is
what
lost.
extent
Yeah,
will
I
it
agree.
be
I
lost
understand your question.
in the process?
Dr. Bablad, see, there are two things here. One is whether you want immediate benefit or whether you want long-term benefit, right? So, I agree with you that when you use biomass as a compost or manure in whatever form you convert it, there is a lot of nutrient value to that product, but there is less of stability value. That is the difference between biochar and your compost. So the CN ratio of compost is between 25 to 30:1. Biochar 80% carbon. So that much of difference in the carbon. What is your priority? Whether you want to build up your soil profile over longer period of time, or whether you want a benefit, or you want to have a via media. So that via media we should be looking at now if biochar industry has to grow. If you simply say it will increase after 10 years, 20 years, no farmer will buy our idea. Nobody is interested. He wants immediate cash. So for that immediate cash is charging, activation. And again, when we develop products, we need to develop products for different sectors. We can't have one size fits all solution like. You need to have special, for example, high value crop like grapes. Dr. Hanam Shetty might buy it from me for 25 rupees. But other farmer, my fellow farmer would not buy it for even 5 rupees. So he knows the value, his value is crop. That's why when you want to focus biochar in selling, we need to focus on high value crops, not Marathwada region and northern Karnataka, they won't help, they would never buy it. You'll have to give it free forever. So the best thing is, we need to focus on grape farmers of Maharashtra, Satara belt, sugarcane belt, pomegranate farmers.
High value plantation.
High value crops where the returns per acre per annum are more than 50,000 should be our bottom line. If you want to use biochar based products, focus on that market. Otherwise, no, it won't go.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Patil, for
Thank you.
sharing
Thank you,
the
Chairman.
practical experience with the farmers. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, This particular seminar is a brainchild of Dr. S.V.Patil, which has ignited the minds of the young as well as the old. Dr. Sharma is here. So let us give him a ovation. Next presentation about Biradar. He is very much here. Dr. Biradar is a multifaceted scientist. Chandrasekhar Biradar is a landscape ecologist and is a multidisciplinary educational background with a BSc in forestry from our forestry college Sirsi in Karnataka, MSc in forestry, it's on tree improvement and genetic resources. Then he is PhD in environmental sciences and earth observation system with focus on forest ecology and biodiversity conservation. He has a passion for trees, forestry, agroforestry and regenerative agroecosystems. Before joining CIFOR, ICRAF, he worked with ICARDA with the University of New Hampshire, the University of Oklahoma. Dr. Biradar has over 20 years of experience serving as a researcher and principal scientist, manager, head of the units and research team leader, has published over 225 research articles. His main research interests are harnessing advances in technologies, agroforestry and forestry and agroecology. So, VC was here? He's come. Okay. Dr. Biradar, please.
So, thank you, Chairman, and good morning, everyone. And it's a great opportunity for me to hear. And previous speakers made my talk easy, like Dr. Meena, then Max Beck, then Dr. Patil. And I'm talking about the use of the biochar. So that I'm skipping all the production side. Everyone is done in the past. So how to use it is infinite potentials to restore the soil health. The nation of the wealth of a nation is measured by two things: the health of the soil and health of the people. So this is what happening now. We are losing the land, nearly about an acre land in every minute across the world. And if you're not taken any actions by 2050, what you left the world to describe is just desert, right? So that's what, in the taking that context, so I'm looking into the regenerative agriculture as a future. And we talk about regenerative agriculture in the last 30 years or so. How to make it really works. I think that's what they're going to talk about it. So we talk about the health and wealth. We talk about, in fact, I'm glad that Dr. Meena talked about the cancer. That's one of the reasons. Nearly about half of the Indian population is chronic health diseases, and nearly every second Indian adult is what you call a laziness or not fit to work in the physical work. So that's what you call, that's a health report. So it's all associated with the food we grow. So that thanks to the biochar. So biochar is not just about carbon capture. Biochar is much behind that. That's what we need to look at it. So that we talk about the COP26 from 21 to 29 and just ongoing COP16s. Often talk about capturing the carbon, but you're not looking into the how to greening the land. That's one of the things, how the biochar is going to play the vital role here. So carbon sink, soil health and green water. So that I'm going to focus on the mostly on the carbon and the existing issue. Everyone know that what's happening in the agricultural sectors in the food systems and how the agriculture, healthy agro systems are connecting all the SDGs. Of course, you cannot read the biochar in the small text there, but restoring the biodiversity in the agricultural lands, that brings the more carbon in the soil. Carbon in the soil is good, but not in the atmosphere. That leads to more water sequestrations or infiltrations and base flow. That leads to more productivity, that leads to equity. So that's the concept of what we call 5 high. So looking to that framework, it's very clear that how the vegetations on the land, healthy vegetation on the land, healthy soil and water, that's what the continuum, right? So we all talk about healthy foods and healthy farming, that we call one health, or that's one of the famous jargon for the G20. So in order to bring that, we need a soil and healthy soil. So it's very clear that restoration, regenerations, and resilience became a buzzword or the need of the hour and become the norm of the future. So in order to do that one, we need to the very functional systems in place. Okay. So this is very clear. We need to bend the curve with the science so that we can cool down as well as we can bring the green economic transitions. In the last 50 years, we are focused on economic transitions at the cost of the natural resources and health of the soil. But we have to move towards the green economic. It's very clear that by 2030, we need to NDC target, and 2070, 2047, Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance India, and 2070, our net zero target. Can you able to achieve that one without bringing the revenue to region to practices? How much biochar are you using in the agriculture? How much recycling you are doing it? How much consumer agriculture is doing that? But that's what we need to do. Right now, what farmers sell it only can make it, but what you do, the good practice is not paid for that. So this is where yesterday Dr. Mehta talking about his passion about pulling the, someone would read this book, is a very interesting one. Is one of our GGC partners, the Rolf wrote about that, how the entire framework really required to cool down the climate. So it's very clear that carbon sequestration, soil carbon or carbon in the soil, that is very vital forces. In this program, looking at that one, so my mentor, Dr. Ratan Lal, so was we are working in the ICADA that time, and COP21, he presented this one very clear that, so it's not just about the only soil carbon, but number of things you have to address in order to bring down the last carbon back to the, what we need, what's called a sustainable index. So this is where I just focused on only the carbon today. So a lot of discussion happening that one. So often we explain by text or anything is not going to help much, but you put that into a visual perspective of a microscopic image of the what charcoal is, what biochar is about. So that's what you can see is very clearly that. So we required a proper way of processing them so that it reduces the density and it become more porous. It has more, the less hydrophobic or hydrophilic it's become. I think that's what makes it. This is what the, looking at the terrapreta, the healthy soil in the forest, how much the biological activity support in the biochar. So that's what the really. Do you know that how much a spoon of the soil at the surface area, anyone can guess? 1 spoon of the tablespoon of the biochar. Why it's so critical? Why we are promoting the biochar, restoring the soil health? It's very clear at that. 1 gram of the soil organic carbon can hold 8 gram of the water, right? So taking that framework, just about the differentiate the species, that amount of the microbe adds into the that spores and surface of the biochar, and this is what really make a huge difference. So why we need to have a that what is called ideal habitat for the microbes to grow into the soil? That's what makes a big difference. This is what the real, when you put the biochar into the microscopic or some images, this is what you can see the very deep into the biochar. So the different biochar, different way of the processing, temperature control, I think we all discussed on that one. But what makes difference is how porous it is, how less hydrophobic it is, how much it can acquire the microbes. So this is what the cell, one of the picture is showing here, that one, how the microzoa or mycelial network within the spores of the biochar, that's what. So this explains very clearly that one, why is activation of biochar is very critical, why biochar is different than the charcoal. When you add this activated biochar with real, what's called inoculations, whether you can use the cloud dung slurry or a activated what you call biogas, or a lot of this decoctions comes in. So that adding that one, what happens? It creates a nice congenial environment for the mycelial network to grow into the spores, so they can stay there. They can hold the base there, hold the water there, so that when plant exudes the sugars through the roots, root hairs, so the combination of the mutual the benefits, so that can release that nutrient back to soil when they badly need it. So this is what the regeneration happens. So it's very clear that one, so black gold we need, not in the space, not in the atmosphere, but in the soil. So this is where the Green Deal is very clear. So adding the amount of the soil organic carbon or soil carbon or biochar, and putting into the different framework of how that is really adds to the carbon, the capture or food systems, One Health, resilient systems, and green energy and carbon credits. So what makes here is that one, in the last 30-40 years, in the agronomy or in the soil restorations, agriculture, we are trying to make it a more products, more yield centric at the cost of the what you call structure and functions. The biochar can build the soil structure and functions. That's what called a functional property of the soil, they restore, so that you can able to help address all the Pancha Mahabhutas, so that we are now spoil our soil, water, air, even the space, even all the people sitting in the cities, you all have the vitamin D3 deficiency because we are not getting the clear air. So this is very clear that regenerative production system doesn't matter whether it's agriculture, it's horticulture, whether it's sericulture, whether that's a really regenerative process in place. I think what are the property that can make really particular systems work. So that's what is gaining very importance. Everyone talking about it. Investment flowing in this on this side. So it's very clear on that why still when the rain happens in the dry lands anywhere we are only muddy water. That can be make it really a water soak into the soil. The return of the spring sets in the dry lands, that's what required. This is where the biochar going to play the vital role. I'm not going to talk about all these things because of everyone is a biochar expert here. So simple example again, when I came to India after 20 years serving different parts of the world, everyone talking about we need the 33% green cover. Why is required 33% green cover? In the man-made landscape, in agriculture, degraded areas, it's very clear. Amount of the groundwater recharge and canopy cover, that's how it makes, and most of the water go into the flow. It's very clear. I look into this picture I'm showing here. It is because of the not just only biochar, it's a crop residue management, trees in the landscape, zero tillages, conservation agriculture practice, put into all the 10 different practices together. In the peak of the rainy seasons, your farm flowing the clean water in the trench. I think that in the dry lands, this is what required we need to achieve. This is where the biochar going to play the vital role. So the day at least 50% of the surface runoff became a subsurface flow. This is where we reach the SDGs. Can you able to do that? In order to how we can achieve that one? So a lot of the models are there, but what requires scaling. So this is what water holding capacity of the biochar. I'm sure everyone talk about it, but look into all those different properties, whether porosity, the hydrophobicity, production temperature is very critical. That's what everyone talk about that one. And the oxidation process and polar component of the how carbon can really act together to can sequester more, and also the adding. When someone asking about like why need to add the nitrogen to that one, so that's what Dr. Patil also was talking about, is adding little bit. In picture you saw that he adding some urea into that one. I think that's also very critical. So you can look into the structure of the biochar, very clear. So I cannot move away from here. So the spores in the biochar and that activation, the activations, the link to the surface of the spores. One is total area, the surface area, and the surface area characteristics and texture, and the combinations. That's what make the biochar really the worth to be included as a. So how it makes makes profit to the biochar in a region to agriculture, right? So that everyone talking about why is no carbon credit here? So that we need to focus on being in the 68% of the India's landscape on the rain-fed dry lands. Total global agriculture production coming from the 45% of the dry lands. So it's very vast, and dry land is expanding, right? So in order to make a dry lands really works, our water requirement goes down. Reducing irrigations is one of the criteria everywhere in the world. How best to optimize the water use efficiency. Holding the soil moisture in the farm, not in the reservoir, in the ponds, in the dams. Again, you have to bring it back. All the lost through that process, we lose a lot of the sediments. So biochar increases the soil water holding capacity anywhere between 20 to 30%, depend upon 40% depend on quality, the way you use that one. So these are the all I'm putting in the evidence-based researches. Done a lot of the work on that, but not much really done in India, unfortunately. But at least now we're stating a good stride on that. So lowering the overall energy use. We're doing the one study in Andhra Pradesh, just using the lot of the compost region to agriculture practices. Instead of the 4 irrigation, cutting down to 2 irrigations. Saving the 2 irrigations, subsidized electricity for the entire state is about 32 billion rupees, right? You look into the mass scale, because everyone subsidized electricity, no one bothered about it, how much electricity we are consuming. At the cost of, again, we are producing the 90% of the coal driven agriculture systems. So this is where we need to look into the energy, look into the reducing the water irrigations. Because of the excess irrigations, leaching of the fertilizer, adding the more fertilizer is kind of a cascading impact. we need to look into that one. So it comes to the premium produce, right? So we not even able to meet the 5% export potential to Europe. When taking the fruits, I'm talking about our mango guru. So we are like, well, Israel, per acre, they make a $50,000, nearly 45 to 50 lakh rupees per acre of the mango growing. We are even not able to make 1 lakh per acre. Just because of the practice, you are not adopting that. So this is very, then because of we are, producing so much, but you're not able to meet the export potential. So die local. So in order to make agriculture really profitable, go global or die local. So that you have to make at least instead of wasting that produces, whether you can able to achieve by bringing the MRL standards. So other thing is important, we never talk about food productivity and sustainability or food security. Talk about only urban people. What about the farmers who produce the food? We often hardly neglected that. Who put a lot of the chemicals, who play with the plants, who play with agriculture, so that often they put themselves at the risk. There is nearly about 65% of our population still in the farming sector. So health of the farmers is the health of the consumers. So we have to look into that aspect. That's the amount of the consumptions and the farm medicines or health care were massive. Our present system is not the health care, the sick care industries. So in order to bring that one amount of I have the nearly $7.21 trillion on the healthcare sectors. So that is where we can put in the staggered amount of this one. So reducing the input cost, resource use efficiency, that is very critical. The biochars play the vital role here. Because of it reduces the irrigations, water use, reduces the synthetic inputs, that leads to soils are more healthy, and making the soil for the next generation, subsequent generations, you leaving the good soil some to carry. Why? Because the biochars stay for nearly 500 to 1,000 years. That's what very, very important. And selling the biochar credit, I'm putting the last point, because of we producing the biochar, not to just the credits we are getting, or we are making something carbon credits. That should be the last priority for the farmers. We are producing the farmer because of someone I get the carbon credit. It should be default as additional income. But what you require to restore soil health, resource use efficiency in all level, labor, energy, water, that's what they make a huge difference. So talking about the 5 carbon traders, very big companies, we are negotiating them to put the horticulture crops into the carbon trading. Now slowly they're agreeing to do that. So that now anywhere between $100 and they're projecting that one nearly about $400, very high quality, restoring the soil, sustainable practices, biodiversity enrich, so that you can get the 400 credits. That is the project market. But it's projected to be nearly $1,000 per credit by 2030. So that's why all the companies investing into this one, because they know that their future is there. So it's very clear. I not to talk much on the water because it's very clear. So just 1% of the soil organic carbon increased. So how much water we can save? 1 acre of the land, we receive the 500 meter nail per like Bijapur, Bagalkot, 20 to 20 lakh meters falls under the, but most of them go away. But adding the little bit of soil improvement, making the soil and the sponge, you can sequester nearly about 5 lakhs. But the dryland agriculture irrigation systems are well managed. We require only 2 lakhs to grow 1 acre. So we have a lot of surplus. What you can see, that is my farm. The last year is completely drought conditions, but you not an issue because of we have the soil sponge restored last 9 years. So it's very clear that we need to have mechanism, measure the real amount of the soil carbon sequester or added, incorporated, feedback loop restored, so they can come to the individual farming system level. That's what the digital MRV is going to play the vital role. So this is very clear. Then we started running I took about different agroecology in Karnataka, run the model of the monocropping systems with regenerative practices. What you can see the improvement in the every level. So the carbon, whether soil health, whether the reduction, efficiency, but the question is, as we discussing yesterday also. So baseline, if you look in that one, across the India is varying, but in Karnataka anywhere between 0.2 to 0.5% of the baseline soil organic carbon, but target for us is 1%. Of course, we're talking a lot about that one 3%, but that is a long way to go. But even just 1% in the dry land, that changed the entire agriculture revolutions, what you are doing it. But required nearly 5 to 10 years. And how much you can, interventions, how much that adds to the soil organic carbon. So just biochar, as I said, it's not going to help there. We need to have the agroforestry, trees around the farm, one rows of the tree around the farm, we can add nearly about a ton of the soil organic carbon through leaf litter, right? So that we are looking into the conservation agriculture practices, zero tillage practices, minimum tillage practices, crop residue management, PMDs, pre-monsoon side dry sowing. So those are the additional things we added to that one. Then comes the compost, organic matter, but whether you're activating the biochar, adding them together in the compost, this is what the practices in the past we used to do that one, and all together, and rainwater harvesting, because you not want to leach out the nutrition going away from our farm. So that's what brings about. So when I look into when I came to India, that's what declared around 10 years ago. And our area declared as a drought-prone area, there is no rain, something. But then look at the image, satellite image for long term, I see some of the farms really doing green. What is happening that one? I went visited that one, those are the agroforestry farmers. They're practicing the traditional agriculture practices, they're eating a lot of the livestock and FIM, farmer manure, so they're not bothered about the 1 year long dry spells. But the problem what is happening now is not only the long dry spells, it's the long wet spells. Always, because the total amount of the rain you receive is not changed much in the last 100 years. It's only distributions and intensity changed. But that shock absorption is the biochar makes a big difference. So I done the Ribble model into the different the cropping systems. It's very clear the monoculture and agroecosystem approaches. How much is the input cost, total yield achieved, and total revenue received there. And then I put it more into the other side of this one is what is called ecosystem services. Amount of water losses going to happen in the farm level. We are almost cut down by 50%. Soil erosions is varying depending upon because of the farm I selected. But very interesting is total carbon sequestrations is increased, and most importantly biodiversity restored. I think they are interlinked each other. This is what the real ex-ante analysis is doing that one. Then based on that framework, we started developing the carbon sequestration potential of sericulture, horticulture, and agriculture. What are the different dimensions do this one? That's going. So coming back to because of the many people who are interested here in the carbon and carbon trade. So regional agriculture can bring anywhere 1 to 5 CRU, horticulture 4 to 6, agroforestry 5 to 10, biochar 10, because biochar is the producer level, not as the applier level, and cumulative systems anywhere between 3 to 15 CRU. So present market anywhere between $20 to $38. This is what the last week the recent figures. Yesterday I checked with Rabo, they kept unchanged the values. So this is where Dr. Patil, you are also asking about that carbon trading platform. Of course, this is it have been done long ago, but we are still slowly taking government now talking about that one. Just this beginning of this year only, our agriculture minister launched that one, a carbon credit in agriculture sector. And before last year, that one Ministry of Environment started the CTX platform because of the energy sector. How much industry is reducing the energy, shifting to the solar or wind. That's what you can see everywhere, solar and wind, because of that credit they're getting. So that's where everyone moving that side, because of most of the advisors to the industries, ESGs, they talk about, oh, go to solar and wind, because of the ESG courses they teach only about that one. But no one talks about the region to agriculture, no one teach about the agroforestry, no one teach about the region to the farming systems. Then I told that there's so many options to sequester the carbon. Oh, that's really open. Then they started slowly people looking at that one. So that's why the voluntary carbon coming very well. Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. So this is what the framework are talking about. Vision 2030 is that at least 30% of our farming systems should be region to practices. Right now, less than 5%, and that leads to at least 30% of our population of their 30% their plate should be coming from the region to practices. That fixes the most of the problem we're facing. But the recommendation that half of our plate should be coming from the fruits, vegetable, nuts, that too from the reasonable practices. That is the recommendations. So this is where I stop it. And of course, there is a question that how many carbon credit issued. So these are the lot of the, I grabbed this data from these all the carbon credit companies in India, how much they're doing, and how much they issued already, and where are the data they're sitting there. So these are just putting that. So that's the framework we need to talk about it. And of course, traceabilities, it's become a vital forces because that has become mandatory, going to be mandatory, where the carbon coming from, where the trees cut, where the zoophyll cut. So where is applied? I think this is become a norm, mandatory. So of course, we have the AI-driven tools in the GGC tools. You can look at that one. They provide a lot of information that. So it is very clear that roadmap of the system terms is very clear. We enough demand is there, research is there, and diffusion impact. That's what is going to change the difference. That's what coming back to the nature soil, nature care, and fair say. So this is what we need to move away from that barren agriculture land into the sustainable practices, and that is the investment portfolio. Every $1 invested, there is a $3 return into the regional agriculture practices. So there's a recent science saying that the $10 trillion benefits every year if you move to the regional agriculture practices. This is what the conclusion is, that if shifting to the regional practices, the nearly 10x to 30x of the return. If you accounted all the credibilities, carbon credits, water credit, biodiversity credit, sustainability credit, and really 50x index. So with that, I'll say thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Viral, for the excellent presentation. You may take 1 or 2 questions quickly, please. Dr.
I know,
Viral
time is very late. I went very fast.
He is right at Bangalore. You can actually contact him later also for further detailed discussion. But quickly, 1 or 2 questions.
Can you quantify which is the regenerative agriculture practices which is having more carbon sequestration?
Which agriculture practices?
Among the different regenerative agriculture practices.
That's good. So the regenerative agriculture practice itself is the one of the best, sequester the more soil organic carbon. What is required is, it is the right mixture of the crops, trees, and livestock. That's what we used to in the past. Every bund must be have the trees. There must be the livestock. We are more livestock in the factories, not in the farm. That need to be there because of they are the one help us to the animal manure, leaf litter from the trees, and residue from the crops. That brings the changes. That's what we call regenerative practices. Pardon me? Oh yeah, that's because of the some biomass like yeah, what the feedstock, the way you process, way you recharge, all the 3 factors make a difference. Yeah. So any questions, always you drop me email or something. If not, I know the time is rush, but I need to rush to the catch my train, so I'll learn to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just before you pass on to the next presentation, I think going to be Dr. Sandeep Sabharwal, no? Okay. There is one slide which Dr. S.V.Patil wanted to show. Please.
I know, that's very much.
Well done, Dr. Biradar. We'll be in touch. Sabharwal, please. What is the problem? Is it okay, Dr. Patil? Okay, we'll pass on to the presentation. I think actually he is listed. Dr. Sandeep Sabharwal is listed for presentation next session, but probably wants to go a little early. Okay, okay. Dr. Sandeep Sabharwal is the director, Sangha Chadvam Foundation, Hubli. So he is a very knowledgeable person and he has travelled abroad and got a lot of practical experience. Dr. Sabharwal, please take.
Duplicate. Let me just duplicate it. Here. Now it will come. Again, it had come. Yes.
Just please introduce yourself for
Yes,
2
sir.
minutes. Please listen to him.
Namaskar, my dear seniors. I feel really very humbled in the august presence of so many scientific seniors. And in Hindi there is a proverb which says that "Kawa chala hans ki chal," meaning a crow will never be able to walk the walk of a swan. So please, we're thankful to you that you are allowing us also. We are a very small startup, agri-tech startup based out of Rajkot, Gujarat. Although I live in Hubli, but then our operations of biochar production and lot of things happen across Gujarat, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and maybe we'll be starting in Jharkhand also recently, and that's what brings us together. The common bonding is this amorphous material called biochar. So it is inert, but in relationship building probably this inert material is helping us quite a lot. Thank you, Dr. Patil sir, for sharing all your so much information and so much knowledge. I think whatever I had to originally make presentation to you has already been covered in various presentations around over here. So probably it would be more useful for me to be sharing our grassroots experiences of how this inert material brought us close to about 4,000 farmers in Badmer, Rajasthan and Gujarat. And today, after 13 months of biochar production experiences in those villages, we may be one of the largest artisanal biochar producers in the country. We produced and sold biochar about 10,000 metric tons and related carbon credits about 21,000. That's what is what is the credit or whatever we can say to our small team of about 200 odd people across these places. Today when I'm talking to you, about 250 quantities would be working 2 batches today also, because we have got a pending order for 31st December to be fulfilled over there, and that's how this helps us out. Without much ado, I will go further. Small introduction to the team. Neetu Patel is a true daughter of the farmer, self-trained, and we both got trained under the same guru for sustainable agriculture about 16 years ago. Someone today morning asked me, I think Mr. Gupta asked me, how many years of sustainable agriculture? So I said, close to 33 years. This June I will be completing 33 years of my career. How is it that I am in Hubli? Because in 2019 I was a senior director with Deshpande Startups, resigned from Reliance Foundation, wanted to shift out of Bombay, and this small place Hubli offered me and my wife jobs. So we came out here and we started a lot of experimentation, including those with, so I am primarily a rural development person. Dr. Kurian's Operation Flood student. All 33 years have gone either organizing dairy cooperatives or cooperatives of some order or FPCs in the present day world. So about in June 2022, I completed 30 years of my career in Deshpande Startup, so including all the National Dairy Development Board experience and all of it. So I thought, let me have my own way now. So I parted from there and started this startup called. So why am I emphasizing so much to meet the team? And I will tell you why. This is a very nice day, very fine day for me, because these are our advisors. Mr. Sunil Khairnarji is the founder chairman of Indian Society for Agri-Professionals, ISEP India Foundation, Indigram Labs Foundation, which is one of the finest agri-tech incubation systems in the country. We got incubated with them. And Dr. Dalil Singh ji used to work with a lot of international marketing teams, and he's helping us take the biochar products or biochar to international markets. This is the guru that I was talking to you about, late Mr. Deepak Sujda ji, and we got trained with him in natu-eco farming methods. Something which is consistent with nature and ecology is what he taught us. He was the first disciple of the late Shripad Dabholkar ji. Dabholkar ji was a mathematician in Kolhapur, if you know. About 50 years ago, he showed the world how on 10 gunta, or 1/4 of an acre, a farmer can earn and live the life of a professor. That's what he used to say. So our vision of Sajivan life comes from making farming a first choice profession from our guru and his guru. And I believe in today's world, when the whole world is wanting to leave farming in the country, youngsters are no more allured to do farming. It's a very big challenge. And together with your support, I believe we should be able to do it. Making farming a first choice profession is an arduous task, but if we do not do it, we remain further down in hunger global index and all those things. So I think time now for us to realize that there are many more resources which we need to actualize, like biochar, in natural farming, and we will be able to do much with that. Why all this thing? Because day before yesterday, on third evening, by Krishi Jagran Group, many of you must be knowing about Krishi Jagran Group, Neetuban got awarded amongst a team of 22,000 applications for 2024, 400 final selectees. We are the first people ranked first in richest farmer of the country award, and biochar has got a lot to do with it. 95% of it has got to do with a lot. So that's Mr. Nitin Gadkari. On third evening, I was there. Day before yesterday, we just rushed back from Delhi because this was very, very important occasion for all of us, because I knew that I'll be meeting a lot of innovators, a lot of very specialized people here, and that's what is happening today and yesterday. So this is Neetuben, my partner, and she has been awarded first ranked richest farmer of 2024. And what has got biochar to do with that? The question was that. Now you understand from the first data that I shared with you that we produced close to 10,000 metric ton of biochar, 21,000 carbon credits, and we did it with the help of, like yesterday you heard Kul Sarconomy, they are partners with us in Madhya Pradesh. We have one very large partner called Varaha. They should have been here, but I don't know. They must have been invited, but then they keep traveling. We are also partners with Bhumitra. We are partners with lot of development, carbon credit development organizations in the country, working with Farmers for Forest. It's an America-based Indian startup on agroforestry. So all the means and methods of generating carbon credits for the farmers is something which is very dear to our heart, because this is where a lot of supplementary incomes, a lot of sustained incomes is going to be coming. Number two, it's all going to be adding value to their soil organic carbon, and also it's going to be adding value to the sustained farming incomes is what we are observing. Our primary work started from Dangs district of Gujarat, where we started working with everyone, close to almost 19,600 farmers there, and now working with 6,000 farmers in Banaskantha, which is on the borders of Pakistan. Very difficult place to survive, even for farmers, for otherwise also. So between, I'm so sure that I think Dr. Poddar is here, and he has worked, yesterday shared about Kutch. So from Banaskantha to Kutch, if you travel on a road, both the sides there are oceans of juliflora. So I'll go further into what we do. So each one of you has already shared your part of story in how carbon credits are getting generated, how. So this is our story about how we are producing. We are using Kontiki methods, about 250 Kontikis right now on the field. So I'll not take much time, but then it will be interesting for you also to probably see. So this is from a site in Rajasthan, Badmer. Just a second. Yeah. So our biomass is juliflora primarily right now, and we are entering into lantana camera with the help of Sanjeevani, whom you met yesterday. Yesterday it was very pleasant to see many of our institutional partners adding value to whatever we had to also make presentation today. I'll skip these slides, straight away come to how we are producing it. And so we are doing it with juliflora and lantana camera. We organize village level meetings. Juliflora has been there in Kutch and Banaskantha and Badmer since 1938. It was the recorded history says. Britishers brought it to that place because Thar was coming forward towards India and they wanted to arrest it. So how do we arrest a growing desert? So they created another desert of a green invasive biomass called Juliflora. That's how it started. So we go to villages. We started like this in October last year. Our first order was 40 metric ton, and the company which gave us the order was very sure, 99.9% sure that we will not be the people to be doing it further. They gave us a timeline of 15 days and we did it in 2 days, and the quality was superb, 84% charcoal or carbon. Let's use the word carbon, 84% carbon in Juliflora biomass. So a lot of people who saw this happening, they came forward, they said, Sahib, free में करके दे रहे हो क्या? Land reclamation free में करके दे रहे हो क्या? We said yes, we can do that if we have the NOC from your Gram Panchayat and from you as a private farmer. They were very happy, and today we don't have to go conduct village meetings. Today more than 450 Gram Panchayats are queued up for our office. We have their applications ready in our hand. So by now we have cleaned up almost 1500 hectare of Juliflora invaded farmlands for the first time in last 80 years. So these farmers are very happy. They are able to gain a free land being freely reclaimed, biochar based biofertilizer freely available to them, because whatever we are producing, we are converting that, activating it into biofertilizer, supplying it back to them. 50% is under the protocol. Balance 50%, we are again demonstratively distributing it freely to many other villages so that they can start utilizing it, thereby creating a sustained market for us. In fact, yesterday Tata Steel was sounded, SAIL was sounded. We are in touch with many of these big industries because part of biochar production money comes from carbon credits. So you cannot use it as a fuel, you cannot burn it away. So you have to show under DMRV that we should do this. We are very thankful to Progressive Biochar Society, particularly Dr. We have been attending all his webinars, all his YouTube films are getting converted into Gujarati most of the times by us, and we circulate it amongst all the 60,000 farmers that we are working with. So this is how we do. We take NOC and then we take out Juliflora, because these are oceans. 200 kilometers of drive and both the sides you will find an ocean of Juliflora. You don't really have to have much of a transportation cost affecting us. That's one of the advantages, sir, that probably we'll have to look at. And so we take it out, use chainsaws and chuck it down into smaller pieces. Your wood stock is much thicker, is what I saw in your presentation. Ours is not so thick. It's really very fresh and all. And Kutch and Banaskantha and Barmer offer a natural, such a hot area that, and people really want work, because I kept hearing yesterday also and today also that it's a very tough job. But yes, there are so many rural youth who want work locally, and this is a pay some work. Each one of them is able to get about 500 rupees a day. About 35 families are sustained on one site, typically of 10 kontikis is how we'll calculate it. So 35 families per Gram Panchayat, if they are operationalizing our kontikis, 10 kontikis, they will be getting work around 250 to 270 days, which is good enough for them. Balance of the time are the monsoons, when they are either growing cumin or they are growing their local crops, bajra or jawar, things like those. So in a way, it's a very good supplementary income generation, livelihood promotion work with MG and RSGA. So today, in fact, about 15 days ago, we had the government of Gujarat orders also now coming, where they are saying that we will be able to take out the Juliflora at their cost, and you should be able to buy it from us. And we are very willing to do that, because there is a cost involved in doing all these operations. And so we take it out. Our transportation cost is very minimalistic, because within half a kilometer is our site mostly, and it's not really much. Then we chuck it out to smaller pieces. This is the thickest of the wood available probably. Particular to Patil sir, yours, this is the thickest of the wood. Yeah, this thing was thickness very big actually. So our thing is, this is the thickest possible, and it is emerging again. Last year, whatever we weeded out, probably we are told that it will keep coming for 3 years. After that, probably that land would be permanently cured off. Cured off is the word, because it is a pain for the farmers. It is, for 80 years, it has captivated a lot of land in Gujarat and Rajasthan alone. 11 million hectares of productive land is under the clutches of Juliflora. Can you imagine? In MP alone, 26 lakh hectare of land is under the clutches of Lantana Camara. We are in negotiations with the MP government, final stages now, where they are saying, start working with our joint forestry management committees in the villages. And we have recently identified about 19,200 acres of land of lantana camera. Sanjeevani is the other technical partner with us because they have developed a very good machine. The problem with these machines is, like I heard, EBC is the certification of MashMake. We would like to get certified with such machineries certifications internationally, because VCM, voluntary carbon market, doesn't accept industrial biochar without machine certification. So Sarconomy is helping us out with one machine certification under Puro. Puro are the standards, global standards. I am 110% with Dr. Reddy ji, Dr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy ji, that India must have its own standards of biochar processes, production processes, as well as carbon credit processes, because if we cannot develop those standards, there will be an international market always dominant on us, and it would not be a facilitative dominance. It will be a very, very prohibitive dominance. And why so? You all understand that, right? So I'll go further. This is the pyrolysis in the Kontiki. We have specialized Kontiki production in Rajkot so much so that the first Kontiki was bought from Noida market in 50,000 rupees. Now we have developed and we sell Kontikis for 28,000 rupees. So you can imagine. So, and we are very happy to collaborate with all the people who are either doing biochar based products, value-added products, like Dr. Vikas Abrol was here up till yesterday night. We spoke to him. There was Sumukha was there. He was talking about bio-oil. We are very open to them. I have already written to Priyanka on her WhatsApp about what we should be doing together, because if artisanally we are able to make 75 metric ton of biochar per day right now on an average since last 2 months, imagine carbon credits over there and water credits on our behalf, charging only 5% of the total international sales, which is very, very low in terms of. Yes, sir. Gupta sir, you. Okay. So I'll just. Yeah, I'll just conclude now, sir. Activating, everyone understands. We started our own activation formula, got in touch with Dr. Reddy. He is a technical guide, I'll say, our technical guru. And he said, okay, start making. Yesterday he suggested one more thing to me. He said, why don't you organize farmers competitions? Because many of the farmers, based on their soil types, because soils are different in different agroclimatic zones, and every 40-50 kilometers soils will change. So why not have farmers competitions and give them awards, 5,000, 10,000, as their own formulas of local biofertilizers will come up, and if they are able to demonstrate good productivity of using biochar in different manners, we will at least have regionally different concoctions or different formula of how do we activate biochar for them. Which is a very good suggestion, I would say, number one. Number two, right now in Banaskantha, which is one of the largest potato growing areas in Gujarat and the largest vegetable growing areas in Gujarat, salinity is very high. So what we do is that we activate by 1 metric ton of biochar with 3 metric ton of locally very mature cow dung compost. We mature it in 45 to 60 days, and we use Jivamrit kind of a Amrit gel on it for 45 days, and then dry it, and it is recommended only twice, 2 years twice, at the rate of 1 metric ton per acre. So by doing that, last year in the Rabi and this year in the Zaid, summer crops, vegetables as well as wheat and bajra, we saw at least 35 to 40% additional growth of the crops, one. Second, reduction in cost of cultivation by about 20% in the first year itself, two. And I don't have a scientific evidence more than our own data on 5 acres of land. You know, and a lot of nationwide, I will not name them, but some of the big biofertilizer manufacturers are coming forward. They are having collaborations with us, written agreements with us, so that we can together produce some of the best biofertilizers for the country, for the world. That's one thing. We recently started, one of the groups, I would like to name it here, they are a scientist group called Forecast, based out of Pune. They have come out with their own bioenzymes, consortium of bioenzymes, and they were working out on PROM with us. They have, together we have submitted a proposal to BIRAC, DST. They see that there will be a very beautiful combination of their consortia of bioenzymes along with biochar, and we are doing it in Anand, where Amul is. I've got a past of working with National Dairy Development Board headquarters for almost 4 years in Anand, so I keep visiting Anand very often. So in Anand, there is a commercial CBG unit of 40 cubic meter per day, where the slurry was getting wasted. Farmers, after CBG thing, they don't know what to do with slurry. So we got a beautiful thing where we are coming up with PROM, and PROM then getting amalgamated with biochar now. And we are hoping that this new biofertilizer at a commercial price of maybe 1200 to 1300 rupees for 50 kg per bag should be a complete 110% replacement to DAP. Imagine DAP without government subsidies 4200 rupees per bag, 50 kgs. If without subsidy we are able to bring it to the market and replacing it at 1200 rupees without subsidy, government saves a lot of money on chemical fertilizers, farmer saves a lot of money of their own, and it's a complete biological replacement of DAP. We are also planning for similar replacements in the next 2 years to come up for urea also, because these two things are a big dent on the pockets of farmers as well as the governments. So if we are able to do that, we should be able to do it. That's the idea. We pack it in 50 kgs bags after activating it after 45 days, and this is how it is being done. Although it looks soil-like, yesterday someone commented that someone is activating biochar with soil. It is not soil. It is perfect cow dung-based manure, because Banaskantha has more than 40 lakh milk cattle. It's the largest cooperative dairy in Asia, and we are very lucky to be partners with them. And along with this, we are also partners with them for many other things. I think I'll stop here, and we can have question answers starting from here. Thanks for preponing my presentation, sir. I have got an online meeting with DC of Dhule, Maharashtra. They are very serious about lantana camera in their district also. They are planning something under MGNREGA, and they want our collaboration there. So we'll very soon be beginning our operations by your blessings in Dhule, Maharashtra also. And Vidarbha, of course with Sanjeevani, we are planning out something out there. Yeah, thank you. Sajeevan is a for-profit startup. Sangachadam is a not-for-profit, where we organize lot of cooperative development activities with lot of universities. So right now Sangachadam is working with Delhi Technological University, Mahila University, Sonipat, Haryana, Shivnadar University probably will begin with KR Mangalam University, and some more universities to come up north. That from the international protocol, you are supposed to be giving 60% of carbon credits back to farmers. So
and remaining
this free is not really free. This is farmers' share, which is going duly to them.
And remaining?
Remaining, we activate for them at cost, at whatever labor cost, and again it goes to them at cost. Maybe 6 rupees 50 paisa per kg to 8 rupees per kg kind of thing. Because cow manure costs us something, labor costs us something, balance 50% also goes to them only.
Okay, thank you. Those of you would like to discuss with him, he is available at Hubli. You can take his email or mobile number and discuss with him.
It's a Kantachiki.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
Burning wood.
Huh.
You use that
Kontiki.
Kontiki. What is the cost of that one?
What is the cost of each Kontiki? 28,000 rupees.
You can supply?
Yes, we can supply any numbers.
Okay.
We have so far supplied about 400 Kontikis to other players also.
Okay.
In Kutch and many other places. In Badmer, Kutch and Banaskantha, this thing is catching up with the farmers now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
okay.
you.
Sir, I have one question. Here. Am I audible?
Yes, very much. Please.
Sir, removing of Prosophis juliflora mechanically, it will cause us lot of ecological destruction also. With that ecological sense, what the different alternative we are doing for
we have
bird?
to do agroforestry, 15%
No. For bird, I am asking about ecological sense. For bird, lot of the birds which are depending on nesting behavior from the Prosophis juliflora, like barbets and mynas, those can be disrupted by the nesting behavior.
These questions were there from the international carbon credit developers last year in October.
Yes.
When we made them visit the oceans of juliflora, where nothing survives inside. In fact, when we clean it up, we find a lot of birds died inside their carcasses, a lot of snakes and mangoes also having died inside. It's a wild ocean.
Yeah, but
there is no ecological damage that we are...
In bushy stage, maybe it will be died, but in case of after 7-8 years, after when it will attain the tree stage, it will support the lot of bird diversities also.
What
are the ecological responsibility you are
will have to visit Kutch to see what I am saying. These are oceans where nothing else can grow, no fauna, flora is allowed by juliflora. It's such huge and so dense since last 80 years.
No, not like that. I have studied mechanical eradication of Prosophis juliflora in Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve.
I think we can take this discussion outside of this hall because this is very theoretical. I also used to think like you. But when we looked at the pain that farmers are inflicted with because of this particular invasive species, the same is true with lantana camera. We are working in Udaipur in Rajasthan, where lantana camera is eating away mangoes, custard apples, jamuns and so much of it. So we are working with IIT Alumni Association called Wheels Global Foundation. Yesterday night we had again had a meeting. It was so happy. Farmers are so happy ultimately because lantana, if it survives on your farms and no mango, no jamun, nothing survives on it, would you be happy? No one would be happy. So all ecology at one side and the livelihood on the other side, you have to have a moderate approach to this whole thing. Maybe tomorrow, based on this theory of ecological balancing, we may have to leave some Juliflora also. That okay, work on this 1 kilometer, leave 10 kilometers. Work on 1 more kilometer, leave 10 kilometers. We can do that. We are very happy to do that. It's a very costly process.
Yeah,
in 1 year, 10,000 metric ton of biochar, we cleared only 1,500 hectares. What is the demand? Demand is 11 million hectares to be cleared. Can I ever do that alone? No. Can we
this
not?
work has proved that even the miniaceous weeds like.
So anyway, I am coming to your neighborhood. My chair is that only. We can keep discussing.
Okay, please discuss with him
Thank you
later. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We are left with 2 more presentations. I think they are by the postgraduate students of this very university itself. One is Saurabh, other one is Bhatt. Both are here? Okay. You have got 15 minutes, 10 minutes per presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. And you will be awarded and rewarded also for your presentation. Let us see.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I feel very much privileged to be here, standing before like people who are like very much in expertise more than me. And I'm Saurabh Munali, presently working at Agriculture Research Station as a technical assistant at AICRP Sugarcane. So I'll be talking on carbon budgeting, energy analysis, and economics of nutrient management practices in sugarcane. And under the present CO2 elevated and temperature conditions, the crop like sugarcane plays an important role because of its C4 nature. And apart from that, the carbon sequestration, that is phytolith, what we say it as a plant stones, that sequesters around 0.66 tons of carbon per hectare per year. And apart from that, because of its like these elevated CO2 and temperature, that helps to elevation in photosynthesis, stem biomass, productivity, and other growth parameters. And this crop is perfect for carbon sequestration under such situations. And like when we see the data, it is around like sequesters around 181 kgs of carbon per hectare per year. And when we see the CO2 released for the production is around like 20.65 million tons. On the other hand, it also absorbs around 228.89 million tons of carbon from Indian atmospheres. So that data tells us the importance of this crop. But there are some problems with respect to the cultivation of sugarcane by like farmers, and in that we see that nutrient management and water management plays an important role. And again, when we try to prioritize nutrient management, where the faulty fertilizer schedules or the lack of knowledge of split applications or how to manage the resources, nutrients, that is declining the yields. And to address this, the basic things what we learnt during our basic course of agronomy, that 4R principles. So right source, we need not to worry much because lot of complex fertilizers are there where they are able to give us the more nutrients in one go. And but right rate and right time, that is something. The right time gives us the split application, and right rate, at what rate we have to split that nutrients, and right place like broadcasting or furrow application or what, that those things to be considered. Keeping in that mind, we had a experiment to evaluate the nutrient management practices for higher resource use efficiency in sugarcane. The crop was sugarcane and the duration was from 2021 to 23, where during 2021 we had a plant cane 1 and 22-23 plant cane 2. And the crop cultivar was Co-SNK 15104, and the location was Agriculture Research Station Sankeshwar, which is located in Belgaum district of Karnataka. And we had adopted a row spacing of 135 centimeter with the experimental design of a split plot where main plot were 2 and subplot were 4, and it's replicated thrice. And this is the actual framework of the experiment. And in the main plot we had broadcasting in furrow and band placement. In that particular photos, you can see that one person is broadcasting and one more is the band application. And in subplots, what we went was the splitting of nitrogen and potash in 5 splits, 6 splits and 7 splits, mainly like basal 10% followed by 45, 70, 90, 120 in 5 splits, and additional at 150 days at 6, and additional at 180 days at 7 splits. And S4 is our recommended schedule, which is application of 250, 75, 190 N P2O5 K2O per hectare, that is 10% nitrogen at basal, full PK as a basal, and followed by at 50 days remaining 20, and at remaining 30% as 90, and remaining 40 at 120 days after planting. And this particular framework was done by Dr. V.C.Patil sir during when he was a PMC member during like biennial workshop of ASCRB, which held during 2019 at UAS Dharwad. And these are the methods and calculations of formulas which we used, like these energy input, output and energy dynamics. We all agronomists know that Senapathi sir's paper, which is one of the important paper. With that we used that energy output. So energy output, where we calculated multiplying the energy equivalent per kg of sugarcane with the yield and input. So we pulled out all the energy requirement for all the expenditures using for the raising of the crop. So energy ratio is output by input, and energy productivity, so economic yield by total energy. And like the carbon budgeting was done with the help of this particular paper, that Western Maryland, and the carbon output was calculated by total biomass into 0.44, and efficiency and carbon sustainability index were calculated by using these formulas. And these were some of the papers which I referred for this. So the results I'll be like telling is carbon budgeting, energy analysis, and like as an agronomist we cannot keep the yield and economics. That affinity towards like presenting yield and economics will never go from our agronomist people. So coming to the carbon budgeting, when we see the method of application M2, that is like band application, recorded higher carbon output, sustainability index and carbon efficiency. And when it comes to the split application, that is S2, 6 splits recorded higher carbon parameters or carbon budgeting parameters, and its combination, that is M2, S2, recorded higher like carbon output, carbon sustainability index and carbon efficiency. And when it comes to the energy output and net energy and energy input, the same trend was followed, where M2, that band application with 6 splits up to 120 days after planting, recorded higher energy parameters, and same way which reflected on energy productivity, specific energy and energy ratio. And coming to the yield and economic parameters, so significantly higher yield was recorded with plant placement to the tune of 131.1 tons per hectare, which is fetching around 2.5 lakh lakh rupees per hectare, with a benefit cost ratio of 3.24. And when it comes to the subplot, that is split application, that recommended dose of nitrogen and potash with 6 splits is like we are able to fetch around 142.5 tons of yield with nearly 2.9 lakhs net returns, with a benefit cost ratio of 3.52, and its interaction could fetch us around 146.3 tons per hectare yield with a net returns of around 3 lakhs with a benefit cost ratio of 3.58. So like in a broader perspective, when we heard the green carbon credits scenario from Meena sir, so in future we never know that farmers may also be benefited for sequestering some amount of carbon by crop cultivation. So under such situations, the role of agriculture scientist in general, and particularly the agronomist, plays a very important role to come up with any technologies that can help to get the greater yields and directly or indirectly contribute for higher carbon sequestration. And to conclude with this experiment, band application of RDN and RDK at 6 splits, that is 10% basal, remaining at 45, 75, 90, 120 and 150 days after planting in equal split, found to be with higher sugarcane productivity, economic returns and resource use efficient nutrient management practice in sugarcane. Thank you. Thank you.
Respected chairman and co-chairman, my teachers and all senior professor and all the delegates. Now I would like to present on long-term effect of different production system on carbon fractions, indices and carbon sequestration potential in surface soil of vertisols. So this Experiment was conducted in Organic Farming Research Institute, UAS Raichur. One of the student work actually it is, and one of the co-author is Dr. Viresh. He is sitting here only. So you are all know that soil organic carbon plays an important roles in improving the physical, chemical and biological properties of the soils, which will govern carbon nutrient cycling and soil quality. So soil organic carbon is partitioned into two fractions mainly. One is the active fractions and second one is the passive fractions. So these active fractions act as a source of the nutrients and it has a rapid turnover rate. So this fraction is important from crop production point of view. So this active fraction consists of very labile carbons, particulate matter and permanganate oxidizable carbon and biomass carbon. So second one is non-labile carbons, that is also called as passive carbon. So this is important for it has very slow turnover rate. It is important for carbon sequestration purpose. So by increasing the carbon stock in the soils, it is one of the approach for reducing the global warming potential. So with these considerations, so this experiment was initiated to know the long-term effect of different production systems on soil carbon pools and carbon lability indices in soil. So coming to the materials and methods, so experiment related to long-term effect of that is organic, inorganic, integrated and recommended package of practice was initiated on vertisols under rainfed situation at Biofarm of Organic Farming Research Institute, UAS Raichur since 2012 and 13 using the pigeon pea as a sole crop. Later on from 2020, so this cropping system was shifted and now we are using maize chickpea as a cropping system. So because of the very high rainfall received during the September month of 2021, the maize crop, all the biometric as well as yield was not recorded, only the soil parameters only the recorded. So treatment included were that 100% organic and integrated, 50% organic and 50% inorganic. Third one is 100% inorganic source of nutrients. Fourth one is recommended package of practice. So this experimental detail was the RCBD designs, 4 treatments and 5 replications. So this is the amount of the nitrogen supplied through different organic sources, such as for 100% substitution of nitrogen through organic manures, it consists of compost, vermicompost and FIM. So in the second treatment, that is integrated, it is only the 50% of the nitrogen through organics and another 50% through inorganic sources. The fourth one is RPP, 100% of the NPK through the inorganic along with FIM at the rate of 7.5 tons. So this table refers to effect of different production systems on carbon fractions, carbon stocks and carbon lability indices in the soil. SOC is a soil organic carbon, TOC is a total organic carbon, SIC is a soil inorganic carbon, then POX is permanganate oxidizable carbon, Next is a carbon stock, carbon sequestration potential, liability index, carbon pool index, and carbon management index. So as I said, the active fraction consists of not only very labile and labile, as well as it also includes biomass carbon and permanganate oxidizable carbons, so which will act as a ready source of nutrients. Then the carbon management index, it is a indicator of rejuvenation of the carbon in the soils. More the carbon management index, more is the sustainability of the soils. Lesser the carbon management index, so organic carbon is being degraded in the soils. So secondly, the carbon stock, so this was calculated based on the organic carbon, depth of the soils, bulk density. Then more the carbon stock, more is the sequestration of the carbon in the soils. Coming to the treatments, so among all the 4 treatments, those receiving 100% nutrient through the organic sources recorded more higher soil organic carbon, permanganate oxidizable carbons, and biomass carbon, carbon stocks, and carbon management index. So initially, the soil organic carbon content was only the 0.58%. That was during 2012 and 13. Later on, during 2021-22, this soil organic carbon was increased to about 6.67. So it means that organic carbon content was increased to 15.5% over a period of 9 years. So then followed by integrated system, lowest content, lowest parameters values were recorded with inorganic systems. So this is a graphical representation of the previous table. So this bar diagram indicates soil organic carbon, total carbons, and the line diagram indicates permanganate oxidizable carbon and biomass carbon. With the adoption of the organic system as well as integrated system, we can increase the total carbon as well as organic carbon content soils compared to inorganic system. This is another graphs. So the bar diagram indicates the carbon stocks and the carbon management index. So organic system followed and integrated system will increase the carbon stocks as well as the carbon management index in the soils. And you can see the carbon sequestration potential was the lowest, and it was the negative with the adoption of the inorganic system. Okay, yes, sir. So this is non-labile carbon and the different fractions of the soil carbon. About 60 to 80% of the soil carbon is reported in the form of non-labile carbons. Only 10 to 20% of the carbon is in the labile carbons. So this is a correlation matrix containing the organic carbon fractions and the available nutrient. There is a significant and positive correlation between these two. So conclusion. So based on the result of the about 9 to 10 years, application of the organics as well as organic plus inorganic source of nutrients, record higher, improve the soil organic carbon, soil organic carbon stocks, and carbon sequestrations and carbon rehabilitation compared to only the inorganic system.
Any questions, please?
Okay, thank you, sir.
I can see the screen here, right? Yeah, yeah. You can vote from here. Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Am I audible? Yes, hello. So I am Tanmay Telang. I head business development for Takachar. And at Takachar, we are a climate tech firm. We manufacture scalable, small scale, portable equipment which is based on pyrolysis and produces biochar, right? So let's take a look at what happens with crop residues every year. More than about 140 million tons of crop residues are burned in the open in every year in India. If you see this image, this is something captured by NASA as viewed from the space in 2030, and it shows where the concentration of crop residues are burned every winter, right? The question is why this happens. I sat through some of the sessions here, and repeatedly a tone came up that there is a huge cost of logistics for the collection and transport of biomass, right? So if is there any solution to this? Is there any silver bullet to this problem? And I would say yes, there is a biochar based silver bullet. What biochar can do is sequester carbon, and at the same time it can serve as a form of carrier material for fertilizers, right? You can form various types of fertilizers based on what your expertise is, what kind of soil it is. So it is very much customizable. Now what does our solution do? Our solution is that we manufacture machinery which can upgrade feedstock into dense carbon rich material, which is biochar, at significantly lower logistics cost. And it can be then converted into multiple products as per customization. It can be made into carbon negative fertilizers, which is a $30 billion industry globally. You can make activated carbon, there's biofuels and specialized chemicals. All of these can be derived. Our machine does not manufacture that, right? So how does it work? We have a small scale portable unit which can be lashed onto the back of any tractor trolley and taken to the source of the biomass, wherein you can have multiple types of biomass put into the hopper, and then it can convert the biomass at customized temperatures ranging from 300 to 500 degrees Celsius into carbon negative fertilizers or biochar. And like I said, depending on the process you undertake further, you can make activated carbon, biofuels or specialized chemicals. The specialization is that it's very lean. We have made it, our design philosophy is to manufacture something which is suitable for rural India. How can we make the rural population one of the most important stakeholders in this process is something that was central to our design. right? And considering that we have made few things which are essential to this machinery. A is that it takes only single phase power. You do not need three phase power. It can run on solar energy. Any type of biomass can be put into the machine and can be converted into biochar. Especially our focus right now to us is rice straw. We are working actively in the north of India. Then the machine itself does not require external heat. Everybody knows that pyrolysis process, once the process starts, what we have done is the syngases are reutilized into the reactor and the biomass keeps roasting so that it does not require any kind of external energy when the ignition is started, right? And we can process, like I said, a variety of biomasses. These types of biomasses have been tested on our machine. Now, what is the value proposition? What are we exactly trying to do here, right? On one hand, there are artisanal methods like pits and stuff. On the other hand, you have centralized huge industries which can manufacture biomass, biochar. What we have done is we have tried to fill in this gap, but the technology is still industrial, right? You can take it closer to the source of biomass, wherein the radius of operation can be about 3 kilometers. So if the machine is installed at X area, you can cover about 3 kilometers radius of biomass and then move on to the next area, right? It is sustainable technology. The emissions are 75% less as compared to open burning. It's modular. You can scale it. You can set up multiple units at the same site. It takes only 200 square feet of area for this machine to be set up, and it can be made active in a matter of 2 to 3 days, right? And you can gain multiple amounts of revenue streams ranging from biochar to CDR credits, and there is also a lot of waste utilization that can be done. There are few gases which come out; those can be reutilized in terms of making a very localized application of the heat. So that is also customizable. Like I said, it's designed for remote rural areas. We already spoke about it, and simplifies carbon credit project development because it is scalable and it can be predictable and repeatable as a technology. Some of our partners you can see on the right hand side, we are working actively with these people here. Some of them are fertilizer manufacturers, although they have their own blends of how they make biochar from this. So like I said, what is it that is different from Takachar's system to industrial centralized biochar? It takes up room air temperature for heating. Air required is room air temperature. We don't require any scrubbing or to handle gas because gas is not generated as a product. Then it is scalable. You can start with a minimum amount of biomass as compared to a centralized system. All kinds of residues can be are gamed to be processed, and the process can be controlled as per the end use requirement, right? It can be controlled as per the torrefaction requirements of a specific industry. Now let's take a look at fertilizer problem or opportunity, I would say. Most of the fertilizers in developing and poor countries are imported. If you look at Africa, they're way more expensive as compared to India because we have a lot of subsidy, and this, the room knows that we can solve this problem for localized fertilizer manufacturing or application through biochar. The Indian market is supposed to be 942 billion rupees as of today, and even if 1% is captured, that is about 10 billion rupees as such. Everybody knows that depleting soil organic carbon is a problem. I don't need to talk here much about it. But compared to undisturbed soil, there is a huge percentage reduction. You can see Indo-Gangetic plains is at 60% to Deccan Plateau is about 57%. So what can we do about it, right? Takachar, apart from selling machines, can also sell carbon credits. How it happens is that we have an offtake agreement with our partners, let's say Milky Wire, or there could be PepsiCo, and those credits can be bundled as a package to the buyer of the machine, so that the capex can be recovered in about a span of about 3 to 3.5 years. And along with the sales of biochar based blends, the revenue from carbon credits is an additionality. Right, like I said, we want to make the rural communities a part of this value chain. Uh, the farmers are burning their crop residues not because they want to or they're having fun with it. Everybody knows that. They are forced to, they're compelled to do so because there is no value from it. But if we create a value for it today with their help or they being an important stakeholder, you know, we can go places from here. The co-founding team, we have two stellar co-founders, both having studied abroad with a lot of experience in terms of energy and its application. Our advisory team is also made up of dignitaries. We have been recognized by the Breakthrough Energy Fellowship. We are competing for the X Prize. We have won the Earthshot Prize, and we have also been recognized by the World Food Program Innovation Accelerator. Thank you. Yeah. Any questions I can take up, or we can connect later as well, depending upon the time here. Sorry? We are in the process of certification by Puro. So the technology as such is not certified, the projects are, but the technology will be a part of the process. Sorry? Yeah, we can discuss that offline. I can connect with one-on-one. It's based on what combinations we can work out for you. Yeah. Approximate range is, sir, we have anything from 40 lakhs to about 1.5 crores. We have about 3 models now. Yes, sir. No, any feedstock is good. So we have not tested all the biomass. There is such a plethora of biomass available, right? We have not tested everything, but almost all of the biomass should be okay to be, used as a feedstock. And the only condition is that it needs to be dry, like for all pyrolysis processes, and needs to be cut and chipped into suitable form. That too is dependent on specific biomass. Yes, sir. Yeah. Coconut shell we have tested on a bar. Sorry? Supari I don't think we have tested. But we are open to testing it. That's not an issue. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
End of the second day session, that is first session on theme 3, carbon credits and market mechanisms. Today, as chairman told, there were 8 presentations. All were good, especially Ram Swarup Meena, Priyanka Sathe, Dr. V.C. Patil sir, Dr. C.M. Biradar, and Sandeep Sabharwal. All these 5 are excellent presentations, especially for the practical utility of the farming community itself is concerned. So anyhow, and also the two from, one is from UAS Raichur and one is from UAS Dharwad. Saurabh Munnoli and S.N. Bhatt also presented, and one my Tanmay is a 8th presentation, that was also good. Anyhow, these are all the practical oriented and which are essential, which are required for the present situation in the agriculture of the Indian context. So I think I thank all the delegates and also the organizers provided me this the opportunity as a co-chairman of this session of the Dr. S.V.Patil Foundation or the national seminar on biochar utilization. Thank you one and all.
I thank the organizers for the opportunity given to us to chair this session.
So,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I request our chairman and co-chairman sir to present the mementos to the presenters of this session. Sir, 1 second. Now I request the presenters one by one. Dr. Ram Swarup Meena. Next, Priyanka Sati. Saurabh Munnoli. Dr. V.C. Patil. Sir, please. Sir, please. Saurabh, sir, please. Sir, please. Go. Sir, please, sir. Patil, sir, please. Dr. S.N. Bhatt. S.N. Bhatt. Sir, one more is there. Very much, please. Bhaskar Reddy is there. Yesterday's presenter, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy. Okay. Kulrora is there. But Reddy, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, please come on the stage and receive the memento. Yesterday you were outside. So that is the end of the marathon session of session 3. So I thank both the chairman and co-chairman sir for witnessing the 8 presentations. There is also a selfie point below the main building, just in front of the main building. Those who want to take, they can take up the photographs. Now I request and invite the chairman and co-chairman of the 4th session, Dr. B.M. Chittapur sir and Dr. H.B. Bablaj sir, to for this session, session 4. Session 4 is on regenerative and carbon neutral farming systems. So there are 4 presentations in this session 4. So I request there are 6 presentations, and I request Arvind Kumar sir to welcome both chairman and co-chairman. Anyway.
Welcome, sir.
ಅದು ಬಂದು ಬರೆದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿತಾ ಚಾಲು ಮಾಡೋದಾ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾ ಓಕೆ Good afternoon, friends. So far we had a marathon session, very useful session, and also by some very good practitioners, crusaders, who spoke very well. Really, for me it is a new subject in agriculture, biochar. Charcoal we all know, but biochar is a new thing, and particularly how best the farmers are on the farming side it can be used is really interesting thing. So on this aspect, so many have already spoken, and now we are coming to the practical side of this. Practical side of this use of biochar. Of course, this is a session theme 4, regenerative and carbon neutral farming systems. We all speak about carbon neutrality. And European continent, it says, or it has declared that by 2050, the whole continent wants to be carbon free or carbon neutral. And in our own country, our Prime Minister has targeted this carbon neutrality by 2075, I think. So in that way, everybody is thinking on this, and somebody also shown a slide wherein he has mentioned that carbon neutrality is a budge praise. So we have to really think on it, and many of us have to become crusaders now. Already there are crusaders, but we have to be crusaders, and many are 70 plus here, and some of us are also 40 below. So it's really a good congregation, and I am happy that everybody is taking real interest, and fortunately, though time is short, the speakers are few for me, only 6 are there because 2 have already completed yesterday. So I welcome to this session our co-chairman Dr. Bablal, and also rapporteurs Dr. C.P. Chandrasekhar and Santosh Onte. Thank you. Co-speaker, co-chairman.
Before we start presentation, I request Ms. Gerwani to introduce our chairman, co-chairman to the August body.
Dr. B.M. Chittapur started his career at ARS Bidar as senior agronomist and served in the capacity of professor and head, chief scientific officer, dean, director of research, director of education, and director of extension at UAS Raichur. He guided 20 MSc and 12 PhD students, released 25 technologies for farmers, and introduced many innovative programs in the university, and operated many externally funded research projects, including one from World Bank. Sir is recipient of University Gold Medal at MSc program in 1980, Best Thesis Award for PhD student work, Outstanding Scientist Award in 2018, and Lifetime Achievement Award in 2020 from professional societies. The co-chairman Dr. H.B. Bablat sir, former Dean Agri and Professor of Agronomy, started his service at UAS Dharwad and chaired several positions as Dean Agri at UAS Dharwad, Vijaypura, University Librarian at UAS Dharwad, Professor and Head UAS Dharwad, Vijaypura, and Institute of Organic Farming. Sir is conferred with several awards and fellowships, including ICAR Research Award Best Network Project, Organic Farming 2022. Best Research Sharing Award for Southern Region, Best Thesis Award in 1999, Indian Society of Agronomy. Sir is a member of several national and state level task force and committees. Sir is instrumental in establishment of Institute of Organic Farming, a center of excellence under RKVY at UAS Dharwad, which is first of its kind in the country. Established Model Bioresource Center with bio-input production units at UAS Dharwad. Sir developed 10 technologies and 2 varieties in soybean and popularized them among farmers of northern Karnataka. As a research scientist, developed 17 technologies, organized several events. Sir guided 26 MSc students and 4 PhD students. He published 165 full-length research papers, 5 books, and participated in several national and international conferences.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to technical issues. Now I call Dr. Ashish Panigrahi. Ashish, please.
All right, am I audible? Yes, okay. All right, I think it's already afternoon, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. It's a real absolute honor for me to stand in front of you and speak the very topic, right? So I would take the broader view, the climate change, right? We all are concerned, and maybe there is the reason we are together here. I'll borrow a word from my previous speaker, right? The word together, right? So the together is so critical. So I'm trying to cover some of these aspects in my topic discussions here. I'll not go kind of more detail into how to make biochar. I know there are plenty of knowledge base here. I'll try to address how technology can be used, right? Bringing some of these solution to the challenges. I heard previous speakers speaking about, let's say, what is the cost of making biochar, transportation cost, etc. But I'm going to add another angle to it. What about also the carbon emission happening during the transportation? We can make biochar, right? What I last heard from Dr. Naka Sai Bhaskar is that maybe if it is a more than 5 kilometer, it doesn't make any sense economically, right? Then I would challenge that what if you don't have a check on the carbon emission also while transportation? And how do you make sure that the biochar is cooked in the right temperature, pressure, environment and all, right? The pyrolysis, I would say. So let's dive into that. I'll just throw two numbers, right? So 1 billion, then 250 million, right? So let's read it. So this is what has been estimated to have our increase in temperature below 1.5 degrees centigrade, right? So we need to remove 1 billion ton of carbon from the atmosphere. How much we have achieved? Just 250 million, right? So nothing. So that means there is an urgency, and there is a kind of big gap in what we are supposed to do and what we have achieved it, right? And if I go further, right, I'm just trying to recap quickly. I know I have just 10 or 12 minutes. So if I just go through the cycle, right, so we have an emission, we have few natural, or I would say nature-based solutions, basically carbon sequestration, we can remove the carbon. And by doing this, what happens, there are incentive also. We get carbon markets where we can sell the credit, buy the credit. And guess what we need? The international also collaboration, right? Because most of the cases, what we are hearing now, your buyers might be sitting in Europe or Americas, right? While we are making biochar here, so somebody else is establishing the standard we need to follow, we need to show or prove that we are doing the biochar in the right way. So there is a need of standard and all. I think the rest of the topics have covered all these things, so I'm not going to touch them. But what I'm going to look at is the centerpiece, right? For everything, all the challenges what we are seeing for last 2 days, technology will play a bigger role, right? So it will be international collaboration, then technology enabler is going to basically help us to achieve 1.5 degree, right? Hopefully. So what are the 3 main way to do this? One is, emission reduction, avoidance, and CO2 removal. And if you look at the last one, in the morning when I met Dr. S.V.Patil, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity, sir. Because I'm here also kind of focusing on the biochar. I think in August I made a visit to Hyderabad. I met the Crusader family and they made me a Crusader also. I was so happy to join that. Then I just realized that the biochar has so many benefits also, not only carbon sequestration, there are additionality also into it. So once we remove that, so we're not going to speak emission reduction avoidance, right? I think the previous speaker also mentioned about the wind or solar, everybody is running behind it, right? In fact, I have a startup, we have a solution for renewables, we can speak offline. So we do technology solution for solar and wind farms. But I like the CO2 removal because you are going to extract the carbon. Whatever the damage has been happened, we are going to extract it, right? The top 2 are, we avoid, we don't add anymore. But what if, what about what has been already damaged? How do I fix it, right? So then you get a carbon credit. But we all know, right? It's not that straightforward easy. Don't read, detail into the chart. I'm just trying to reuse a chart here. But the net in net, somebody else is creating carbon in one place in the world, somebody else is going to buy, right? It's not that easy, straightforward discussion. Meaning that you need so many intermediaries, you need validations, verifications, trust, right? So I just wanted to highlight that, this is a global ecosystem. We have only one atmosphere, right? We can argue that, okay, Europe has done more damages, we didn't do that much, but at the end of the day, it is only one atmosphere, right? So how do we protect it? So what I'm trying to tell is, it is a complex area, right? It's not that, I create something, I sell it, or I get the benefit. Even though I do the good thing as a social citizen or nice citizen, somebody else doesn't do it, right? Then it is a sum-zero game, right? So everybody suffer anyway. So then what are the challenges? We're trying to speak in next maybe 5 or 7 minutes. I think some of the discussion happened, right? Depending on the feedstock we are using for biochar, right? It also depends how much carbon credit I'm going to get it. I'm just trying to connect the dots, right? We spoke about Juliflora. We spoke about coconut. We spoke about bamboos. So many type of feedstock we can use it. But do I get the same credit? Maybe not, because the carbon content is going to be different in different source, right? So I need to show, when I go to the international market, I need to show that, guys, I have done this, right? Then the technique used, for example, right? I was in a pyrolysis in Penukunda. There's a center, right? A factory. They use Juliflora. I think the moisture content has to be less than 15%, 1.5. Then how do I make sure, sitting in Europe? So I need some technology solution, right? So who can tell me, the system can tell me, okay, the biomass captured or has less than 15%, moisture in it before it get cooked. Then also the pressure, the temperature has been maintained in the pyrolysis chamber or not, right? Then the output also, where I'm storing it, right? Is there anything, getting mixed up or not? I know it is a solid state, 80% carbon, it doesn't get mixed to the soil and all, but we need to be kind of careful. And the final point, I think everybody remember or discussed here, right? So the additionality. Patil sir also said, he has tons of biochar sitting in the backyard, right? Unless you apply it. right? So it can be applied as soil amendment. In my opinion, or I think everybody agrees that, it will give more carbon credit or benefits rather than if I go and apply into construction mix. Because this can also replace the cement percentage in your concrete, right? I know this has been discussed already. This also can be used as a water purifications, right? So depending on the end usage, I need to kind of certify or get the credit out of it. How do I do this? I need end-to-end traceability. The moment I bring end-to-end traceability, the trust is established. They know that, okay, this has been done in the right way, and there is no double counting. I repeat, there is no double counting, right? So what we are trying to solve it here, right? So as I said, bring traceability and transferability. Just look at the diagram quickly, very simplified diagram, right? There's a farmland, the fish stock is coming to the pyrolysis plant, then basically it cooks there or the product is being made, then it goes into different things, right? So how technology is going to help, And before that, right, so who gets benefit? The moment I establish trust, the producer or the farmer definitely gets a benefit here. As a buyer sitting in Europe or America, I get a benefit because I know what I'm going to buy it. Then of course, the carbon credit also, we spoke about like voluntary carbon market, we spoke about other stuff, right? So they also rely on us saying that, okay, I know the factory in Hubli is verified, certified, and I can go to the network and quickly check, the lot came out, the biochar lot came out, exactly what temperature it was cooked, what was the biomass being used, right? So if I just split this one, I just try to simplify next two charts, right? How do I make sure the raw materials are extracted or being used there, right? So some of the proposals what we are working, it's a still in the evolving stage. We have kind of, I haven't seen anybody has done end to end. Okay, so this is still in the conceptual phase. I thought, I'll kind of, throw this idea. Maybe we can have a, discussion also. Interested people can kind of, join me as well. So I'm going to basically use here few technologies, right? So maybe computer vision. Basically, you take a picture, then you have artificial intelligence, which can analyze and tell, okay, what is the source, right? It is Juliflora, it is bamboo, rather than relying on somebody else to tell me, right? My technology can tell me. So I could use a RFID tag because what I need to do is each lot of biochar I need to track it from source. Pyrolysis happened, then the end product I pack it into a sack or bag, whatever. Then I put a RFID tag. And this RFID is being tracked from all these, I would say, touch points, not entry points, touch points. So my touch points are raw material extraction when I'm cutting the Juliflora. Then I'm transporting. Here also I'm kind of planning or suggesting to use GPS. The truck can have a GPS or the driver will have a GPS so that I can track the route, right? How many kilometers it traveled, instead of relying somebody else to tell me. Everything can be done with a kind of a mouse click or anything, right? So once this has been tracked, this RFID tag also keeps track of, let's say, the type of vehicles used, right? If it is a e-vehicle, it is a diesel operated vehicle, because the carbon emission will be different in different vehicle also, right? So this gives me a total control or at least visibility that what raw material comes in and how it is transferred, right? Then what happens when it is coming to, let's say, pyrolysis. See, guys, I'm just taking this as an example of pyrolysis. I have seen in the field, right? It could be other things like, what Sandeep Sabarwal was showing, right? In a different technique also. But I think the concept is same. The same thing, it comes into the pyrolysis. We can use sensor technologies, right? So which basically can withstand high temperature, high pressure. So it can monitor the lot, that how much time it was cooked in a pyrolysis chamber, at what temperature and what pressure, right? So then basically your RFID get updated. So the same lot is basically getting updated with more information when it is coming out of the pyrolysis chamber. Then the finished product transportation, right? Again, as I said, right? So the same set of technology what I used in the source, I'm going to use the same technology here. And here also what I can do is, because one of the challenge we're trying to address is there is no double counting, right? Guess what? It is not only carbon credit double counting, that you cannot go and put the same biochar in the same field, right? Second time, third time, because there could be a issue with the soil mix balance and all. I think I heard many researchers spoke about it, right? You cannot just dump biochar into a field every year, right? So here also the plan is to maybe we can use a satellite images here, so that the geotagging, we exactly know which field this biochar lot went into and mixed with the soil, right? So once that is done, basically, if you look at the rightmost side, so I know where it was used. If it is a land, I know which land, latitude, longitudes, I know it. I record, update the RFID tag. If it is going to be used into kind of other purposes, let's say concrete mix and all, I know exactly where it went. So I need to capture everything. Then only I bring that end-to-end traceability and trust into it, right? So I think this is my last slide. I know there is a warning bell also. So I stop here and open for questions. Maybe I'm available until 5 p.m. so we can have also chat on the corridor. Yes. Answer is yes, because we are using all OpenStack, which can be plugged into any of these platforms. For example, if you go and sell the carbon credit in the market, right? So they use, let's say, the huge blockchain. I think if I go back to that slide, right? So they'll have a blockchain systems where basically this maintains the registry. If you look at the center circle ellipse, right? So answer is yes. I haven't seen any DMRB doing everything what we just spoke. So they have done piece by piece. And especially the pyrolysis temperature, pressure, they don't maintain it because the technology evolving, right? So you need sensor which can withstand high temperature and all.
No, in Kontiki they are monitoring. Circonomy monitors the temperature of the process. And 2 to 3 times during that process we need to record the temperature using infrared gun, and we have to upload those photographs onto the DMRV.
Yeah, okay, good, yes. Thank you, sir. Sorry, can you be louder?
Yes. So can you please tell me which technology you have been using for identifying those biomass properties there?
Yeah. So it's a computer vision, right? So what happens, your AI ML models, they're being trained with the pictures. So for example, let's say Juliflora, right? So we take, let's say, 10, 15 pictures of the same species. Then we upload saying that, okay, we tag that, okay, this is Juliflora. From all the angles of the branches, the trunk. So the moment you upload a picture in the computer vision, it basically matches to the database and tell, okay, this is Juliflora, not bamboo.
Okay, is it matching to the existence ones to the 100% there?
Correct. Yeah. Okay. See, I think the accuracy is definitely more than 99%. Right. But it's all possible to go to 100% also. Yes.
Okay, so it has been monitoring based on the sensing there.
Yes.
Okay.
With picture, when I map this picture, then I know it is a Juliflora, right? The sensors are being used for tracking kind of your distance, your temperature, pressure, etc.
Yeah, it has been based on your own. Those have been prepared by your own company there.
Yes, so I just did a qualification, right? So it is in still conceptual stage.
Yeah, sir.
I'm kind of still, I need a test ground,
Yeah, sir.
right, to implement end to end.
Yeah, because we have been using the other end with sensing purposes. There we need to have all the molecular structures also. That's what we have been thinking the same there.
Okay, okay.
Thank you for this.
Sure, thank you.
Sir, is it possible to trace?
Sorry, possible to trace what? Yeah, so far no, but yeah, so far no, but I think we need to have high pixel pictures or whatever, right? Even though it looks dust to us, we need, a high resolution camera and train the kind of AI ML to trust. I think it needs more, what do you say, training of the system, but doable, yeah. But now it is not.
Any international standards the biomass or the end product?
I think what I've seen, everybody goes to different. Yeah, yeah. I think
Quality of biochar itself, lot of range.
correct, correct. I think standard is a issue. Most of them are using the European standard, right? And in one of the places also we have a basically we need to go and do a lab testing. If you look at the fourth one, so basically we need to also do a lab testing locally and upload to comply to a standard, because if you are going to sell in Europe market, you need to follow ECB also, unless whether you force them to accept your standard, right? So a lab testing is also kind of a part of the entire discussion here. That in, then we can show that, okay, European, if you try to sell in the Europe, then you comply.
Parameter, Dr. Babla, the parameter is HC ratio.
Yeah.
I'm using cotton stalks. What they want is, what is the test report, reliable lab? They send it to their own labs. I got it tested in Raichur. They said, no, we get it done in Mumbai lab. So they look for the HC ratio basically. If it is less than 0.4, they accept for carbon trading.
So HC ratio is one thing. And other, even the maximum water holding capacity.
No. Those parameters, no.
Other parameters.
Carbon market doesn't look into that. They basically depend on carbon content. It should be more than 80%.
Yeah, carbon content.
80% carbon content and then HC ratio of less than 0.4. These are two important parameters, and lot of discussions are going on. Nothing is certain as of now. It is just evolving. Everything is evolving.
Any accreditation like that agency is there to see all these things?
No, each of these platforms, the certifying agencies or carbon trading platforms, they look into the parameters. They have been well defined. But the parameters that you are talking about, no, they are not looked into as of now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashish Panikrai, for the.
Sir, one correction. I'm not doctor.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
A quick one, right? So I have done my MTech from Kharagpur IIT, 95, Earth Sciences, right? I've done a master's also from IIT Bombay. That is where I met Sai Bhaskar Reddy, so we are batchmate.
Okay,
and
thank you.
He inspired me kind of to come and see what he's doing. Yeah, thank you so much.
Right, thank you. Now I call Sri Dr. Hanumant M. Halli. He is going to speak on restoration of degraded lands with fruit-based systems to achieve carbon neutrality and land productivity in semi-arid conditions. Dr. Hanumant Halli, please.
Respected Chair, distinguished faculties and all the dignitaries and most respected teachers. So it is my pleasure to deliver a lecture on the restoration of degraded lands with fruit-based systems to achieve carbon neutrality, land productivity in semi-arid conditions. So this is the, we can say, case study or success story established at the ICR National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management, Baramati. So just I am going to show the what are the measures taken to restore the degraded lands. Okay. So as we know, agriculture, forestry and land use management systems contributing about 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. So greenhouse gas emission is building in the atmosphere at the rate of 2.4 ppm per year. So as per the estimations, according to the as usual going agriculture practices, the GHG emissions will increase by 77% till the mid of 21st century, and even after adopting the nature positive or climate smart practices or farming friendly practices, still the GHG emissions from agriculture will be 42% by the end of this century. So in this regard, in the COP26 at Glasgow, India pledged to reduce its GHG emission by 45% by the 2030 and net zero emissions by 2070. This is the commitment India made in the COP26. So in this regard, there are two problems. One is the land. So additional land is not available for increasing the carbon sink. So one option is we can use the challenged environment. So we can use the degraded lands. To use those degraded lands, the better option is compared to annual crops, perennial fruit crops. Okay, because these perennial fruit crops can sequester good amount of carbon on the diverse landscapes under challenging conditions. So because of their diverse ecosystem services and above and below ground benefits, so they can meet 11 sustainable development goals out of the 17 sustainable development goals. So that's why the fruit based trees are the better viable options to degrade or to create the carbon sink in the degraded areas. So just we see why degraded lands. So because degraded lands are the key repeated mentions in the Paris agreements, that is in 2015, then in COP 1421 and COP 26. So they are the main targets for the carbon neutrality in the future. So another factor is arable land overuse. Already we know the arable land is fully occupied. There is no further scopes to create the additional carbon sink. So that's why degraded lands are the ideal for the carbon sequestration. According to ISRO, 30% of the India's total land area, that is 98 million hectare, is subjected to various types of degradation. So that one more, that is GROW initiative or GCP, that is Green Credit Program, aim to restore 26 million hectare of the degraded lands by 2030, and that sequester 2.5 to 3 billion tons of the carbon sink. So this is the GROW report. There also mentioned the degraded lands. Then carbon quantification. Then one more thing is the exact idea or information on the carbon sequestration by these tree crops on the degraded lands is not available. So then another point is increased area under cultivation. If you bring such degraded lands under cultivation by using these fruit tree species, we can support the food production and improve the land value with carbon sequestration and other ecosystem services. So that's why the conversion or attention on the degraded land is very important from the point of food security as well as environmental benefits. So within that 98 million hectare of the degraded land, barren rocky basaltic terrains with multiple challenges. So this type of area covers that 20 million hectare, which is mainly characterized by the shallow depth, that is just depth up to 30 centimeter, with hard pan, lack of vegetation and multiple adapic stresses. Those stresses mainly include, here we can't believe that soil organic carbon is less than 0.1 percentage, and low available nitrogen and P. We can't imagine that is P is just 0.5 kg per hectare and nitrogen is 50 kg per hectare with severe erosion and organic matter loss. Then one more, the rehabilitating such lands using conventional approaches is challenging and often insufficient. So that requires substantial investment with considerable environmental footprints. So if unaddressed such lands, it negatively affects the soil health and it will be of no use. So that's why we have to identify such a practices or develop a set of technologies to bring such lands under cultivation, at least for the purpose of the environment and to support the food production. So in this regard, National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management developed some innovative technology, that is setup technology adapted to transform such degraded land into productive ecosystem. Here this is the setup technologies. So this was the original site. So original site was that was impossible to take any crops, even impossible to think crops at all. So did ripping with the proclaim machine, then followed by the blasting, then leveling, opening up the pit again with the proclaim machine, then filling up the pit using that native soil, organic FOM that is, and black soil at the ratio of 1:1:1. Then in that pit planted mango grafts, pomegranate cuttings and coconut seedlings. So after 8 years we could see such a transformed landscape from this barren system. So this was the methodology we followed. 8-year-old fruit trees were harvested to study their growth, biomass production and carbon stock and the net GHG budgeting under this challenging environment. So first we harvested the trees, then separated their biomass, that is partitioning both below ground as well as above ground biomass. Within that also we partitioned the biomass, then weighed, then estimated the plant carbon, and finally we derived some conclusion. So this is the, so these are the different sources of inputs which contributed to the GHG emissions. Mainly fuel that contributed more, followed by the electricity. That mango system was more intensive. Then this is the year-wise carbon GHG emissions. So in the initial year it was higher due to establishment practices. So these were the inputs we have applied for the different systems. So these are the carbon stocks from the different food production systems. Mango sequestered more carbon, followed by the pomegranate and coconut. So here in mango stem portion contributed more. So this is the GHG budgeting. So actually mango system sequestered more carbon. The net balance was 164 ton CO2 equivalent per hectare, followed by the pomegranate and coconut and pomegranate. So these were the carbon budgeting, that is mango coconut system found more carbon efficient because it consumed less inputs. So this was the fruit yield of the different systems. Coconut that pomegranate system produced yield after second year of planting. For the next mango and coconut started giving yield on the 4th year. So this was the yield sustainability that was highest in pomegranate, followed by the mango. So this was the economics that includes the fruit yield, carbon credit, and even we estimated the oxygen production potential of the system. By considering all the income sources, the pomegranate found highest, followed by the mango and coconut in terms of net returns. So finally I can say fuel usage contributed most to the GHG emissions during land transformation. Then mango system exhibited superior GHG mitigation potential. Then that system earned the highest carbon credits and oxygen supply return. Then consistent fruit yields of pomegranate resulted in the greater net returns and land value. So restoration of degraded land could mitigate GHG emissions. So finally, I can conclude that selection of fruit tree species is important in achieving higher carbon sequestration. Then conversion of basaltic rocky degraded lands with fruit-based systems has mitigation potential. Then converting degraded land into productive landscapes can generate carbon credits that shows the potential for carbon offset and economic gain. Then ICR NISM technology support the grow report and green credit program to rehabilitate 26 million of the degraded land and land degradation to achieve land degraded neutrality and net zero emissions. So this was the initial situation. There was nothing possible. So with the setup technologies adoption, so the landscape converted into this type with good yield and improved ecosystem services. So that technology totally transformed the landscape.
Okay, what is your conclusion with regard to your title, carbon neutrality?
Yes, sir.
What sort of thing you are coming out with regard to carbon neutrality?
So, yes, sir. Here I am highlighting that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only I am highlighting here, sir. Just yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman, so this is a very tough and challenging task for the agronomist. I have seen that site. Practically, there is no soil as such. They have to bring it from outside and do it.
The same thing. Now it is under cultivation of crop and also plantations. Now, these all basaltic rock soils can be brought under cultivation. No, we have done, sir.
Yes. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, carbon credit cost that varies to the countries even to the location. Sir, here we consider that is specifically that variability. Here we consider it, sir, $15 sir, for one carbon credit. That is 1 ton of the carbon. We consider $15. So even that varies up to 50. In extreme cases, there is up to 200 it goes, sir. But on an average, we consider 15 for our estimation. Yes, sir. That is the next plan, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentation. Now we shall break for the lunch.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll meet here once again at 2:45. Please come back by 2:45.
Still we have 4 more
Presentations.
So, have nice
hall by 2:45 p.m. Thank you.
ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಆರಾಮಲ್ಲ? ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ, ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಎಕನಾಮಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಂ, ಬಯೋಚಾರ. ಹಾಂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಂ 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 ಏನು ಹಾಂ ಹೌದು 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 ಹಾಂ ಹೌದು ಹಾಂ ಹೌದು ಹೌದು ಹಾಂ 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 ಕೊಡಿ 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 ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವು
ಜೀವಂತ ಚಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
Good afternoon, friends. We shall continue this session, technical session 4. Now I request Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. Ramesh Bhatt is going to speak on biotechnology-driven insights into the biochar production, carbon sequestration, and carbon trading for carbon-neutral farming. In fact, he has collected a lot of reviews, and based on that, he is going to make his presentation. I request him to go ahead.
Okay. Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, my teachers. Again. I think it's on. Yeah. My teachers, colleagues, and friends and student friends, and all the participants. So, actually, my editorial responsibility brought me here. Otherwise, when I saw the brochure, I was thinking of my editorial responsibility, and I just searched the literature, and there was one chapter, book chapter, you can see the title here, which attracted me, Biochar from Microalgae, a biotechnology approach for water treatment systems. And then when I searched this literature, then I also found that biotechnology has got a lot of roles in biochar production, value addition, as well as in understanding the molecular basis of plant growth and productivity. So that's how in my talk today, I made a small effort to collect all the literature over 2000, almost 6 to 2024 October, and then using that database, I looked into the all possibilities of patterns, research trends, and what has been done, what can be done in future, all those things. And also I found that biotechnology has got a very great role in making the feedstocks suitable for biochar production, especially considering the microalgae. So what are those genetic modifications that have been used, and how best you can modify the microalgae to convert it as the feedstock for biochar production, and also how best we can add value to the biochar, and how best we can understand the molecular basis of the growth and higher productivity. Because since yesterday we have been listening that the biochar research is infancy, it's in nascent stage, and lot of research is required, lot of documentation is required, all those things. And also it is very, very important because all of us know adding biochar would increase the soil health, and also it will probably give better growth and yield out of the crop. So understanding how all these things happen is also important. So in fact, microalgae is found in most of the ecosystems where water, temperature are congenial, and that we shall see later. And the extent of microalgae, you can see here 1 milliliter of water can contain about 10,000 to 1 million cells of microalgae. That is the quantity of the microalgae which is found in just 1 ml of water. So totally globally, if you look at the marine microalgal biomass is estimated in the range of hundreds of millions of tons. So that's the possibility. Coming to the biochar, of course, it's a multi-purpose solution addressing so many things. I will not go into the details of these things. In one sentence, if I have to say, it makes, though it is dark in color, it makes the entire planet green and cool. So the global interest in biochar research has grown exponentially in recent years because of its importance. And development of biochar-based soil amendments enriched with beneficial microbes, this is another opportunity where biotechnology can play a greater role, such as nitrogen-fixing bacteria or phosphate-solubilizing fungi. It's not just adding those microbes. The role of biotechnology comes into picture when you are modifying those organisms to suit to add into biochar and get the better usage of it. And genetic engineering is also being used to create high biomass plants and feedstocks specifically tailored for efficient biochar production. This is very important. I'll give you a couple of examples where people have demonstrated how biotechnology can be used to make a better feedstock. And understanding the growth promoting effect of biochar on plant at molecular level, say, hormones, genes, and all those things. So I'll talk about the gene expression, which are the genes which are upregulated or which are the genes that are downregulated when you add biochar to the plant. So the overall objective of this study is to understand the scientific progress and also to uncover trends and to get a better idea about practical applications and opportunities in biochar research through a structured approach of bibliometric analysis. Say it is not just a review, it's a bibliometric analysis where the metrics are used, and we'll be downloading the primary data of references which have been published globally containing the biochar as one of the keywords. And to equip this kind of study will help the researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders in maximizing biochar's potential to address global challenges such as soil degradation, waste management, and climate change. So what we have done in this study is there are a couple of softwares which I have used, which are exclusively used for this kind of bibliometric analysis. Probably most of you know. One is called as EndNote X9. It's a legal version, and references were searched and downloaded on 24th October 2024. Okay, so whatever publications that have been published with a say title carrying biochar and also agriculture, okay, not industry purpose. Say the title should contain biochar and also it should contain agriculture. So that's how the search fields were controlled here. You can see that, and then it was searched. And when it was searched on October 24th, we could get about 4,156 references that have been published. Okay, and indicating that till on that day in PubMed, it is from PubMed. You know, PubMed, which is highly reputed indexing authority, and it is from PubMed. And 4,156 publications, including the journals, those published in journals, as well as published in good, highly reputed book chapters or books. So those were downregulated, or they were downloaded, and this was the database which I have developed. There are 4,156 references with all the details. Okay, you can find out the collaborations, you can find out the authors, you can also find out in which journal it has been say published, all those things. And using this database, we try to see a couple of research trends, what has been done and what best can be done, all those things. And once you have the database, then it has to be handled, and for that I used R programming to see lots of research trends. And this is the R program you can see. You can make also a good amount of graphs and all those things. And what we analyzed is for the growth of biochar research over time, how far the biochar research has been taken place, and countries with intensive research on biochar, emerging key areas, detecting cutting edge topics, and major journals, which are the major journals that have published the research on biochar, and role of biotechnology, what are the key contributions in terms of quality biochar production, value addition, as well as the growth promoting activity. This is very interesting graph you can see here. See, from 2014 there is a surge in the total number of publications. I don't know the reason. It only indicates that the quantum of research has been very increasing from 2014. Okay, globally, this is a global data, and significant increase in biochar related publications since 2014, linked to heightened awareness of climate change and biochar's potential benefits. And also we looked into the major key areas which these 4,156 research publications have concentrated. If you look at them, then most of the publications concentrated on pyrolysis. Okay, means the production of biochar itself, and then feedstock, how best or what are the different feedstocks that are used, and how best you can improve those feedstocks, and soil amendments, productivity, carbon sequestration, soil fertility, microbial activity, like that. So these are in the decreasing order. So the first comes pyrolysis, and also we saw these are key areas. You can see here how pyrolysis stands apart. This number one key area. And if you look at the global leadership in research, then China stands first, and India takes the 4th rank in terms of publishing the articles on biochar, indirectly indicating the quantum of research which is carried out in India. And leading journals are the top one is Science of the Total Environment, followed by Chemosphere, Bioresearch Technology, like that. So there are very top level, highly impacted journals which have published a lot of articles on biochar. And major findings from bibliometric analysis, this is very important, especially connecting the biotechnology, and also huge potential of biotechnology in biochar related research. See, there is one article by Weiger and his associates in 2015. The title says, "More plant growth but less plant defense." This is very interesting. Okay, what they have done in their research is, you can see that they have used Arabidopsis and lettuce plants grown with biochar, and they found significant increase in leaf area, but almost by almost 130% compared to the control where biochar was not used. Then rosette diameter, 61% increase, root length almost 100% increase, then leaf cell expansion. You can see the figure where biochar addition has increased the plant growth. This is in case of Arabidopsis. And higher expression of genes. They monitored, after adding biochar, they monitored some of the important genes, whether the genes become activated or they are deactivated, and which are those genes like that. The synthesis of growth promoting plant hormones. Those genes which are involved in the production of the hormones, okay, like brassinosteroids or auxins and their signaling molecules. So those genes which are involved in these metabolic process were highly upregulated, indicating that those genes are somehow activated by adding biochar. And also they were involved in the cell wall loosening and membrane transporters for sugars, nutrients and aquaporins, and water and nutrient uptake, movement of sugars for metabolism. So these are the pathways which are activated by adding biochar. So those genes which are involved in these metabolic pathways were upregulated. And also there were some genes which were downregulated, reduced gene expression. You can see here, large suite of plant defense genes. This is very interesting. On one hand, the plant growth is increased, but on the other hand, somehow the biosynthetic pathway of jasmonic acid defense genes and most categories of secondary metabolites were downregulated. And also, this is another study where they have indicated the study of what happens when biochar is added like that. And this is second area where modifying the biochemical content to suit biochar production. In one study by Chang and associates in 2020, they created a mutant of microalgae where lipid content was increased by genome editing. Genome editing is very common technology nowadays, very advanced technology where you can make specific changes to the gene, and they altered a gene which is involved in lipid biosynthesis. By altering the lipid biosynthetic gene, the lipid synthesis was fatty acid increased by 274-fold to 314-fold almost. So that made a better feedstock for biochar production. And biotechnology has other roles also. Okay, not only this one, value addition, and also making it a better feedstock. These are some of the examples. So, and also there are dual benefits for bioengineered algae. Genetic modifications reduce biofuel costs, improve algal growth in wastewater, enhancing resource sustainability like that. So there are various number of articles. Of course, these are general articles on biochar. I will not go into the details of these things for the paucity of time. Okay, so overall, this bibliographic bibliometric analysis highlights the important role of biotechnology in advancing carbon neutral agriculture through biochar applications, apart from highlighting significant global research trends. So what has been done, and also we can understand what best can be done in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh Bhatt. My question is with regard to your first slide.
Yeah.
You started with an algae, isn't it?
Yes.
You said you'll discuss about it later,
Yeah.
but I didn't get anything on
No,
that.
I saw lipid increase, lipid
Arabidopsis.
Yeah, this one. This study is
And in that also, more the growth, less the defense you said, but
Yes.
that part you have not covered.
No, no, gene expression. See, the genes involved in plant growth and development were upregulated, whereas those genes which are involved in plant defense, they were downregulated. It means probably the plant growth is better, but at the same time it might become susceptible for the disease. That's the indication of that study.
Okay, another point what you are telling to us is that you can also regulate the biomass.
Not biomass, quality, composition of the feedstock.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah.
By using your biotechnology.
Yeah.
Any example? in
Yeah,
that?
this is the example, sir. This is the example. See, this one in 2020 enhanced lipid productivity in AGP knockout marine microalgae tetraselmis species.
That's right.
Using
But with regard to any plants.
yeah, this microalgae, not plant. Yeah. So this is the one because they are concentrating, look into the quantity of the microalgae available or opportunity to use microalgae as alternate source.
That is a CLG or a normal
Yeah.
CLG?
Yeah.
So through biotechnology, you are saying that.
And genetic engineering of that one.
For so untouched area you want to touch.
Okay.
Okay. Any other
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We are told that Biochar is a neutral carbon product.
Yeah.
There is no chemical character to it.
Yeah.
Then how come biotechnology has picked up? Because we saying you can inject lot of things, nutrients, microorganisms into the biochar, but biochar itself is a chemically inert product. Is that right?
Yeah. No, I'm talking. No. His question is also correct. I also told in one of the studies, they are trying to increase the value of the biochar by incorporating some microbes.
Yeah,
right?
That is true.
Yeah.
By adding, but algae is one of the sources, biomass. But when you make biochar, then it should be the same neutral, chemically neutral product.
No. Here the idea is to make a better microalgae for better biochar production.
Oh, microorganisms.
Yes.
Nothing to do with the biochar
No,
activity.
with regard to char only.
By not to increase the quantity or quality of the biochar.
No,
It is making
structure or
a
something
feedstock.
like that, I think. Structure of biochar or.
It's
His topic is use of microalgae as a feedstock.
yes, and to improve the quality of that micro. Yeah, using genetic engineering.
Using the genetic engineering.
No.
So this is what the theme. His question is about how we can improve the quality of the biochar by
Yeah.
using biotechnology.
So
by using
for
some other tools, microbial.
That's
not it.
No.
Basic question is.
Yes.
Morphous and physical properties, how can you improve the quality of the biochar? That's his question.
Yeah. Correct. Improve the quality, that's value addition I showed. See, there are special strains of microbes which have been identified, and also people are genetically engineering some of the microbial strains to combine it with biochar so that the value can be increased.
Is it co-pyrolysis you are talking to like? No, not co-pyrolysis, adding two different materials? No, not really.
After the production of biochar.
After the production.
Sir, I have a question. Sir, have you come across any patent related to biochar production technology, sir? Like you have used so many biotechnology engineering. So if it is any patent technologies are available that can be explored.
Sorry, in my search, I did not give this patent. I put it only for the publication. If I put it for patent, I can get the database like that if there are any patents. But I did not do that here.
The search engine you have been used for that one. You are not mentioned which source you have been used.
PubMed, I showed. The source is PubMed. You know PubMed, right?
Yeah.
PubMed is like Google Scholar, for example.
No, not the search engine. Actually, the source, which is it the scientific?
That's what. PubMed is a source.
Okay, thank you.
PubMed is
Thank
a
you.
source.
Thank you for your nice presentation.
No, PubMed has. It's like Science Direct. Yeah. Like Google
Yes,
Scholar.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh Patil. Thank you for your nice presentation. Quite informative. Okay, there is an announcement.
There is one announcement. Those who have poster presentations, I request kindly be there in front of your posters I request the panel of judges to visit the posters and evaluate them. Thank you, sir.
Now I request Ms. K.R. Rakshita, Assistant Manager ADM.
Rakshita,
please.
You are being called to talk. ಸೋಯಾಬೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಅವರು ADM ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್
ಹೌದಾ ಹೌದಾ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಭಾಳ ಚಲೋ ಆಗ್ತದೆ
8,000 farmers buyback arrangement.
ನೀವು ಬರ್ದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ
ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ
ಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ
ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು 2 ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ಇವಾಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟನಲ್ರಿ ನನಗೆ ಸೀಟು ಇದು ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ಹೌದಿಲ್ಲ
ಇನ್ವೈಟೆಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್ ಹೌದಾ ಆಯ್ತು
Yes, yes, yes. Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, all the delegates, participants, very good evening to everyone. I am Rakshita. So just a small introduction. I am a postgraduate in soil science from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi. So after that, I joined in a private sector, and currently, since past 2.5 years, I am working as an assistant manager in ADM Agro Industries India Private Limited. So this is based at Belur Industrial Area, Dharwad. So just a small introduction about the company first. So this is a company, multinational company, which is US based, and it is located in more than 200 countries. And in India, coming to India, we have 2 major plants in India. One is at Latur, Maharashtra, and the other one is at Dharwad. So in Latur, we have 1,000 metric ton capacity where soybean is processed. And in Dharwad, we have 500 metric ton capacity, that is crush capacity. So how does this commodity or soybean come from? So that is where I come into role as a agri graduate. So we procure commodities directly from farmers. So the commodities are majorly soybean, which is required for crush, and along with that we also procure chana, that is chickpea, tuar, red gram from Bidar and Gulbarga belts as well in Karnataka. So for that we have a dal unit in Maharashtra, and also we do trading of pulses. So in Karnataka, these are the purchase centers, or I can say warehouse, where key soybean belts are there. We have different godowns, and we purchase directly from the farmers. So at Bidar we have 8 purchase centers, Gulbarga 1. So Belgaum, Bailhongal, which is the key soybean belt, around 40,000 metric ton soybean comes from Bailhongal. So there we are having around 6 purchase centers, Dharwad 4 and Haveri 2. So there might be a question like, here biochar discussion is going on, and what are we going to do with procurement industry? So here I want to tell that we have a farmer base of around 1.2 lakh in Karnataka, specifically North Interior Karnataka, where farmers are registered to us and they come to our warehouse to sell their commodity. And at Latur or in the Maharashtra, especially in the Marathwada and Vidarbha region, we have a farmer base of around 2 lakh plus farmers. So they sell their produce at different purchase centers located at Maharashtra, and there is also around 40 purchase centers in Maharashtra. So like why a farmer has to choose ADM? Like we are working since many years. Earlier it was called TINA. You all must be very familiar with that particular industry. So that was acquired by ADM in 2011, and since then like farmers have a trust on ADM. So there is a very transparent method of purchase by ADM. Like in front of the farmers only weighment happens, and the weighing machines which we use, they are also government calibrated machines. Like regular calibration is being done, and the quality checking, that is also a very scientific method which we follow. So the farmers are very happy, and they get the fair price, so better market realization. So that is why farmers directly come to us to sell. So this is the key point which I wanted to highlight. And this is our procurement procedure, how we purchase. Like a farmer brings the material to the market. So there we do sampling, bag-wise sampling, and it is put in a divider, like very scientific methodology. And we use the moisture meter that is called Dickey John moisture meter. So this is a US moisture meter which is cost around 60 to 70,000 rupees. Like everywhere we find local national moisture meters, digital moisture meters, but this is a very it is very near to accuracy, O1 method of calculation. So we are using such a good equipment in checking the quality. And along with that, we use for damage and foreign material calculation as well, we use the small weighing scale, which are calibrated ones. And finally, farmer is going to get the bill for his produce, and the payment is also processed on the same day, and it is completely online. So gram to gram payment is done in front of him, and paisa to paisa amount will be deposited or credited in his account the very next day. So this is how the system works in Karnataka and also Maharashtra under farmer procurement. So here we have a network of farmers, and in this platform, like I was nowhere ready to speak or I had nothing to present here, but today's morning session inspired me to talk something here. So I requested Arvind sir to give me a short time to express something, because here a lot of people are speaking, like researchers, there are private stakeholders, and many more KVKs. Like all of them are expressing they want to do something on ground. They want to involve with the farming community. So that is where we come into role. We have a very good network. We do a lot of ground activities. We have tie-ups, and we are working already with the university, AICRP, and KVKs. We are doing a lot of programs on ground. So farmer has a very good trust on ADM because of the practices we follow. So definitely we are open for the proposals if you have any, so that we can collaborate and work in future. So that is what I wanted to communicate in this platform. So these are some of the synapses, like we are doing farmer programs in different locations.
Thank you, Rakshita.
Yes, sir.
So from your side, she is inviting you all in what way their firm can cooperate with you.
Now, how can we collaborate with you? You said you want to collaborate. We have 1.2 lakhs farmers in Karnataka, 2 lakhs in Maharashtra. So how do we?
Sir, we will act as a platform actually. Like if you want to do some trials, biochar trials, or whatever, like some products you want to do a trial basis. Like we are also having a MOU with Bayer, where they do multiple trials with our farmers. Like we are in touch with the ground, so we can monitor the farmers. Because here a lot of people, they are working outside the state. So if they want to explore something in this farming community, local community, definitely we would be a very good platform. So that's my point here.
Whom to contact?
Sir, I'll provide the details.
Thank you.
Yes.
Exactly. No, they want you to come and collaborate. Not that they will do.
Yes, we are a platform, that's all. Like we are doing nothing in biochar, but we will act as a platform, sir. We are open to the proposal. If there are any, definitely I'll discuss with my seniors and we'll get back to that. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes. Sir, I'll just post my mail ID. So my number.
Mm-hmm. 829.
Enlarge it.
So if there are, yeah. So if there are any proposals, we are open to that. Just drop a mail. We'll get back to you definitely. And thanks a lot for this opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakshita. You are speaking on the behalf of ADM and you are inviting us all.
Yes, sir.
Is it your decision or your manager?
No. It's actually I have come here on my personal interest, sir, not on behalf of my company. But listening to the morning sessions, I was really inspired. Like we can connect with the
good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Thank you, Rakshada, for your good presentation and also the invitation that you have given openly to all of us. Okay, next I request Mr. Neeraj. Mr. Neeraj. Okay, next Daniel. Neeraj is there. You're Oslo. Narwhal. Daniel. Yeah.
फाइल नहीं है इसमें पेन ड्राइव में
मेरे पास नहीं है पेन ड्राइव
आपका लैपटॉप को करने हो रहा है ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತೊಗೊಲಿಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಲಿಲ್ಲ
पेन ड्राइव होगा
पेन ड्राइव है काम करो पेन ड्राइव तड़ी ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ PDF है क्या है तड़ियो बरोदिಲ್ಲ सेंटर then leave
खेती KHETEE yep
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Neeraj from Bihar, and my organization name is Kheti, which is working on agroforestry. So I will continue what Mr. Chandrasekhar Biradar sir has said. So I was not present. I was not ready for this conference. He was here, so he told me to come here and join him. So I will just present the photo, few of the work what we are doing. So this is the plot. If you can identify, this is a wheat crop of one of our plot in Bihar from Lakhisarai district, which is semi-arid zone, and this type of crop is growing. So I started agroforestry in 2018 on the same plot. So the area surrounding this plot is all chemical farm. So we did this water channel, and this the green patch we did for live fencing. We did the rain hose irrigation system so that we can mimic the nature. And this 6 feet is dedicated considering the farmers' income and ecology. So this is for birds and on all sort of biodiversity, plus the monetary benefit to the farmers. So here we are making beds and trenches, and I have not integrated any outside crop, but the crop what we are growing in our region, but it is a complex and densified system like a forest, but on farmers' field. So we are using all concoction, organic concoction made out of cow dung and cow urine. This is how rain hose irrigation system works. We are using mulching and bird stands. So this is the quarterly farm growth of the demonstration plot what we are developing. On the same plot what we have seen on the first photo. So after 100 days, we got diverse type of crop on the same plot, and at the same time land is regenerated, rejuvenated and revived. We are running a farmer, we are working with farmers, so we did for the experimentation purpose the farmer agroforestry fellowship program, so that we can have a demonstration plot in each region, each type of agroclimatic zones. Here as you can see that potato is also growing under shade, and this is the result after 1 year and 7 months on the same plot. As you can see that all monoculture field, basically paddy and wheat is growing in that area. So we can see that we can regenerate within a short period of time if we are following this kind of nature-based technology at our farm. When we talk about biodiversity, so we had bring back all this diversity in our farm through agroforestry. And like we had implemented this in 2018 October in the plot, and we have observed that on 12th August 2020, like in earlier days there was lot of water stagnation was happening due to flash flooding and erratic rainfall. But in 2020 what I have observed, like earlier days the beds and trenches get submerged, and all crops, few of the crops get suffered from the water stagnation. But in 2020 what I had observed, as you can see that there was heavy rainfall, and within 1 day it was percolating all water to ground level and recharging ground water table at the same time. Thank you.
But you said agroforestry, which is the tree component there?
Sir, we had integrated fruit trees like mango, guava, banana.
In none of the slides I can see them, even the products.
Actually, from this year they started fruiting. We had implemented in 2018 October. So it's not it's a young farm, but meanwhile we are growing other crops, short-term crop.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience?
When I'm going to use Biochar?
No, there is no. It is in no way connected with the present symposium. Anyway, he is.
It is one agroecological practice.
Sir, regenerative means ಅದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋನಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್ beside that. Now one more speaker who is from Norway, he is going to speak about biochar in front of us, about his experiences. Dr. Daniel from University of Oslo, Norway. Please, Daniel, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I will not present any research paper. I am here as a visitor and as a guest, and I just want to express my deepest gratitude for the hospitality that you have shown to me and my partner, Professor Fjell. We are here from the University of Norway, and we are social scientists. So if you think that this conference was interdisciplinary from your point of view, imagine how it must have been from our point of view. It was were 2 days of deep immersion into the sciences of biochar, into agronomy, and it was a truly rewarding experience, and I just want to say thank you. My experience with biochar goes actually back to my education when I was studying anthropology at the University of Munich in Germany. I'm native to Germany. I only live in Norway, where we learned about terra preta, about ancient Amazonian civilizations that were able to survive on really poor soils by generating what we would today call biochar and making it as part of the soil in which they live. Later on, we talked about these phenomenon as anthropogenic dark earth, and anthropologists began to discover them across the globe. Archaeologists discovered dark earth in West Africa and other parts of South America. So the idea of burying biochar for human survival is actually quite old. The first time I really discovered biochar as a term was about 2006, or maybe it was 7, when I was traveling in Pondicherry and went to Auroville. And there it was a co-national, a German who was also head of Demeter India, a organic farming certification body, and they were making the first experiments with biochar. It was, to me, it was a very shocking experience. We went very close to a very hot burning pit, and it was, I think, May in Tamil Nadu. You can imagine how dry it was, and the amount of water that was used was also shocking to me. But at the end of the day, they were able to show me how they had been able to transform very barren red soils into very lush gardens over a period of just a couple of years. So this is when my first real interest in biochar as a technology became sparked. I then did 2 studies in South India with farming communities, one in Tamil Nadu, in the Kaveri Delta of Tamil Nadu near Tanjavur, and another study in Wayanad district of Kerala, where I was working with farming communities who are in distress. As you may know, Wayanad district was one of the farmer suicide areas that was declared as a farmer suicide district. And what I discovered there was that as in response to this crisis, farmers and scientists, KVKs, extension officers and so on were almost collectively on the search for alternatives to what they, as a shortcut, may be called green revolution agriculture. But we all know that green revolution is much more complex than just a simple keyword. It has many complex upsides and downsides. But these farming communities very often spoke of green revolution agriculture as a shortcut of everything that went wrong, and as also partly of the reason why they have lost confidence in what agronomists and what the scientific community is teaching to farmers. So in that context, I studied what we had a research group at Heidelberg University that we called alternative agricultures, where we followed all these alternative methods from Subhash Paleghar's natural farming to biodynamic farming, and also to biochar making and all these different technologies. And we were really interested in experimentation from the ground up. So what is very often described as a disadvantage of the Indian agricultural sector is that it is so small. We actually conceived as its advantage. If you have many small farmers, you have potentially many innovators, many people who can do experiments in their farms and on their fields. And Wayanad district was a very fertile ground for that, I think. And I've studied a bit the emergence of these things. So currently I'm involved in a research project that is called anthropogenic soils, where we look again, we follow up on the issue, and we see of how across the world communities that are composed of mixed communities, farmers, extension workers, scientists, find ways to recover, to restore degraded soils or polluted soils. Some of my colleagues, for example, work with phytoremediation, others work with mycoremediation, and they go into landscapes that are polluted either by industry, by industrialized agriculture, or by nuclear waste, for example. So we have one project also in Central Asia that looks at that. So in this context, I am very much interested in seeing what is happening with biochar as a method for restoring and repairing soils that have been degraded. I was very interested in this conference to see here how we have a combination really of soil-focused or farm-focused approaches. Others are more industry or waste management-focused. And I think I take away many important lessons. One of the lessons is that even though some of you said it might be, I don't think that biochar is going to be a magic bullet. I think there are still quite a few of contradictions and conflicts to be handled. Some of the contradictions I noticed in this room was, for example, between private interest and public interest, interests in carbon trading. I think the hope in carbon trading is good for now, but the idea that we would get $1,000 per unit is also scary. There is quite a body of research on what has happened in Western African countries, how biochar can also contribute to something like land grabs for the making of biochar. So we are already noticing a competition between using agricultural land for food, for feed, and for fuel. And imagine if biochar would enter as a competitor for precious agrarian land. So even there, I think is always we have to tread with caution. But I think from this room we can really learn that biochar is in excellent hands in India. And I often heard here that biochar was imported to India and that it came from other places. To me personally, I think India is now at the forefront of research, and I would not have found such an excellent panel of experts anywhere in Europe. The biochar debate in Europe is very much in the hand exclusively of large industry, of waste industries and so on. And what I'm so interested in, the combination between really from the farmer to extension workers, to foundational science, to startups and so on, this network that's emerging here, that's really unique, and I want to congratulate you for it. And I really hope I get a chance to be here for your next conference. Thank you very much for hosting us.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Is there anyone to interact with Dr. Daniel? Thank you, Daniel. You said you are from Norway, but you have traveled a lot in India, starting from Punjab and also in the south, Kerala and Wayanad in Kerala, and also Tamil Nadu, and you also studied different farming systems, biodynamic farming systems, so also organic farming or natural farming. So many aspects. As a soil scientist, social scientist, you have studied here. And it's good that you are also noticing some positive point among the present gathering, August gathering here. It's your only good nature which is speaking here. Thank you for your opinion and you giving us an insight about our own country. Thank you, sir. Now, lastly, I request Dr. Gupta, S.K. Gupta. Please, he is going to speak about biochar a short.
Thank you. So good evening to all. And on behalf of Progressive Biochar Society and on my personal behalf, I would like to congratulate this August House and the University, Dr. S.V.Patil Foundation and University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad, for conducting such a good program where scientists, private people, and students, and many more are available who are really deliberate for the last 2 days on the biochar. Now this, actually what is biochar is, we have been deliberating, but I do not want to go into the details. But what I understand is biochar is definitely going to be a very good boom for climate change, for agriculture, for energy sector, and water purification. And then the best thing is the carbon credit. That's the reason people are coming and joining. Now, this Progressive Biochar Society we started in the November 25th, 23, and inauguration was done on 13th of February 2024. We started just 25 people on the first day, and with the help of, in the initiation of Mr. R.K. Mehta ji and Dr. N. Sai Bhaskar ji. Then slowly we have grown up. Now we are more than 100 members in the society. So on the same line, I request Dharwad people also to think about to start a small, in the beginning, make a beginning to start a biochar club here. Now this Progressive Biochar Society today is decorated with eminent people, scientists like Dr. P. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, Mr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy ji, and Mr. R.K. Mehta. In the last year, we have already named Mr. R.K. Mehta as a biochar man, and Mr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy is full-time available for the farmers, and they are resolving the issues of biochar. And he is going up to the root level and trying to help each and everybody. And he has got a number of books and number of videos available. I think that itself is a landmark. Now, in this process, first of all, I want to propose, can this crusaders, if we are all crusaders, can we give a sort of thanks to Mr. R.K. Mehta as a biochar man of India. So I want to let us give a standing ovation to him. That's the minimum what we can do. Thank you, sir. Dr. Swaminathan has given us green revolution. Dr. Kurian has given us white revolution. And here Dr. P. Chandrasekhar Rao, Dr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy ji and Mr. R.K. Mehta, they have given us a black revolution. That's my submission to all of you. That is nothing but biochar. 1 minute, sir. No. No, we are conducting a national seminar on 25th, on 13th of February 2025, and I invite all of you to kindly grace the occasion. Thank you very much, sir.
You also said that Mehta is the root cause man or the main man for all these biochar innovations in India. But lastly, you said call it as a black revolution. But I don't like that word black revolution. It has so many analogies. So use some other revolution word. Black may not be that good. Anyway, yeah, anyway. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are coming to the end of technical session 4, which was quite vast, but the speakers were very few, and in fact, many were added later on. It all started with Sri Ashish Panigrai, who spoke on enhancing the trust in carbon offsetting initiatives. He said that there should be end-to-end transferability and also traceability. In that way, he tried to say that different institutions, individuals and organizations working on this carbon charge should also collaborate, and also there is some, still this is in its infantry stage, and many things needs to be streamlined. Dr. S.V.Patil also asked about something DMRE is there, whether it can do its job like that. He asked. Anyway, he spoke about the general this chain of biochar in India. Then we have Halli from Baramati, who spoke on regenerating the degraded soils by using horticulture plants, and then we have Ramesh Bhatt, who in fact by making use of some software collected almost 4,000 reviews from different in high NAS rated journals, and he spoke very well. It was quite informative. In fact, the collecting information from the world level and speaking at a forum, it takes really much energy from one, but he did it in a very good way. Then we have Rakshita. She came from our industry area, a agriculture graduate, a soil scientist. She was fascinated by sitting here and thrown her own she in fact asked us to make use of her industry ADM as a platform for further intensification of biochar activities. Then Neeraj from Bihar, he came and he spoke on regenerative activity of his institution Kheti. And again Daniel, he gave our own review of India. In fact, I thought that he is going to speak something on biochar from his country, but he gave light on our own agriculture in India. But the word what he used, black earth, that many of us may not be knowing, he said it is the one who is made this humanity survive on this earth. There is something new thing he said, and being an anthropologist, he has many more things, and social scientists means always they make us to take some make us to bring us under one platform. That's their uniqueness. Coming back to the technical session, Anyway, I am very much thankful to Dr. V.C.Patil for throwing us into some new aspect of agriculture, where exactly the present thinking is going on in the international level, may not be at our level or in the country or in the institution level. So if you open your eyes, you can have so many things to work upon, and some things are really quite fascinating. But here, biochar is a very good thing. But again, if you think of biochar, China is leading with regard to literature, but if you think of biochar, we have so many things to do on our own. We are forgetting our thing, and we are trying to catch hold upon something else, what is happening in some other countries. But anyway, we cannot neglect that. We have to also catch those things, and also we have to integrate what is going on in our country also. One point what I want to make here is, earlier when the power generating, using coal and generating electricity started, then we had the problem of this fly ash. Then in our own university, we conducted some research on use of fly ash in agriculture. Then there were recommendations from soil science group that applying so many tons, the yields can be improved. After that, then we have another research project on cot and got, copper ore tailings and gold ore tailings. That was also studied, and they said that if you apply so many tons, the yield can be increased. In that way, something was started, and we forget it at that level only. To tell some more things I can say, this use of sand or tank silt. Routinely, traditionally, we used to apply tank silt. We never thought of enriching that tank silt and applying. But today here we are thinking of enriching biochar and applying, otherwise it is useless. So our own technologies are also there. We can also think of integrating them. In that way, some few points I wanted to add here. Thank you for such a wonderful deliberation we had in this session. Thank you all to the speakers, and I also invite our co-chairman to speak something on this session.
Okay, thank you, sir. Already chairman has summarized the session completely, I suppose, and by individual speakers, and also he has thrown a light on the use of biochar and also other technologies. It is really a wonderful session, and also since yesterday we have heard many new things, and really biotechnological aspects also being touched by Ramesh Bhatt at the end. So when we think of this, the degradation of the soil is a major problem now we are actually facing in India, elsewhere also. And there are many technologies also. That's where we are concentrating now on different technologies. So one among them, I think, biochar. Certainly it can help to improve the soil physical, chemical, and its biological condition or quality of the soil. But one thing we should remember that we have many things, many technologies for soil organic matter management. So in the process of soil organic matter management, when we use the crop residues, mainly here feedstock, we are concentrating on the crop residues. So crop residues can be very wisely used in natural way also. What I feel, in the process there will be production of or the mineralization of nutrients also will get the benefit. And many times after the complete decomposition, there will be a stable organic matter, we'll say sometimes humus. So humus is formed. So that humus is also, we say that stable, and it can help in improving the soil physical or chemical quality of the soil. So in the same, that is what the biochar will do. Most of the properties are the parameters that we analyze, so they are almost similar to what I can say the soil humus. That's what we can say. It helps to improve the soil physical condition also, and even biological quality of the soil can be improved by humus. So in this process, we have to see that is how the biochar can be properly managed and used pyrolysis process properly, because by open burning how much carbon dioxide it will produce. It will again, how much it will increase the, because we are always talking about climate change situations, so that also you have to see how much carbon dioxide it will release in the process of burning of these feedstocks. So these things if we consider, then it will be really a good technology we can consider. And thank you for giving an opportunity. And I thank the rapporteurs for documenting all the proceedings, and they can provide us to the organizing secretary. I thank the rapporteurs and all the speakers and the delegates for their nice interaction. Thank you all. Thank you.
So that comes to the end of the session number, theme number 4. So before winding up this theme, I request our chairman and co-chairman sir to honor our presenters by offering a memento. I will call the names. Tanmay Teleng. Tanmay Teleng is here. Tanmay Teleng, please receive the memento. Hanmanthali. Hanmanthali, please. Mr. Ashish Panigrahi. Mr. Neeraj. Neeraj. Mr. Daniel. Daniel from Narvi. Please, madam, please come on the stage. Gupta, S.K. Gupta ji. Mrs. K.R. Rakshita.
Farmers we can work.
So we have come to the end of the session number 4. I assume that the proceedings are in the process of finalization, okay, from various chairmen, sirs. So if at all there are any finalized proceedings, I request the chairman or co-chairman sir to present. Otherwise, those proceedings will be collected and again presented later. Okay. ಬರ್ರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ, ನೈನ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. Okay. So if there are any specific recommendations from each of the session, so they can be made or pointed out so that those can be incorporated into the proceedings, or it will be taken by the our rapporteurs. Maybe one recommendation may be like institution of or creation of a one public sector unit or a enterprise for the help of farmers, as suggested by our Dr. Patil sir. So like that we can give some points so that they can be incorporated, or otherwise also they can suggest here also in this platform. Okay.
Sir.
So the floor is, yes sir, please sir.
Sir, I would put it before this August House. Why not we sorry, why not we have a professional society named as Biochar Society of India? On similar lines which we have for societies, Indian Society of Agronomy, Indian Society of Plant Breeding, Indian Society of Soil Science, like that, can we have a Biochar Society? It will collect and disseminate all the information on all aspects related to biochar, right from production down to its utilization level, involving all aspects of biochar science.
Sir, I second it. I second the proposal, and I request my sincere request to all the August House is today only let us form it. Let us, because this so many people won't be available at a time. Chairman sir, my request. Please go.
I think, as we said earlier, Progressive Biochar Society has a number of divisions, and one division we formed recently was research division. Biochar related research is a division. So we are going to have 6-7 divisions in Biochar Society called functional divisions. And already Professor is known that we have already requested our members that there will be, for that group, there will be separate WhatsApp section. So research and development work can be discussed at that place. So 7 groups are already formed already. And there are, one is now the new one I have just learned today, very important, is from our friend, social impact of the biochar development. We had forgotten that, and today I am saying we will add that social impact of what we are doing, social impact of promoting biochar sector. And I invite ideas from others. That he already said R&D.
My feeling is a professional society is a professional society by itself. It will not have any connections with different districts. So what I would suggest is, let us de-link all these things, have a society exclusively on professional aspects of biochar. That is my feeling.
Professional means marketing, reaching out, making, popularizing. The first important task which we have done and I have been doing is propagating the message. Today we are at a stage very few people know about biochar. Our idea is to inform a lot of public, and we need the help of everybody here to come by a biochar crusader, make other crusaders. The message should go to all over the country. It will take 2 years, and the message will got the importance. And I am very important that this is a separate society for the scientists connected with this. Today we have seen how much scientific work is required. A lot of scientific work is required. So that scientific work can be separated. It's a very good idea. We support that, and we will be, because R&D is our main work in Progressive Biochar Society is extension, training. We have training like Mr. Bhaskar Reddy. We are trying to train about 20 trainers, which can go to villages and train people around. So our job is extension by and large. Thank you.
Here I support, actually we are speaking from Hyderabad base. I want the people especially from this Karnataka, not only our university but Raichur Agriculture University also. Here I think for a big applause to this our UAS Dharwad, because this is the first university professionally with conducting this kind of seminar on biochar. Claps Marana, I said only in English. That is big achievement. Second thing is, many professors, including Professor Chandrasekhar sir, they are mentoring many students on biochar. I think having an association with this kind of thing, with conducting annually one event in different universities in partnership, will definitely help the students. So that way R&D, as just now it is mentioned, that will be taken forward. So I think only universities can have that kind of organization with scientific this thing. Yeah.
Progressive biochar crusaders can be an institution by itself, but this will be a professional society meant for the cause of dissemination of information on biochar science. On all aspects of biochar.
कर्नाटका बायोचार सोसाइटी अलग सोसाइटी, वो अलग बात है. Let us not put so many things.
He's there.
Yes.
Sir,
You can write to the Vice Chancellor.
Chief guest has already.
Okay, coming to the lighter side of it, serious side is over now. I request all of you, as I recommended earlier, you should become Biochar Crusaders. This junction, Biochar is not well known. It's a new
continuous type plant and automatic pyrolysis plant manufactured at their production units, along with cost and efficiency. He also highlighted different raw materials used for biochar production with various parameters. His organization supplied more than 60 biochar production units across India. Mr. S.K. Bhatt, Director Null Waste additives. So he focused on future possibilities of utilization of bio oil in resin, foam, biofuel industries, and in agricultural activities like fungal control and growth regulators. So that was the presentation or proceedings of the first theme. Thank you.
I request the second session chairman, Dr. K. Manjappa sir.
Good evening to all of you. The second session was on innovative applications for biochar utilization, which was covering the aspects like application and benefits of biochar in food production systems, biochar based fertilizers, impact on soil health, soil biodiversity, production economics. Actually, this session was chaired by Dr. B.N. Patil, former ADR US Dharwad, and co-chaired by me, and reporters were S.A. Biradar and Arya Nandagavi. At the outset, Chairman welcomed all the speakers and invited the speakers to present their topic. In a nutshell, there were 5 speakers. The first speaker was Dr. Vikas Abrol, Professor Soil Science, SKUAST Jammu, who presented on nano biochar for efficient waste valorization, sequestering carbon, and soil fertility management. He narrated about the work done on nano biochar based N&K fertilizers application in rice and maize and a rain-fed ecosystem of the northwestern Himalayas. During the discussion, the House raised the clarifications about biochar versus nano biochar loaded with fertilizers like N&K, their feasibility for foliar application, and also cost economics of high dose of biofertilizers, that is use of biochar at 10 ton per hectare. The House also suggested to work out the production cost of biochar. The second speaker was Dr. Leena V. Hublekar, Assistant Professor Chemistry, KLE University Hubballi, who presented the paper on fortification of biochar by nanoparticles for water filtration, energy and agricultural applications. She explained about the limitations of traditional biochar, advantages of nanoparticles fortified biochar, characterization of techniques, mechanisms of fortification and its application in agriculture, water filtration and energy storage. The third speaker, Dr. H.K. Joshi from NAU Navsari, he presented on assessing Prosophis juliflora biochar quality and its synthetic effect with gypsum on yield attributes of rice and wheat and coastal soils. This study evaluated the quality of Prosophis juliflora biochar produced and explained the use of biochar combined with gypsum as a potential solution to overcome barriers of problematic soils and improve the yield of kharif rice and rabi wheat in coastal saline soils. Then Dr. P. Ashoka, Professor of Agronomy, US Dharwad, he presented on assessing of different decomposers with biochar in sugarcane trash management for enhancing ratoon sugarcane yield. During the discussion, the House suggested to conduct such demonstrations in farmer field on long-term basis to precise results. The last speaker was Gayatri PK from UAS Dharwad, who presented on magnesium ion modified biochar for nutrient supply in soil. She highlighted the role of magnesium in plant growth, deficiency symptoms, and the importance of magnesium modified biochar for nutrient supply in soil and enhancing the crop growth. At the end, there was a suggestion by the chairman that he opened that quantification studies are very much required with respect to the application of biochar as well as the nutrient content of different crop residues used for biochar preparation. And also farm production cost of biochar needs to be worked out, and also suggested to conduct long-term studies on major crops or cropping system when this biochar is used. And finally, the session was ended with vote of thanks by the chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. For session 3 on carbon credits and market mechanisms, I request Dr. B.S. Sengi to give.
Good evening to all, most respected dignitaries on the dais and all the participants. For technical session 3, that is the theme was carbon credits and market mechanisms. For this is chaired by Dr. Kori Kantimat sir, then co-chaired by Dr. R. Basavarajappa and rapporteur myself and Dr. P.S. Patar sir. During this session, initially there were 6 speakers, later 2 were added. The speakers were Dr. Ram Swarup Meena, Dr. Priyanka Shati, Dr. S.V.Patil sir, he is my UG teacher, PG teacher as well as my PhD guide, Dr. C.M. Biradar, Mr. Sandeep Sabarwala and Mr. Tanmay Teleng, Dr. Saurabh Manoli and Dr. Yashan Bhatt. During these proceedings, we have come out with 8 important suggestions or recommendations from each one of the topic. From the Dr. Ram Swarup Meena, from his lecture, we come out with recommendation that is carbon credit potential in Indian agriculture is vast and huge. Focus is required on health mission, NRM training, subsidy to manage ecosystem survival, incentive payment for NRM and eco-intensification. This is the conclusion from his presentation. The second one from Priyanka Sathe, that is geographic specific feedstock to be used for biochar preparation. Then only it is economical. Example would be in Karnataka, cashew residues are being used for preparation of the biochar. Then third one is from Dr. V.C. Patil sir itself. That is a very interesting one. That is locally, that is on farm itself. From that one we have concluded that agriculturally available all farm waste can be converted into biochar provided easy accessibility of energy at village level, water resources, manpower, though it is tedious, time consuming and laborious, which requires skilled labor. Then next one is from the farmer point of view, the biochar helps in reducing waste water usage, reducing overall energy, production of premium food for export, increasing the health of the farmer as well as consumers, reducing input costs over a period of time, and selling biochar and carbon credits. Then biochar is a sustainability tool for farming community as indicated by the case study of Prosopagillochlora, Gujarat. Then a banned application from Saurabh Manoli, banned application of fertilizer, that is the recommended dose of nitrogen, recommended dose of potassium in sugarcane resulted in higher resource use efficiency in sugarcane and higher yield. Then soil, higher carbon stock can be obtained with the long-term effect of cropping system involving sole, pigeon pea and maize chickpea cropping system in northeastern zone of Karnataka. That is from Dr. S.N. Bhatt presentation. There is a conclusion, there is a long-term study of 10 years. Then portable and movable to large-scale machineries right now are available for biochar preparation from different farm feedstocks as on today at this point of time. There is from the presentation of Mr. Tanmay Telang. With this one, at the end of the session, the session ended with the vote of thanks by the chairman and co-chairman. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Yengi. I request for theme 4, regenerative and carbon neutral farming, Dr. C.P. Chandrasekhar sir to present.
Dignitaries on the dais, participants. The theme 4 was on regenerative and carbon neutral farming system, integrating agroforestry, conservation agriculture, organic practices, and leveraging digital platform for climate resilient agriculture. The session was chaired by Dr. B.M. Chitapur, co-chaired by Dr. Bablat, and rapporteurs myself and Santosh on team. There were 6 speakers, and first Dr. Ashish Panigrahi, he given the information about RFID tracking of biochar from production to end use. So that can be most useful for carbon credit procedure to fulfill the procedure. Then from Niazam Baramati, Dr. Hanumant Halli, who presented how to the regeneration can be done using of the degraded land by improving the various process. There is scope for adding the biochar and also for carbon neutral farming. Then Rakshita from Assistant Manager ADM multinational company, he welcomed to use his company platform for popularization of biochar in terms of training, popularization, demonstration, etc. Then Neeraj, he expressed Kheti journey that regenerative agriculture practices can be used to reclaim the waterlogged and saline soils. There also biochar can play an important role if incorporated. And ultimately, R.K. Mehta, he discussed about the social impact of biochar and to open a chapter of professional society on biochar in Dharwad, or in nutshell covering the Karnataka. And before that, Ramesh Bhatt, editor, UAS Dharwad, he given the information about the research review, and most of the research was concentrating on the pyrolysis, feedstock, soil amendments, productivity, carbon sequestration, and soil fertility in the decreasing order. And he highlighted that significant striking point is that the biochar is increasing the plant growth promoting genes, and at the same time it is reducing the defense gene that is to be considered. And then the biotechnological tools can be used to edit the genome in order to increase some of the important traits. And then Dr. Daniel, who is a social scientist, and he highlighted that anthropogenic dark earth in Western Africa and also Southern America. He shared his experience by traveling from Punjab to Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and also he expressed that biochar can be used to restore the polluted soil, and bioremediation of the soil can be done by using the biochar. With this, the session was ended with the remarks of the chairman and co-chairman. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir. Now, the most awaited event, the prize distribution. Actually, before the conference, we conducted one poster making competition for college students of degree colleges of Dharwad, wherein we sent invitation for more than 6 colleges. So from 6 colleges, there are 42 participants participated on 2nd December, on last Monday, at College of Art College, Dharwad. So actually we selected a few of them apart from 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They were already exhibited in the poster session. The first place goes to Mr. Karthik Kumbar of JSS School of Arts, Dharwad. He receives a citation of certificate along with rupees 3,000 cash prize. We will send the prize amount to his account, bank account. The second prize in the same event goes to Mr. Shivraj K. Pujari of Government Fine Arts College, Dharwad. The certificate along with rupees 2000 cash prize. The third prize goes to Basavaraj B. Talwar. Mr. Basavaraj B. Talwar. The third prize, the certificate and cash prize of 1000 rupees. With respect to our technical sessions, poster and as well as oral papers presentations, so we received nearly 16 invited papers and 10 oral papers and 40 poster papers. So out of which all were divided into 4 themes. In first theme, there were no oral as well as postal papers. All 6 are invited. They are eminent speakers. With respect to session 2 on the innovative applications for biochar utilization. The under oral presentation category, the first award goes to Ms. Gayatri PK. Ms. Gayatri PK, who presented her work on magnesium modified biochar for nutrient supply in soil. For the same session category, the second place goes to Dr. P. Ashok, who presented the paper on assessing of different decomposers with respect to biochar. Is not there. Under same session 2, the third place goes to Dr. H.K. Joshi, who presented his paper on assessing Prosophis juliflora, biochar quality and its synergetic effect with gypsum on yield attributes of rice, wheat under coastal soils. Then with respect to third theme, that is carbon credit and market mechanisms, the first prize goes to Dr. Saurabh Munnoli, who presented his work on carbon budgeting, energy analysis and economics of nutrient management practices in sugarcane crop. And same session, the second prize goes to Dr. S.N. Bhatt, UAS Raichur. I request his student to take the certificate. He presented the research paper on long-term effect of different production systems on fractions, indices, and sequestration potential of carbon in surface soils of vertisols. Thank you, sir. For fourth session also we have no oral and poster sessions. Poster sessions awards, the evaluation is going on. We are waiting for the results. Until then, I request our president of this today's function. Okay, sir. Delegates, Dr. Daniel, your feedback about this conference. Come here, Dr. Daniel.
Thank you very much for calling me up here again. I don't have much to add, only to say that this was really a remarkable conference. It is a unique opportunity to see so many stakeholders assembled in one place. Such a high level of excellence is also really beyond my wildest dreams. So I'm really, really very much happy that I came here. I would like to thank you all for your hospitality, for including two foreigners at a national conference. That is also not to be taken for granted. We really appreciate the opportunity. I already gave some comments about what biochar may mean. I can only repeat that it is a very promising substance. It is a substance that will certainly stay with us for a long while, but it is to be handled with care. And I think this conference really showed us that it is currently in very good hands. We have some very brilliant minds who are invested in it. But we have to take into account that there will be trade-offs between nutrient cycling and carbon storage, for example, is one obvious trade-off between on-site production and industrialized production, the artisanal side of biochar. So there is going to be long discussions to be had in the future. Carbon trading is one of the elements where many of us have high hopes. We don't even know if carbon trading is going to survive. We are having currently great political transitions happening at the world stage. So we don't know what even happens to the Paris Accord and any other of the climate accords. So ideally, of course, biochar would be cherished for what it does best, and that is to improve soils, to remediate soils. And I think carbon trading we should not rely on it entirely. Yes, I want to conclude with giving you my best wishes, and I hope that we can have a conversation also in the future, and that this is the start of a long collaboration. I am personally very interested in visiting as many biochar production sites as possible in the weeks to come, and I'm going to reach out to many of you, and please approach me if you have any interesting projects going on. I'm very much interested in the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Any participant from other states? Dr. Abral? Meena? Madhukar? Dr. Madhukar, sir? Sir, you can talk from there. Sir. It is up.
I have been interested in being a student of agronomy and soil science and connected to the farming community. I'm more interested in applied research. And I have worked in the Kutch desert of Gujarat almost for 20 years. And I'm continuing my field studies after retirement also. This conference, 2 days of this conference really clarified many things. Difference between charcoal and biochar. Lot of confusion, carbon credit, whether it's really true or not. So last 2 days, it was really educational to me. Even today's practical also, biochar in the field. So I would like to thank you, and I think this is going to be a very important field. Only my feeling is, now the biomass. There is a biomass available now. Biomass can go for the cattle feed, or biogas, or compost, or lot of competition is where is going to be a biomass. Suppose we convert the biomass like rice. It is an excellent cattle feed also. So there will be competition between cattle feed. Only I feel the species like a prosopis, julifera, which grows wild. It can grow anywhere. It grows luxuriantly with water, without water also, all types of soil. If this kind of species managed very well, scientifically, pruning, I do not recommend to uproot the plant, but I want to prune it, use those loppings for the biochar making. And that will provide excellent, opportunity, business opportunity for improving the soil, remediation of soil and ecology, biodiversity. Many things can happen, and we should really focus on this kind of species. I would say prosopis is not a problem. Prosopis is a solution. Prosopis is treated as for a prosperity. Thank you.
Good evening to all. This is S.K. Gupta from Hyderabad. I am Secretary for the Progressive Biochar Society of Hyderabad. The climate change is taking place in the entire world, and it's a Paris resolution. We are supposed to be within 2 degrees of the average temperature change, whereas we have already achieved 1.54 degrees temperature, and hardly half a degree is sufficient, which will bring definitely, as per scientists, that it will bring a doomsday for the Earth, the only planet on the where we are, life is there. So my request to all the scientists, all the August House this present here, to kindly uphold this particular session of COP29 recently has taken place. So uphold all the things and try to bring 45% carbon neutral by 2030, and by 2070 zero carbon neutral. If that is achieved, then only this planet can be saved. This is the message given by the COP29 recently. And at the same time, today I proposed the name of Mr. R.K. Mehta ji as a biochar man of India, because he has been working for quite a long time. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gupta sir and Madhukar sir. Sir, with the permission. Sir. Dr. M.N. Seelwantar sir, former Vice Chancellor of UAS Bangalore.
If there is a carbon neutral, please excuse me if I am wrong. There cannot be a carbon neutral. Our life itself is a carbon. Your life, how can you make a carbon neutral? I do not know if I am wrong. Please correct me. We cannot make any carbon neutral in future because our life itself is with carbon. In the sense, no, don't. You think over, because that's right or wrong. I am not here to accept anything what to say. That's one thing. Second thing is, see, there is a lot of scope for wealth. I am telling you, after hearing enough things, that lady was telling chelating. We know, see, we taught the chelates because chelates can be made with great difficulty. Otherwise, we could have directly added the iron itself. They started producing the chelates. When that such a thing has happened, perhaps it will bring a boom to the agriculture development. That's what I want to say as far as biology. And also, what was telling, when the organism will enter into it, that itself can express differently under the ambience of biochar. Am I right? In the sense, I really know that especially the biofertilizers, when it came to an assessment, the expansion to the whole world, later on they came to know that more than any biofertilizer entity itself, their exudates like harmonics, IAA, other things will also use. And like that, we don't know in biochar what is going to happen once the organism will enter. That is one thing. And another very important thing is, I would like to ask our biochar leader, sir, see, Delhi is under pollution. They want to go out of Delhi because of burning. Why can't you make it, convert it into biochar and show it to the country? Then I will say it is really, we will all
friends here on the dais and all the delegates. I am a very happy Biochar crusader today. In the last 2 days, my confidence has enhanced listening to all the scientists, to all the other experts, that Biochar is poised for a very rapid growth. There is a great scope for it. And I have one request for the very Vice Chancellor, sir. There is so many publications available in the on this subject. Biochar research was going on for the last 20 years in various universities in Europe, America, and other, China, etc. They are ahead of us in many places. Somebody can collate the data. We need to collate the data and made available. Somebody, where is a nano Biochar, other papers, new technologies are available, which even I learned today in this webinar. And creating biomass producers is a very good question, and this is a big threat to the biochar sector. Continuing availability of biomass. That's why we are saying cultivate some other crops. Bamboo is one of them, but other crops which can be used to make biochar on a continuous basis. In integrated plant, you have block plantation, biomass, next to it the biochar making unit, so integrated plants can be promoted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehta sir. Now, the last activity, the presidential remarks. I request our Honorable Vice.
Good evening to everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. M.N. Silvantar sir, Dr. Mehta ji, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar Rao, Dr. V.C.Patil, and also Dr. Arvind Kumar, and all the senior colleagues, delegates who have come over here for attending 2 days national seminar with the central theme on biochar. So in these 2 days of the national seminar organized by Dr. S.V.Patil Foundation, University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad, in 4 different themes. In 4 different themes, all the deliberations and discussions have been happened. We just the different theme chairman and co-chairman have presented. They have presented the proceedings of different themes and also drawn some recommendations and conclusions out of the 4 themes. The several papers have been presented, both oral as well as technical discussions. So personally I am loser, I could not make it because of the administrative problems. Even I sat here morning half an hour, my cell phone did not allow me to sit here for more than half an hour. I went out. So that is the, I am loser. I did not spare my time except for the inauguration and now. So anyway, I will go through the most of the papers and the discussion and also listen through YouTube whenever the time permits. So as everyone expressed, so it is very good deliberations, very good discussions happened in 2 days, and also all the innovations and discoveries with respect to with respect to biochar. It is a new science for us. So they have been accepted and discussed. So always we are several years behind. As Dr. Mehtaji telling 20-25 years already over with respect to research in biochar. Now we have opened up our eyes and started discussion through national seminars. Of course, several people are quite ahead, like Dr. V.C.Patil sir. So he is not only the voracious reader about biochar, and also he is practitioner about biochar production and utilization, and also earning some carbon credit out of that. So he is a pioneer among all of us. Leaving Mehtaji, in our group, Dr. V.C.Patil sir is pioneer with respect to biochar work in our group, at least in the Dr. S.V.Patil Foundation group. He is the pioneer. So I request Dr. V.C.Patil sir to lead all the young scientists about the future, the course of action, and the research requirements with respect to biochar. In this, the delegates, I think maybe 3 or 4 types of delegates are here. Some of the delegates have attended here just to know what is about biochar, and they want to open up their mind to know what is biochar and how it is produced. They want to learn the technology, and some of the delegates must have started their work on biochar. They want to contribute to the scientific community what they have found out during their course of investigation, and also already the practitioners like Mehtaji and Dr. V.C.Patil and some others. So who have gained lot of expertise in the field of biochar. So they have shared their experience. I think these 3 or 4 types of delegates assembled here and making the national seminar a grand success. And in all the 4 themes, you have drawn out the proceedings and also made some recommendations. So I request the chairman, co-chairman as well as rapporteurs to divide your recommendations into 2 things: scientific and the policy types. So the scientific recommendation should go to the scientist for taking the research on in the field of biochar, and the recommendations for the policy issues. So let us pool them and send it to the appropriate authority for the implementation of those. So kindly divide in each theme your recommendations accordingly, so the user stakeholders can make use of their scientific community can make use of that. So what next? So they will come to know on what aspects I can plan my research on biochar based on the scientific recommendations, and the policy recommendations we can write to the government what should be the funding on the biochar research, or how to make use of these policy recommendations for the benefit of the farmers. So with these few words, so and also of course there is a proposal by Dr. P.C. Rao and also others to start Biochar Society of India. So I think we are too young. We are too young to start a society. Instead, society, it can be started at any point of time. You can make a working group or forum of biochar within this foundation. So our foundation is bigger one. So within the foundation, you can make a group of the people or group of members as the biochar working group or biochar forum. Then you can start contributing. So when we are enriched, so when our knowledge is enriched, when you start publishing more and more research papers on the biochar, then I think in future course of time we can think of formation of the society. So with these few words, so I think I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Then I request the organizer of this seminar, Dr. B.N. Arvind Kumar sir, to give vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The galaxy of Biochar Crusaders who have assembled here, distinguished speakers, invitees, scientists, university officers, students, and other stakeholders. Perhaps this is the first ever national seminar that was organized. As I was discussing with Dr. Naka Sai Bhaskar Reddy, he said such a gathering of a unique style or unique kind wasn't organized so far. Maybe we hold the pride of having that particular title. The first ever national seminar was organized, and the idea of which was very much floated by my mentor and teacher, Dr. V.C.Patil sir. Very nice to have such a guidance of a great academician. This national seminar has been an exceptional platform where distinguished people, even from industry, then experts, all, even students who are working or who have started working on biochar, they shared their knowledge and insights, making significant contributions to our understanding of biochar and its potential to revolutionize the agriculture through concepts like new terms like black revolution, as Dr. S.K. Gupta said, maybe black gold revolution we can say, bio gold, then black gold. So many terms that have emerged, and it has truly been an eye opener and broadening our perspectives on sustainable farming systems, especially on carbon neutral farming systems. And this event witnessed a remarkable participation with over 200 attendees present physically and more than 400 individuals joining virtually via YouTube online streaming. So that's a great participation of 600 participants. The agronomy students, especially students, are the pillars of any program. I congratulate the students of agronomy department and also students of other departments and the faculty of agronomy who played a pivotal role in the success of this seminar. I wholeheartedly thank and taking the lead in organizing and managing various tasks with remarkable dedication, and I extend my heartfelt thank to the students for their efforts. The speed of the team or the speed of the leader is the speed of the team, we say. So we have great leaders in our university, and my deepest gratitude goes to my mentors, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. P.L. Patil, who supported and suggested my name to organize this particular program. Thank you. Though it was a new kind of thing, we have organized several seminars and we have been a part of several seminars, but this was a unique kind, having interaction with industry leaders and practitioners. Then my heartfelt thanks to my mentors, Dr. Sheelavantar sir, Dr. V.C. Patil, Dr. H.P. Boblad. They had a lot of thoughtful insights and guidance which elevated especially the height of this seminar, and especially the global visibility of UAS Dharwad in the field of biochar through online streaming. I wholeheartedly thank so many people who are involved here. We had presentations from 22 lead papers, 10 oral presentations, and 31 posters. And I thank all of them who have dedicated their time in preparing these things and being a part of this seminar. Then I thank chairman, co-chairman, and rapporteurs of various sessions who dedicated their time in jotting down the points and making the recommendations. And also I thank I congratulate all the winners for their exceptional contributions, either in scientific way or in making the art form, poster making, and conveying the message to the society about the use of biochar and the benefits. And additionally, the poster making competition, which was held, it was a resounding success. So I extend my congratulations to all those participants and winners who have creatively highlighted this crucial topic. Then I must thank Dr. Naka Sai Bhaskar Reddy for his time and insightful demonstration to all of us, and also interaction with our group. So that led to a very good discussion how a charcoal is prepared or a biochar is prepared, how ash is formed. So that distinction and the flame and the fume that comes together, how it is differentiated for making effective biochar. And I thank esteemed foundation members, university officers, and especially our sponsors. Our sponsors, one of them is very much here. The NABARD, DDM of NABARD, Mayur Kamble has come, sir. Welcome to this function, though it is a vote of thanks. And thank you for your generous help in forwarding our applications to the CGM NABARD Bangalore. And they have made a very good, remarkable contribution. Then we also thank the Commissioner of Watershed Development Department, Bangalore, who have generated donated some contribution for organizing this seminar, and also the chairman of the KVG Bank and the managing director of Ugar Sugars, and also the Honorable Vice Chancellor of UAS Raichur for their generous contributions. I wish all the best for all the delegates, a very happy and comfortable return journey after this, because with sweet biochar memories and the campus memories, I wish everyone a very happy return journey to your destinations, because the program cannot be too long. It has got to be within 2 days. We have to wind it up. So thank you once again for giving me an opportunity to propose vote of thanks. And Dr. S.V.Patil sir is wants to say something.
President of today's valedictory function, Dr. P.L. Patil, Dr. M.N. Shilwantar sir, Mehtaji, Dr. Chandrasekhar Rao, Dr. Arvind Kumar, and friends. I have come here to say a big thank you to all of you. To begin with, to the Vice Chancellor UAS Dharwad for taking the suggestion made by Dr. M.N. Shilwantar and for making all-out efforts with all his team members in organizing this conference at a very short notice, and for providing all the logistic support. Although he is president of foundation, he is a dual role. He is 2-in-1, president of the foundation as well as the vice chancellor, and he is at the at a very central point of organization of this seminar. For any event to happen and for any event to be as successful as this one, it is the leader. For us, I think for this conference, virtually it is Dr. P.L. Patil, supported by all the people around him, so that the institution is bigger than individuals. Foundation is very, very young. So the brand image of the university, supported by a small idea of promoting the concept of biochar, has resulted in the organization of this seminar, which has really created an awareness among the youngsters. And Dr. Korikan Timut is not here. He made a statement yesterday that this seminar has ignited the minds of young as well as old people. So, in fact, Korikan Timut is a senior scientist, retired man. Still, we see a lot of retired people taking part. It's a curiosity of the issue at stake. So, I mean, anything that is curious, people want to know. So, if you look at the attendance for the whole seminar for the last 2 days, I think in most conferences, we organize many on this campus. After the inaugural and lunch, I think most of the halls will be empty. But this is quite contrary, and the hall was full always for both the days. So all of us have learned in this process, and I'm especially thankful to all my industry friends and colleagues who responded to our personal request to participate. People who have traveled long distances, and our friend has traveled all the way from Norway to this place with his family. So we are delighted to have you here. So we are happy that it is truly a memorable event, and let us try to take forward the idea of biochar so that the end user, the last mile connectivity to the farmer happens sooner, and sooner is better. Thank you.
I just forgot to mention the help received from my co-organizers. Thank you so much, Dr. Shanwad, Dr. Rajkumar in co-organizing this event, and also Dr. Kuligod indirectly for making this function a grand success. So wish we'll coordinate and collaborate in future for such seminars. Thank you so much.
I request all to stand for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you.